Chapter 1. Haiga. Haiga Xiao, Haiga Xiao. Hearing someone calling to himself, Xiao Haiga opened his eyes, only to feel a splitting headache. At the end of the memory is the image of a nuclear missile exploding. I was alone against the world, but I didn't expect to actually use this weapon in order to destroy myself. So it stands to reason that I should be wiped out, so now? The blurred vision gradually became clear. The silhouette of a cute-looking loli slowly appeared in front of my eyes. Who? Could it be that she saved me? Besides, what's the matter with this girl's eyes? Cataract? Zai-jun. Hearing the question asked by Haiga, the girl with white eyes in front of her couldn't help but worry. Look carefully, these eyes are very beautiful. Those crystal clear, white eyes were so clear in front of Haiga Xiao. As Haiga was thinking about it, a memory that didn't belong to him poured into his head. An original memory. This world is an extraordinary world dominated by the ninja profession. There is a ninja family named Hinata, whose special ability is the white eyes that can see through and observe the meridians of the human body. This clan is divided into family and family. The dominant clan will have a curse mark called cage bird on the forehead of the branch. It is not only able to seal the ability to roll eyes after the death of the subject. The life and death of the family members are all controlled by the clan. In the process of being cast on the curse seal, there was a slight deviation, and the curse seal rejection reaction occurred with a low probability of winning the lottery. Next moment, a word and voice jumped out in front of my eyes. Dehua degree, 1%. Haiga, who has seen countless fantasy works, immediately realized that this should be called plugin. Oh no, work hard. So what does this Dehua degree mean? Does it mean that 99% of the quantitative value is left after getting rid of the control of the bird's mark in the cage? Axia, I'm fine. The adaptable Haiga Xiao quickly accepted the current situation. Lori Hinata in front of me is the same age as herself. At the age of 5, she also belongs to the division. You are fine, come. Hinata breathed a sigh of relief, and picked up the spoon from the wooden square plate next to it. One hand supported Haiga Xiao to sit up, and then gently blew the rice porridge scooped in the spoon, and delivered it to Haiga Xiao. Haiga Xiao. The dark green hair color loli looks outstanding. Cuter than all the girls that Haiga had seen in her life. Two-dimensional, it should be like this. But anyway, this feeding action is a bit too intimate. After thinking about it carefully, it seems that apart from the same clan and subfamily between the two, there does not seem to be a relationship with special attributes such as childhood sweethearts and heavenly fall. Is it because she is naturally kind? Or the undefended type? Or is it because the child is not aware of it? The intimate feeding action continues, which is enough to satisfy any low ICN. After taking care of Hinata Xiao left, Haiga Xiao's body gradually recovered a little strength. Slowly stood up and walked to the mirror. Haiga Xiao saw clearly the face of this life. A delicate wife. It is also foreseeable to be handsome when he grows up. Sure enough, it became a child's body. Looked carefully at the body, as well as those eyes. Is this white eyes? Haiga Xiao touched her eyes and stared at the white eyes in the mirror that were similar to those in the mirror. Finally, his eyes were fixed on the light green strange pattern on his forehead. The mark of the bird in the cage. That is, the clan's restraint on the division of the family. Sit down cross-legged, think carefully and summarize the current intelligence. After a while, the yearning for the extraordinary power of the new world made Haiga Xiao act. Soft fist. Haiga Xiao tried to take out his palm and slid forward quickly. Then, gossip and two palms. Haiga Yu opened her bow left and right, and pointed out one after another. Bang! The air trembled. A blue cyclone released from between his fingers. The source of extraordinary power and energy in this world is called chakra. Driving the soft fist with chakra is the essence of Hyaga's physique. Gossip and 4 palms. 4 clicks in a row. 4 blue rays bloomed in the air. Gossip and gossip. This time, it was 8 times. As a member of the subfamily, Hyaga Xiao currently has acquired a routine exercise called Ruquan 64 palms. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour. It wasn't until her arms were so sore that she couldn't lift her up, that Hyaga, who had been training continuously, had to stop. Dea Hua degree, 2%. The number has increased because of the practice of Bagwazang. What happens when it becomes 100%? Last life. Hyaga Xiao was trapped in a world without miracles. That is the happiness of the weak, but the sorrow of the strong. But now, he knew that everything was different. The world is invincible. With one's own power, we can turn things around and make the enemy the country. I've done this kind of thing in my last life, but unfortunately I haven't been able to fully realize it, but in this life. Hyaga Xiao's eyes were burning, staring at herself in the mirror. Next, we have to consider carefully, before we are not strong enough and cannot get rid of the status quo of the Zhong family. It doesn't really matter what it is. Dormant, just to soar into the sky in the future. Sit cross-legged and let your body rest. What Hyaga Xiao didn't know was that when he was practicing, Hinata Xia did not leave outside, but watched the whole process secretly. Zai-jun. A blush slowly appeared on Hinata Natsumi's lovely cheeks. End of this chapter. The practice continues. In the blink of an eye, several hours passed, and time came to noon. Hyaga Xia came again. She was carrying a plate with rice porridge and pickles on it. Zai-jun, it's time for lunch. Hyaga, who is not picky about food, quickly enjoyed this lunch. I remembered the hardest time in my last life. I even ate grass roots, gnawed bark, and learned how to eat high protein. The food in front of me is enough to replenish physical strength and nutrition. Aside. Hinata Natsuki, who stared at Hyagaya eating, had a gentle expression and sat there quietly, just looking at him. When Hyaga had finished her last mouthful of porridge, Hyaga Natsumi spoke. Zai-jun, how does your body feel? Well, I've recovered pretty well. It will be completely fine after a few days. Hyaga Xiao Asahi showed a harmless smile on his face. Chapter 2. Hyaga Xiao nodded slightly. At that time, the patriarch will speak to you. Every branch of the family, after branding the seal of the bird in the cage, must accept the instructions of the clan. In the process of preaching, the general idea is to divide the family to protect the clan and so on. Well, I know, I will recover as soon as possible. Hyaga did not show any dissatisfaction with her current situation. On the one hand, Hyaga Xiao knows how to pretend to be herself. On the other hand, Hyaga is full of hope for her extraordinary future. Seeing that Hyaga Xiao did not feel abnormal, and did not hate Zongjia's expression at all, Hyaga Xiao nodded, got up and left. Snapped. But the moment she turned around, Hyaga Xiao took the initiative to hold her hand. Fair and soft. And it has a girl's unique fragrance. Hinata Natsumi, who had a gentle expression, blushed immediately, peeking around, and fell into a state of panic. Hyaga Xiao behind her seemed completely unaware. Xiao Hyaga only heard the other person say, "Thank you for taking care of me, Axia." "No, nothing, everyone is from the Hyaga clan, so it's okay to take care of each other." After Xiao Hyaga finished speaking, he left in a panic. Hyaga, who maintained a harmless smile, stared at the back of Hinata. The expression gradually disappeared. The Zhong family will inevitably ask Hyaga Natsumi about his attitude after waking up. Therefore, to create a harmless persona, and even let Hyaga Natsu, who has a good impression of him, beautify his image by himself, which is what Hyaga Xiao is doing. The hand I just reached was to test Hyaga Natsumi's attitude. Now it seems, very successful. 3 days later. The cells of the human body on the earth are about 60 trillion, the human cells in this world have 120 trillion. While practicing Ruquan, Hyagasya recalled the information that Songyuan's body had in her mind. Compared with the humans on earth, the humans in this world probably belong to the sequence of mutants and superhumans. Some common sense of the earth can be used to set in this world, and it may be invalid. For 3 days, Hyagasya focused on the cultivation of the skills she had mastered. One of the most important factors in spiritual practice is concentration. There is no shortage of the trained Hyaga in the last life. It is impossible for ordinary people to concentrate their attention for a long time, or even the whole day, in a day. But some special people, after cruel training and talent blessing, can increase their concentration and duration to an unprecedented level of abnormality. Hyagasya is one of the best. He can hide for 3 days and 3 nights without eating or drinking. You can stay quietly for the first half of the year in a closed dark room that drives ordinary people crazy. No matter what the harsh environment, Hyagaya can eat, sleep, and spirit will not be any decadent. This kind of terrifying willpower and self-control has made him a monster-like existence. In the room, Hyagayo, sweating like rain, practiced soft fist. He spent these 3 days in this way. Tireless, not irritable, sweet as sweet. Hyagasya could even clearly feel the strength of continuous growth. It is like a tireless machine that precisely controls the cycle of exercise, rest, and eating. What made Hyaga-osa more pleasantly surprised? The physical tolerance of the ninja in this world is incredible. Even if you are tired of practicing and pass out, it will not cause sequelae such as hidden injuries. The ninja with 120 trillion body cells, is much stronger than the human body. It seems. As long as you work hard, you will be rewarded. As long as you are not tired, you can continue to improve. Dehwa degree, 4%. The Hyaga clan, separated the house. Xia Hyaga picked up the food from the dining hall where the tribesmen gathered and prepared to send it to Hyaga Xiao. Other people of different ages, older or younger, talked to her one after another. Are you going to send it to the crane-tail boy again? Axia is really a good boy. If you can take care of people like this, you might be selected by the clan and become a servant. Xia Hyaga smiled back to the people, and then walked out of the cafeteria. The meaning of the tail of the crane is to drag one's legs back. Axia. As soon as Hyaga went out, a little boy of her age had been waiting in the aisle. Hey? Sujitu, won't you go to eat? Hyaga asked suspiciously. Axia, you are very concerned about that guy Hyagasya recently. You have not played with me these days. The boy named Hyaga Haujito gritted his teeth and felt like a girl he liked had been taken away. Because you also know about Zaya-jun. Natsuki Hyaga thought for a moment, and said very ordinary. But her performance caused the pure love warrior Hinata Haujito to explode directly. You call him Zaya-jun. How can it be repaired? I'm going to find him to settle the account. Hey! Watching Hyaga Sujitu turn around and run away, Hyagasya hesitated for a while, and immediately followed. Hyagasya didn't know that he was about to face the confrontation between the Tauren and the pure love soldier. Speaking of it, the languages of this world are all Japanese, and a small amount of English is mixed. The Hyaga clan is a clan in the village of Kainaha Ninja Village. In fact, it can be regarded as a giant. Therefore, compared to ordinary people with scarce educational resources, children of the Hyaga clan will begin to be taught literacy when they are 2 or 3 years old. Hyagasya can not only read, but also write. Invisibly, it is one step ahead of most people. Stunned. Footsteps sounded, and at the corner of the corridor at the end, stood a child with an angry expression. Hyaga Sui Jingtu. Opening the door and letting the wind go, Hyagasya recognized this family member of the same clan. The relationship between the two is not familiar, that is, the degree of nodding acquaintance. End of this chapter. Hyagaya. I want to fight you. Hyaga Suajito ran to the door and shouted, pointing at Hyaga. Sui Jingtu. Hyaga Xia trod all the way, trying to maintain the balance of the food in the wooden square plate and not let them spill out. Hearing that Sui Jingdo and Hyaga Xia were about to fight, she was worried. Because Zai-jun. But the crane tail of the Hyaga clan. Haha, Sui Jingtu, have you eaten yet? Hyaga Xiao showed a sincere smile. Perhaps this sincere expression persuaded him. Sui Jingtu nodded, I haven't eaten yet. Well, I didn't eat either, or let's eat together. Hyaga Xiao took the bowl from her hand. I'll eat. I'll eat a hairy. I'm going to a duel with you, the tail of the crane. Those who lose will not be allowed to talk to Axia in the future. Sui Jingtu, who reacted to something wrong, immediately turned the topic back. Fighting is not good. Hyaga Xiao waved her hand again and again, shook her head. We split the family to practice Ruquan to protect the Zone family. Stop talking nonsense, you crane tail. Hyaga Suajito was already out of anger, and it was still unbearable the pain of the Tauren. Angrily on his head, he slapped it out with a palm. I am a genius at Sui Jingtu, and I kill the crane tail Hyakami in seconds. Can I lose? Watch me solve him with one palm. Ah! Xia Hyaga exclaimed, and the wooden plate snapped to the ground. Fortunately, the porridge is in the hands of Hyaga Xiao. A slap in the face of the opponent. Chapter 3. Hyaga Xiao judged the falsehood in an instant. Weak. The opponent is very weak, and Hyaga has more than 10 methods to sanction him. I saw. Hyaga Yu closed her eyes panicked. He punched it out, as if lucky, and then hit the opponent's eye socket first. Boom! Sui Jingtu let out a painful cry and stepped back several steps. The next moment, Sui Jingtu, who had regained his posture, made a fierce response and rushed over. Hyaga Xiao dodged from left to right in the panic, accidentally stepped on the solace of Sui Jingtu's feet. Because of this step, with the help of Hyaga Xiao, her body involuntarily leaned forward, and her head slammed into Sui Jingtu's chin. Sui Jingtu, who bit his tongue, fell directly to the ground in pain, patronizing and rolling on the ground, no longer able to attack. And as if it was the first time that Hyaga was in a fight, she turned around scared as if she was afraid, ran into her house and locked herself up. Zai-jun, 1. Hyaga Xia stared at this scene dumbfounded. The development of the matter, and the final outcome, unfolded on a path she had never imagined. For a long time, she blinked, glanced at Sui Jingtu who was rolling on the ground, and said, Sui Jingtu, are you okay? Dea Hua degree, 4.3%. Back to the room, Hyaga Xiao, staring at the number that jumped out in front of her eyes narrowed slightly. Sure enough, actual combat can change the degree of Taoism. Practice is a part of strength improvement. The same is true in actual combat. No matter which world you are in, the truth is the same. From this point of view, Hyaga Haojito is a good tool man. If you have a chance to turn him into a sandbag. The Tauren warrior Hinata Xiao immediately arranged the identity of a tool man for the pure love warrior Sui Jingtu. Xia Hyaga is the tool man number 1. Hyaga Suajito is toolman number 2. Thinking like this, Hyaga Xiao glanced at the dripping rice porridge in her hand and began to eat. Soon, there was a knock on the door outside. After Xia Hyaga came in, she knelt and sat on the tatami. She cleaned up the dishes and glanced at Hyaga. There was an inexplicable sentiment in her white, crystal-clear eyes. Zai-jun, you are so amazing, you actually won Sui Jingtu. Hyaga Sui Jing soil. Although it is a bare child, it belongs to the kind with high talents among the children of this generation. According to the judgment of other ninjas in the branch, Hyaga Hakuto Miku is qualified to become Shinen. In contrast, They think that Haiga's aptitude can't be more ordinary. At most, he can reach the level of Zhongnan. Shangnan is only 1 or 2 out of 100 ninjas. And Zhongren is the most common, most populous, and most common class. The tail of the crane defeats the genius or something. The eyes of Haiga Natsuro looking at Haiga Xiao's eyes became brighter and brighter. I'm lucky, I beat the master with random punches. Haiga Xiao smiled honestly. But even if Haiga said that, Haiga Natsumai looked at him more and more admiringly. Because Zaijun's efforts, I can see it. In Natsuki Haiga's mind, the scene of Haiga's desperate exercise, which she had observed with her own eyes in the past few days, emerged. Chatted for a while. Haiga talked about it. Tomorrow, the patriarch will summon Haiga, so that Haiga will be ready. You can't resist the Zong family, because the Zong family will use curses to punish our sub-family. You can't even have the thought of resisting, or you will be noticed by the Zong family. Xia Haiga talked about things that need attention. When the mark of a bird in a cage is triggered, it will not only make people feel dilapidated, but it is not as good as death. It can even damage the brain nerves, directly burn the brain and white eyes. It is a kind of absolute fear that implements domination. Well, we were born to separate the family to protect the clan. Axia, don't worry, I will definitely satisfy the patriarch. With a harmless expression on humans and animals, Haiga nodded, indicating that she understood. Then I will go first. Haiga got up and pushed open the door. After Haiga left, Haiga Xiao had a completely different idea in her heart. Innate destiny? Destiny is in my own hands. One day, I will get rid of the cage of the bird in the cage. End of this chapter. Dehua degree, 4.4%. Afternoon. After another round of practice, Haiga Xiao stared at the white eyes in the mirror. Strictly speaking, the white eyes of the Haiga clan belong to a kind of blood succession limits. The so-called blood following the limit. It is the ability to characterize DNA in the body, innate or acquired. In this world, there are a large number of ninjas and ninja families, each of which has its own special abilities. Haiga's eyes. It can see through objects, see from a distance, see through darkness, and has special abilities such as identifying human meridians and chakra flow. Based on this, the ancestors of the Haiga clan invented and derives many kinds of matching physical skills. Even if it is the most basic bagwapam practiced by Haiga Xiao, in actual combat it is necessary to cooperate with the ability of white eyes. Recalling the memory of the body in her mind, Haiga is ready to try to open her eyes. But if you look closely, you will find out. One eye in the mirror is a bit turbid compared to the other. Moreover, the crystal clearness of the eyes is completely inferior to Natsu Haiga and Sui Jingtu Haiga. Haiga Xiao understands that this is the so-called white eye purity. Even if they are both of the Haiga clan, the purity of the white eyes is also high or low. High purity white eyes are stronger, see farther, and see through more thoroughly. Following the method she remembered, Haiga raised her arm, stretched or folded her fingers, and made a strange gesture. This gesture is called Ji-Yin. Some special powers of the ninja can be brought into play by guiding chakra through Ji-Yin. It's somewhat similar to the fighting games of the previous life. Through different keys, press different fighting moves. The so-called Ji-Yin is basically similar to it. The order and number of seals determine the nature of the moves. Roll your eyes. Haigaya silently rolled her eyes and guided chakra to her eyes. Soon, the change took place. In front of him, everything became black and white. This means that the white eyes have been opened. In this black and white world, some blue ghosts appeared. These phantoms are tall or short, and they are male and female. Is this perspective? Haiga Xiao had a clear understanding. In the room, there is only one person. These shaking human phantoms should be human beings in other rooms, that is, members of the Haiga clan. Most of the phantoms of short children are shown in light blue. Tall teenagers and adults are mostly displayed in dark blue. It should be a question of chakra volume. Haiga Xiao guessed. In previous video games, there are the terms MP value and blue amount. When applied to this world, there will be some chakras and some chakras. Under normal circumstances, the amount of chakras for children is not as good as that for adults. Squinting his eyes and observing it carefully for a while, Haiga Xiao found another thing. These phantoms, regardless of gender, are dark in the upper body and lighter in the lower body. Probably, it's because the Haiga clan has more palms and fingerings, but no legs. Haiga Xiao looked at her body again. His body is lighter than most children. This means that the amount of chakra is less than the average, which is a hindrance to the Haiga clan. Comprehensive problems such as low eye purity, low chakra volume, poor physical skills, etc. The name of the crane tail was thus born. Chapter 4. Thinking about it carefully, the only advantage of this body is probably being handsome. Wrong. The next moment, Haiga Xiao noticed the abnormality. I only have one eye to see through. Haiga Xiao found out. Only his left eye has the ability to see through. There is no difference between the right eye and the eyes of ordinary people. Moreover, I can see through the meridians clearly, why can't I see it? Meridians are the channels through which chakra flows. Only when the eyes can see through the meridians, the acupuncture points of the Ruquan have room for full play. But it wasn't until the palm of her hand was close to her eyes that Haiga Xiao realized. My eyes, which should have been easily to see the meridian system, used most of the ability, but barely saw the meridian in the hand. Is it because of the mark of the bird in the cage? According to the original body's memory, before he was branded with the curse, his eyes were still functioning normally. The culprit of everything is naturally the bird curse in the cage on his forehead. No, to be precise. It's the clan. I thought that one of my white eyes had low perspective and turned into a semi-remnant. The other white eye completely lost its proper function. Haiga Xiao's brows finally frowned. Regardless of the previous life or this life, what Haiga cares most about is superior power. What the Zhong family did is really unhappy. In the past, the old men who split the family said that I stopped at Zhongren at most. Now it seems. I'm afraid it's a question whether he can become Zhongren. Because all the abilities of the Haiga clan are matched with Bian. If there is a problem with the white eyes, it will naturally not be able to exert the power of matching physical skills. Even, whether it can be used normally is a problem. But fortunately, this world has unlimited possibilities. Haiga was not discouraged at all. As the saying goes, all roads lead to Rome, and there are countless ways to become stronger. One method does not work, just change another method. Just when Haiga was thinking about this, the next moment, a voice and words appeared in front of him at the same time. White eyes detected, confirmation of the descendants of the Otsuki tribe, evolution map, open. End of this chapter. Haiga Xiao's eyes went dark. The mirror world revolves. In the depths of consciousness, in the background of the universe, Haiga looked around. A bright light flashed in front of my eyes. It freezes at the bottom end of the starry sky. And above this dazzling light, countless dim constellations stretched out. After the light dimmed, Haiga Xiao recognized the star as white eyes. Please choose the evolution route. The voice sounded again. Haiga thought for a moment, stretched out her hand, and tried to identify these constellations. What is the Otsuki family? Why do you say that I am a descendant of it? Is the ancestral name of the Haiga clan originally called Otsuki? I should be called Otsukiyo? One of my eyes has been damaged, and the other is half crippled, but can you awaken the evolution map? What about the other Haiga people? Haiga had many questions in her heart. But as I browsed through these constellations, Haiga's attention was quickly attracted by them. Each of these constellation maps is accompanied by a description. However, the descriptions of the post-Dachan power are too vague, perverted, and exaggerated. For example, one of the constellations with thunder as the background is named Jianyu Thor. After training, control the thunder and the power of purification, and all the demons will disperse without being disturbed. Another example is a constellation with a resentful spirit as the background, Sugawara Mishizen. After training, the souls of the dead can be pulled back from the underworld to form a huge number of ghost army, which is the Lord of the Wraiths. The most exaggerated one, with a large number of star points and a constellation with A as the background, is God and Soul. Also known as the God Emperor Chanling Zun, God Emperor Chanling God. After training to great success, it will be a great fortune, and it will be infinitely powerful, and it will allow people to walk freely in the cosmic sky and the alien land. Anyway, in the eyes of Haiga Xiao, it was a terrible mess, even to a metaphysical level. The evolution of these constellations. Some star points are as many as 10 or 20, which is extremely complicated. Some are simple, even only 3 or 2 stars. But with so many evolutionary road maps, Haiga has no idea which one to choose. After all, he had just crossed into this world only a few days ago. Put the consciousness back on top of the white eyes star point at the bottom. A line of description appeared before my eyes. White eyes, blood succession limit Hinata clan, the base point of the evolution map. Haiga Xiao quietly browsed the related descriptions. Call. After a while, Haiga Xiao withdrew from the consciousness space. To choose the evolution map correctly, you must have a detailed understanding of the world. Many stars are not necessarily suitable for you. The right is the best. Dehua degree, 4.7%. The next day, early morning. Early in the morning, after the morning exercise, Haiga Xiao walked through the courtyard under the leadership of Xia Haiga. The gathering place of the Haiga clan is located at the southernmost edge of Konohine village. A fence was built around and the painting ground was a courtyard. The huge internal space is divided into 2. The division and the clan are divided into 2 manners. An open space tens of meters wide separated the Zong family from the courtyard of the branch family. That's the Zong family over there, Xiao Jun. Xia Haiga pointed to the entrance to the courtyard of the clan. Passed through the door. The majestic dojo and the decoration of small bridges and flowing water have never been seen before in the branch. Haiga Xiao tried to remember the situation here. It may be useful when one day turns bones. On the surface, Haiga Xiao pretended to be a child who had never seen the world before. She was curious about this and that, but at the same time she also showed a sense of restraint that is unique to her family. Several people in the Zong family saw Haiga's every move. That kid. The complexion has improved a lot. It's still the same as in the past, stupefied. Because Haiga's disguise was so successful, no one could see his abnormality. Walked to the road scene. Xia Haiga lowered her head, Master Patriarch. Clan, Patriarch. Haiga Xiao has a good look, but the movements are a lot awkward, which makes people laugh. The person called the Patriarch is unexpectedly young. About 19 years old. His name is Haiganazu. Because the old Patriarch died of a sudden illness 5 years ago. His son, 14-year-old Haiganazu became the Patriarch of the Haiga clan. But such a young Patriarch has too little experience in handling the affairs of his family, but he is not capable of it. Such as accidentally letting the division to overthrow something. So, another clan member, a respectable clan known as Elders, took on the role of supporting behind the scenes. At this moment, the elder was standing next to Haiga's foot, with his hands in his cuffs. His face was serious, as if he was old pedantic. The old man who has gone through countless missions and battles and participated in the ninja war, although his aura is restrained. But occasionally the brilliance revealed in the eyes made people chill and was greatly shocked. According to memory, This clan elder is the current existence of the Hyuga clan with the highest combat effectiveness. Except for this elder, the elder sister to the left of Hyuga, who is about the same age as him, is Hyuga fiancée. That is, the future patriarch's wife. She is also a clan family. In addition, there are several clan families, A and D. A black long straight iceberg lowly. Chapter 5. The pretentious Lori Bingberg floated her gaze into the distance, not looking at Hyuga Xiao's side at all. Who is it? Hyuga Xiao thought about it carefully. It seems to be Patriarch Hyuga's sister. 5 years ago, the elders of the old clan came to get a woman and were overjoyed. As a result, they fell ill and died accidentally. Hyuga Xiao slandered this matter inwardly. By the way, her name is Hyuga Momi. Hyuga, how's your body? Hyuga said. Thank the patriarch for your concern, it's completely fine now. Hyuga Xiao quickly replied. That posture is completely a stubborn child. Hyuga nodded. There are ghosts if there is no problem. When the child passed out in a coma a few days ago, I checked his eyes for him, and it turned out that he had. Hyuga started the brainwashing of Hyuga Xiao. All kinds of precautions, the division of the family should be loyal to the clan, and the clan should be guarded to the death. I said it again. And Hyuga Xiao also blushed just right, with a look of excitement, my patriarch. I will definitely protect the clan. Good. Hyuga nodded. The elders, the patriarch's wife and they also nodded. But it seemed not very enthusiastic and a little cold. After all, they only affirmed him in response to Hyuga's attitude. This kid. Everyone shook their heads secretly. If one of the white eyes is broken, and the other is frustrated, even if it is to protect the Zone family, it will not be your turn. In the minds of Hyuga and others, Hyuga Xiao is an abandoned child. It's the kind of empty food, useless to eat waste wood from the tail of the crane. When you grow up, at most can you be a Xiaren. In fact, every few decades or even 100 years, there may be a case of cage bird failure like Hyuga. How did the ancestors deal with this kind of thing? Hyuga has a headache. And the scheming elder next to him had already thought about it. Japanese foot, why not let the kid Hyuga Xiao accompany Momi to the ninja school? End of this chapter. Question: can the Huishan and Bagua 64 palms of the Hyuga clan be taught separately? Answer: cannot. Need to realize on your own. Evidence: 1. Back to the sky. Only the Zone family can inherit and teach in Huishan. Separating the family requires self-understanding. 2. 8 diagrams and 64 palms. Ninkai will use 64 palms again. Hyuga still couldn't believe it. In conclusion, both Return to Heaven or 64 palms are exclusive skills of the clan. All family members need to realize it by themselves. This book is based on the official comics settings. Attached drawing. Hyuga Natsu after I grow up. End of this chapter. Too lowly are good. No. Hyuga Xiao means that Hyuga Momi and Hyuga Natsumi are both lowly. Because my eyes are damaged, so don't worry about my heart being turned back. Hyuga is very clear about the arrangements for the clan's elders. In this situation, I am most suitable to be the companion of this young eldest clan. Even if I want to resist, I can't beat her, right? Hyuga Xiao quickly disappeared from her thoughts. He still remembered Hinata's instructions. You can't casually reveal your malice in front of the clan, otherwise, you may be detected by the clan through the cage bird's mark. With the self-control of a monster and fully able to control her own thoughts, Hyuga quickly became empty and, like cats, gave up thinking. At this time, Momi Hyuga put the ethereal eyes on Hyuga Xiao's body. She looked at it for a moment with scrutinizing eyes. After seeing Hyuga Misora empty in Ababa.jpg's eyes, for a moment. It's him. After hearing Momi Hyaga's words, Hyaga and the others, and even the clan elders, couldn't help but smile. It can be seen from this that Momi Hyaga is very popular in the clan. After returning to the separated house, Hyaga Xiao began to pack her things. I just received school bags, stationery and notebooks for school from the Zong's family. Turned over and put it back. According to time, tomorrow is the registration ceremony of the ninja school. Hyaga Xiao thought for a while, what else do I need to go to school? By the way, bento. Haha. Outside, someone came uninvited. It is Hyaga Jingtu. Hyaga. I heard that you are going to the ninja school tomorrow. A self-familiar Sui Jing soil, completely without self-knowledge after being beaten up. He leaned at the door, took the melon seeds from his pocket, and threw them to the ground when he knocked them. Probably, this is the so-called bear kid. Hyaga Xiao frowned slightly, turned around, and put on a simple smile. Brother Sui Jingtu, is your tongue better? Not to mention this is okay, as soon as Sui Jingtu changed his face. The corners of his mouth twitched, and the seeds did not knock. Panting heavily, he stepped forward and met Hyaga Xiao Yan. Don't think you won. Axia and I won't enroll until next year. I can play with Axia every day for 1 year. You can't get it. Hyaga Sujingta's voice boss, especially arrogant, but also overjoyed. This annoying Hyaga, after going to the ninja school, there is no time to play with Axia during the day, hehe. Is it? How can Hyaga Xiao not know the psychology of the bear child? Axia. Hyaga looked away and looked at Axia who came over because, heard Sujita's loud voice. Axia, can you help me prepare a lunch tomorrow? Hyaga Xiao asked with a simple face. Some melancholy Hyaga Xiao was stunned first, and then, with a cloud of expression on her face, she smiled, okay, okay. Zai-jun. Boom. A flash of lightning struck. Hyaga Suajito was completely white. Loving lunch, or something, obviously, Axia and I are childhood sweethearts. The torrent on the spot was his unbearable pain. Hyaga, die. Snapped. Snapped. Hyaga Hojingdo fell down. Hyaga Xiao gained the Daehua degree experience point. Daehua degree, 4.9%. How can it be repaired? The pure love warrior Hyaga Hojingchua, who was defeated by the tail of the crane and Ranquin, cried, and then ran out of the room all the way. What's up with him? Chapter 6. Hyaga Xiao pretended to be completely incomprehensible. Xiao Hyaga, Xiao Kun, I remember you don't eat coriander. Poor Sui Jingta was directly ignored. After a while, after discussing the recipe, Hinata couldn't hide her joy and left. Staring at Xiao Hyaga's back, Hyaga Xiao blinked. Hyaga is still useful at present. She belonged to the sentimental type, and it was inevitable that she would think too much because she and Hyaga Mo didn't go to school together. The relationship between good tools and people is a must-have. Resolved the issue of Hinata Natsu's favorability, let's consider the affairs of the Zong family again. Hyaga Xiao hit a soft fist. While practicing, think about how to fight against the Zong family. Flap. Pop. At the same moment, Momi Hyaga was also punching. As the eldest brother of Momi Hyaga, Hyaganazu is naturally responsible for teaching her the practice of Ruquan. It's different from a split family who has nothing to do most of the time. The clan must inherit more, stronger, and more complete inheritance. Therefore, more effort is required. To control the separation, rely not only on the bird curse seal in the cage, but also absolute force. A blue cyclone bloomed from the palms of the two. Hyaga Highfoot is defensive, and Hyaga Mo is not offensive. Maui I, Hyaga will be your follower in the future, you can instruct him at will. Hyaganazu easily guarded against Hyaga Momi's offensive, and said solemnly. Yes, brother. Hyuga Mo hasn't fully understood yet the deeper meaning of what Hyuga Hizu said. Therefore, the latter reminded. Hyuga Hizu, Momi, I mean, you are the next patriarch, and the importance of your identity is self-evident. If there is an accident, it doesn't matter if you want to abandon Hyuga's life at will. Daehwa degree, 5.1%. Call. Early the next morning. Hyuga, who was practicing in the morning, let out a sigh of breath. On the earth, it only takes a short time to exhaust people alive, and the training that makes the body completely collapse, but it has become a daily routine for Hyuga. His physical strength is also fast moving forward under this kind of training, and chakra's strength and volume are growing at an astonishing speed. I checked the time, stopped practicing, and rinsed. Hyuga Xiao took the loving bento of Hyuga Natsumai. At the entrance of the separation compound, waved goodbye to her. This scene happened to fall into the eyes of Momi Hyuga, who came out from the entrance of the Zong family compound on the opposite side. Miss Maui I. Hyuga Xiao quickly bowed her head and said hello. Hyuga Momi responded casually, and glanced at Hyuga Xiao. Come here. Hyuga Xiao walked over. Take it. The expressionless Hyuga Mo did not throw away her school bag from the previous day, so she carried 2 bags on her back. After arriving on the street, Hyuga looked around. It is the first time he has been out of the Hyuga family compound. The scene of Konoha Ninja Village is much richer than the cognition. Hyuga Momi looked straight ahead, walking steadily, and seemed to have come out many times. After arriving at the ninja school, everything is up to me to arrange. Hyuga Mo did not turn around and said. Okay, Missy. Hyuga Xiao carried a big bag and smiled with white teeth, like a simple boy who had just come from the country. End of this chapter. People come and go on the streets of Konoha Ninja Village. Ninjas of various families appear frequently. Uchiha, Sarutobi, Akimiaki, Yamanaka, Nara. Get rid of these family forces. The number of ninjas from ordinary civilians is even more numerous. Of course, there are more ninjas than ordinary people living in Konoha Ninja Village. Ordinary people manage all kinds of things and contribute to Konoha's industry of food, clothing, housing, and transportation. This is your first time out? Hyuga Xiao, who was looking around, was asked by Momi Hyuga. Hyuga, yes, miss. After that, Momi Hyuga stopped speaking. After walking for about half an hour, the two came to Konoha's iconic landscape Hwokage Rock. The so-called Naruto Rock is an enlarged version of the rock carving of the shadow in the Konoha Ninja Village. The first, second, and third generation face rocks hang high on the top of the cliff, facing the entire ninja village. Many years ago, the first and second generations who established Konoha Ninja Village by the mountains and rivers have passed away. Konoha's shadow is currently the third generation. Below the Naruto Rock, is the most important row of buildings in Ninja Village. Naruto Building, Ninja Mission Post Office, Document Warehouse. And, the Ninja School. Arrive. Hyuga Mo did not stop at the gate of the Ninja School. There are so many people here. This kind of scene reminded Hyuga Xiao of the glorious scene when those schools signed up in the previous life. Look at it at a glance. It is very common for parents to bring their children. Like Hyuga Momi, with only one attendant, it was very rare. Probably, the patriarch Hyuga Nizu is honing her ability to do things. I will hand in the registration documents later. As for the test, you can do whatever you want. Momi Hyuga said blankly, not very concerned about it. Test? Random? The knowledge in the original memory is not infinite, so Hyuga Xiao does not quite understand the meaning of Hyuga Momi. What makes Hyuga Xiao even more strange is, it seemed that he was the only one holding 2 school bags in his hand, and the other little friends came empty-handed. The queue time is boring. Several teachers from the ninja school set up tables in front of the school, registering one by one. After waiting for a long time, it was finally here. The eldest lady of the Hyuga clan. The teacher at the ninja school glanced at the information, his eyes changed slightly. The purpose of your coming to the ninja school is temptation? Hyuga Xiao previously guessed that there might be a similar questioning session. If it's me, go to school. Momi Hyuga replied blankly. Hyuga Xiao. Ninja teacher. Ahem, I mean, after school, what are you going to do? I know you are going to be a ninja, and then... The ninja teacher who is in charge of registration seems to be waiting for a suitable answer. Later. Hyuga Momi's eyes were empty, not like thinking about a problem. After that, nothing will change. Perhaps it was Hyuga Momi's answer that was too philosophical, to the point of embarrassing shinobu teachers. The teacher thought hard, nodded, and passed her. Ugh! He sighed, shook his head, and then raised his head to face Hyuga. The two of them stared wide-eyed. Just when Hyuga Xiao thought that she would also encounter questions. Okay, you passed. After a simple signature and stamp, Hyuga passed. I didn't receive any questioning. Hyuga Xiao frowned slightly in her heart. But soon figured it out. Chapter 7. Because I am separating the family. The life and death of the division is in the hands of the Zone family, and any questions are meaningless. After the review is passed, the test link is reached. The children stand in teams. It needs to be tested in physical fitness, chakra, and other links. Made Kai, 10 points. One of the weird kids with a cap ahead and wearing a green tights was sentenced to 10 points. Oh, the perfect score is 100. His physical strength, let alone reach the average value of this world. In Hyuga's eyes, even some of the outstanding students in the previous life are inferior. Certainly. There are also candidates with very good grades. Heiki Kakashi, full marks. Humph. The kid with the white cool haircut and the lower half of his face snorted. It's just because the full score is only 100 points. For him, such a test is too simple. As expected of Senior Shimao's son. Genius among geniuses. Sure enough, the tiger father has no dogs. The admiration of the ninja teachers is endless. Hinata Momi. When it was Hinata's turn, she stepped forward and started the test. Chakra, excellent. The perception ninja who was in charge of the probe just took a close look at Momi Hyuga. She recognized her chakra nature. It's even on top of Heiji Kakashi. This discovery detonated the audience again. The ninja teachers swallowed and looked serious. In the next physical test, Momi Hyuga beat Kakashi. In the team, Kakashi, who was waiting for him to take the first place with a look of disdain, glanced towards this side. This year, there are children who are not inferior to mine. Momi Hyuga, whose final score surpassed Kakashi, returned to the team blankly, completely ignoring Kakashi's hot eyes. Hinagami. The invigilator said weakly to Hyuga's name. Hyuga walked out of the team and came to the perception ninja. Seeing with eyes, smelling with nose, hearing with ears, ninjutsu perception, a ninja who can see the world in a more refined perspective and method is qualified to become a sensing ninja. For example, the Hyuga clan, in theory, everyone is qualified to be a perception ninja. It's different from when I faced Hyuga Momi. The ninja teachers lacked interest in Hyuga, who was born in the family, and couldn't afford it. He perceives it at will, and is about to skip Hyuga Xiao, sell the face of the Hyuga clan, and pass it to him. After all, every year, big families like Hyuga, Uchiha, Sarutobi, have certain entry places. But this investigation doesn't matter. On the spot, his expression freezes. What's wrong? The invigilator in charge of registration asked. Fuck. The teacher in charge of perception only said a word. End of this chapter. Neither Heiji Kakashi nor Hyuga Momi did not make the perceptual teacher react like this. In other words, is this kid? It's a waste wood that is rare in a century. The perception teacher said these words slowly. This conclusion. It is really sad for the listener and tears for the listener. You said so clearly, I thought he was a genius who was rare in a century. With the care of the invigilator teacher, he experienced the round trip from heaven to hell. He patted his colleague on the shoulder vigorously, looking mad. I don't know. I have been auditing for so many years, and I have never met a child like him. The ninja teacher in charge of perception is also desperate. It's the first time I've seen waste wood to this extent. Metkai, who was the last to last, is exaggerated. The muttering of the two was seen by Hyaga. Hyaga didn't care about the evaluation of others. Because Hyaga Xiao understands how stupid it is to judge a person's strength solely by the so-called qualification. A farmer with a gun in his hand can kill a well-armed medieval knight. Fighting life and death is not a matter of a so-called qualification. Past life. Countless geniuses think that Hyaga is just a scum. But the last laugh is always Hyaga. The so-called genius, Hyaga I saw a lot, and the other party's evaluation could not cause any waves in his heart. Run! The invigilator with a desperate expression pointed to the playground. This is the second test project, and he has no hope for Hyaga Xiao. But Hyaga's physical fitness test went beyond his expectations. A lot better than most people. Soon. A silly image with a waste of qualifications but a middle upper or upper physical stamina appeared in front of everyone. Miss Hyaga's follower is a stupid boy with 2 strengths. It is really appropriate to choose him as a protector. Similar whispers were passed on among the ninja teachers. One morning passed, and the entrance test for the ninja school was drawing to a close. The ranking will be announced tomorrow. 7 days later, the entrance ceremony. On the 8th day, the official entrance will be. The invigilator announced to the children. All those who arrange the last sequence will be eliminated. The test is over, the school is closed, and it's time for the children to go home. Hyaga Mo did not turn around and left. Hyaga Xiao carried large bags and small bags, following her as she did when she came. Until now, Hyaga Xiao didn't understand the meaning of taking school bags today. This is more ritual. Suddenly, Momi Hyaga said, and answered her doubts. It took about 20 minutes. Hey, 2 white-eyed monsters, stop for this uncle. Behind him, a voice stopped Momi and Hyaga. Turned around. A chubby paper and 2 bear children stood there bravely. Hyaga Xiao thought for a while and recognized that these 3 bear children were also candidates for admission. Your 2 eyes are so strange. White-eyed monster, white-eyed monster. Ha ha ha. The voice of ridicule came from over there. Hyaga Xiao looked at Hyaga Mommy. Don't these 3 bear kids know about Hyaga, the rich family of Konoha Ninja Village? 3 ordinary people, is it really good to provoke Hyaga? 1. Hyaga can only be considered third-rate in Konoha. Senju, Uchiha, and even Sarutobi and Pig Lucky are above Hyaga. This involves Konoha's politics, and I will explain it to you. You don't understand either. Hyaga Momi calmly spoke about the things that had subverted Mikon Hyaga. 2. The deterrence of the Hyaga clan is limited to within the clan. It cannot be used externally. Hyaga Xiao blinked. I usually strike hard at family division and face outsiders. Isn't this? Ah, the magical Hyaga. The 3 of them are handed over to you. Hyaga Momi stood still, she was not interested in pestering the bear child. Remember to shout slogans. Chapter 8. Hyaga Momi added another sentence. Slogan? Hyaga Xiao thought for a while, and put on a soft fist posture to the 3 bear children. Remember the slogan of the Hyaga clan is our Hyaga clan, but Konoha's first clan. Hyaga yelled very loudly. Fortunately, this riverside trail has no pedestrians for the time being, so it doesn't seem particularly embarrassing. The three bear children were taken aback, and immediately burst into laughter. You Hyuga is the number one family? It's a laugh. Punish him. The three bear kids rushed over. The soft fist posture that Hyuga put forth immediately faltered, as if panicked. Don't come over. Hyuga Xiao closed her eyes and struck out randomly with a fist. But it directly hit the bridge of the opponent's nose. The tall bear kid yelled, and lay on the ground, clutching his nose and rolled. Depend on. Xiaopeng Ji and another companion made an unhappy expression. Hyuga Xiao dodged in a panic, but she was still hit a few times on the strongest muscle part of her body. Don't be afraid, the human body has a high resistance to bludgeoning damage. Behind him, Hyuga Maoyi's empty voice came. She also knew what she said. The difference between the humans in this world and the Earth humans in the previous life is not simply a matter of the number of cells. For example, a ninja can break a boulder with one punch, but in the end, it may at most hurt people with flesh and bones. A handful of kunai without a blade can easily stab a ninja to death. The specific principle is not important. The conclusion is, in this world, bludgeoning is less likely to kill people and penetration and slashing are the most likely to cause damage. Hearing what Momi Hyuga said, Hyuga thought for a while. In the next second, he took two fists. Before the opponent closed his hand, Hyuga Xiao kicked indiscriminately and hit the opponent's genitals. Little fat paper hiccups with a weird cry, he curled up on the ground while clutching his crotch. Then, Hyuga Xiao gave a punch, relying on his height, and beat the last short bear kid to the ground. I can't beat one of three, it's really three waste. Hyuga Maoyi stepped forward, looked at the three bear children who fell on the ground, and said sarcastically. Then, she glanced at Hyuga, with a strange look in her eyes. Even if the three bear kids have little strength, this day's luck is also surprisingly good. Punch the master to death? Or do the legendary fools have silly blessings? Are you okay? Hyuga Maoyi asked. Dea Hua degree, 5.1%. Hee, miss, I'm fine, I'm still more resistant to fights, cough cough. Hyuga Xiao turned her attention away from the numbers in front of her, and covered her chest. Although they defeated the three by luck, they also took a few fists. Appropriate sincere acting skills are necessary. End of this chapter. You two white-eyed monsters, wait for us. Xiao Pengzi got up, the three of them stumbled and were about to leave. And many more. Momi Hyuga spoke blankly. Am I letting you three go? What do you white-eyed monster want to do? The expressions of the three bear children changed immediately. Bullying a girl who has an outstanding appearance and is very likely to become a goddess in the future. Such stupid things. Many people did it when they were young. When they grow up, they will regret not being the first. When the mature Degage Hyuga Xiao saw this scene, he shook his head in his heart. Money stays, people can go. Hyuga Momi said lightly. 3 people. After a while, Hyuga received the 3 people's pocket money, and found a few lollipops from them. Hyuga Xiao walked to Momi Hyuga's eyes and handed over the money and things in her hand. The latter shook his head, no need, these are all yours. After speaking, Hyuga Momi looked at the grass beside the river, you can come out now. In the puzzled eyes of the 3 bear children, a white-haired boy came out. Flagwood Kakashi. The genius among the candidates. Hey, it's worthy of the white eyes of the Hyuga clan. They are more discerning than the Uchiha clan. Contrast Uchiha with Hyuga's eyes. Although it is a normal comparison, it is inevitable to have the feeling of inciting war. Kakashi. What are you talking about? My Uchiha clan is the strongest. Rub. A young boy emerged from the grass. One of the examinees this morning, Uchiha from the Uchiha clan, took soil. The so-called Uchiha clan. It is the true rich man of Konoha Ninja Village. Back then, the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan jointly founded the Konoha Hidden Village. Among the population, Uchiha is the strongest, elite representative. Even among the Uchiha clan, the so-called crane tail is only the crane tail of the elite, compared with other ethnic groups. In fact, it can be called a genius. Then, the grass moved again. A cute girl with millet hair appeared. She waved at Hyagami and Hyagayo, showing an apologetic smile. Rin Nohara is also one of the candidates, and is the playmate of Uchiha Dado and Heiji Kakashi. Lin, wait for me to open our Uchiha clan's blood succession boundary. Writing round eyes, I must slap Kakashi. Uchiha threatened with the soil. But Kakashi didn't care about this little partner's speech. His gaze was in the direction where Hyagamo did not leave. Hyagamomi, fight with me. Kakashi put his hands around his chest and looked disdainful. Not interested. Hyagamomi rebuffed swiftly. Are you asking for money? Kakashi understands very well. He took it out of his arms and took out a few coins. You won me, these are yours. Kakashi understands the operation of the king in this section. Not much harm, but extremely insulting. Hyagasyao. The ethereal tone became colder, and Hyagamomi seemed to be angry. Uchiha takes soil. The corners of Kakashi's mouth rose crazily, and even wearing a dark blue mask that covered the lower half of his face could make people see his mouth move. We'll fight against the generals, the soldiers against the soldiers. Since Hyagamo didn't plan to end in person, Kakashi naturally didn't plan to take the initiative. Then, Hyagamomi dispatched Hyaga, and Kakashi threw the ninja ball Uchiha belt soil. Why me? And this guy from the Hyaga clan is weak. Didn't you see it during the entrance test? Uchiha used taunting with the soil, but the effect was not good. Our Hyaga clan is the #1 clan of Konoha. Hyagasyao used taunts, but the effect was exploding. Uchiha became angry with the soil, and his attack power increased. My Uchiha clan is the strongest. Drink. Uchiha belt soil used impact. Did not hit, was dodged. Boom. Chapter 9. Hyagasyao used the soft fist, the effect was outstanding. Uchiha fell down with soil. Hyagamo did not win. Hyaga helps Uchiha to clean his pockets with dirt, and obtain some money and lollipops. Well. Kakashi's brow twitched. This guy with soil was flattened by that kid. Taking Kakashi's mind, he didn't want to understand what was going on either. Obviously, the strength to bring the soil is greater, and the speed is faster. Is it because of ice? Kakashi glanced suspiciously in Hyaga's eyes. Kakashi, who had not experienced actual combat, had no idea how many fights Hyaga had gone through in her previous life, and how terrifying the fighting experience was. The so-called actual combat. It's not simply a matter of comparing strength. Daihwa degree, 5.3%. After defeating Uchiha belt soil, Hyagaya, who has increased the degree of Dawa by 0.2%, turned his attention away from the numbers. Perhaps this guy named Uchiha Dado can become Toulmin number 3. Also, not over yet. Uchiha, who was lying on the ground, took the soil, gritted his teeth, and stood up. Hyagashiao's eyes widened suddenly. It wasn't that Uchiha was frightened by the act of getting up with the soil. But there are 2 lives, a tool that can be used repeatedly. In an instant, the expression in Hyaga's eyes became, good. Just imagine. There is a long cooling rest period after Hyaga Hojido is knocked down. Therefore, there will be an unpleasant CD time to obtain the Daoism experience value. This guy named Uchiha Dado is different. After being defeated, he could get up again on the spot. Wouldn't it be possible to get 2 experience points? Snapped. Hyaga Yusachi pursued, slapped Uchiha's face with dirt. Ruquin hit Uchiha's soil, and the effect was outstanding. Uchiha belt soil fell again. Hyuga Xiao gained victory and experience points again. Daehua degree, 5.4%. 0.1% less. Hyuga Xiao was puzzled. Perhaps the amount of experience gained is related to the opponent's state. More experience in full state and less experience in bad state? Or is there an empirical yield curve for repeated deguai? Woo! Damn, Lin is still looking at me, I can't fall down like this. Uchiha tremblingly climbed up from the ground with the soil. Although his face was swollen, he still clenched his teeth. Bring soil. Next to him, Nohara Lin looked at her little friend with a worried expression on her face. Kakashi was expressionless, his eyes moved back and forth over Hyuga and Uchiha's body. Staring at this scene, Hyuga Xiao's eyes flickered, and the sight in front of him gave him a sense of sight. What is the character that is repeatedly knocked down, but can always get up? Correct. Hyuga Knight blessed to the soul. Uchiha belt soil has the protagonist's luck, if you leave it alone, it will become a disaster in the future. This sun is so terrible, you must not stay. End of this chapter. Gone. Hyuga Mo did not stop Hyuga Xiao from continuing to fight monsters and escalate. Forced to hide his power and bide his time, the role position he wants to play. Hyuga Yu reluctantly bid farewell to Uchiha. Hehe, you are great, can you continue to discuss with you next time? Hyuga Xiao said kindly to the experienced boy. Perhaps it was Hyuga's sincerity that moved him. Uchiha took the soil for a while, and immediately said, Hey! Even if you have some knowledge, I did not eat this morning, otherwise I will defeat you, next time I will let you see, I am the fire escape of the Uchiha clan. Ninjutsu. Seeing the experienced baby go on the road like this, Hyuga Xiao smiled happily. It seems to be a nice person. Rin Nohara said sincerely, staring at the sincere back of Hyuga. The two teenagers met, contradicted, and fought, but in the process they cultivated friendship. What an inspirational and passionate kingly development. I think there is a problem with that Hyuga Xiao. Kakashi frowned and realized that things were not simple. What do you know? Kakashi. Uchiha took the soil and patted the dust on his body. Although he lost, his expression was high. Because today he knows someone who can admire him. That guy Hyuga Xiao has a lot more foresight than you, he can see my potential. Kakashi glared at him, idiot. I was sold and counted the money. Near the house of the Hyuga family. Hyuga Xiao and Hyuga Mo will go back before they have walked for a while. You. Hyuga Maui suddenly stopped, and looked up and down Hyuga Ia. What she saw was a simple boy with a simple smile on his face. Miss, what's your order? Hyuga Xiao scratched the back of her head, her innocence with youthfulness. No, nothing. Hyuga Momi shook her head, thinking that she might be thinking too much. This Hyuga Xiao is just a naive boy, absolutely impossible to be a shrewd person. And even if it is a personal thing, his eyes are half crippled, and his future achievements are limited. How did you feel when you hit someone? Hyuga Mo did not ask. Today, Hyuga Xiao picks 4 people in a row, which is a good pastime for her. Very scared, very nervous. Hyuga Xiao replied without hesitation. Hyuga Mo did not lightly nod her head. Once you are born again, you will be familiar with the second time, just get used to it. This is a ninja world, and it is also a world that must be battled. In the future, there will be many battles. I will try my best to protect the eldest lady. Hyuga Xiao declared immediately. Ah! The corners of Hyuga Momi's mouth moved slightly, and his smile was cold. In the entrance test, my aptitude is the first. Except for Heiji Kakashi, no one in the same grade of ninja school will be my opponent. Hyuga Mo did not elaborate on the facts. To protect her, Haiga, it's still a lot worse. But the next moment, she shook her head. What do you do if you encounter an opponent that I can't do anything about? Isn't it protection? Then, how to protect it? On the surface, Hyagaya didn't change her expression, but she frowned frequently in her heart. This Hyagamo was not clever, but a troublesome master. I will do everything. Hyaga clenched his fists and replied firmly. Hyagamo did not remain silent for a moment. Turn around and take a step. Sometimes, it's not something you can do with everything you can. Chapter 10. Hyaga Xiao stared at Momi Hyaga's back. A certain sense of depression overflowed. Back to the house of the Hyaga clan. Hyaga Xiao returned to the room with her school bag. It was exactly noon. Hyaga opened her school bag and took out the lunchbox. It's a pity that the bento that Hyaga Natsu prepared was not used in school. I thought I could stay in the ninja school for a day today. But it's just right to eat it now. Hyaga Xiao opened the lid, and inside were delicate side dishes and rice. Although Hyaga did not deliberately pursue food, he would not refuse to be able to enjoy better food. Visible to the naked eye, this lunch contains Hinata's heart. Hyaga Xiao slowly savored the bento until the inside was clean. After a while, Hyaga Xiao took out today's spoils. Some pocket money, 5 lollipops. Generally speaking, becoming a CRN is equivalent to graduating to work and earning money. During the ninja school period and preschool, normal people had no source of income. Ninjas need to spend money in many ways. It now appears that robbing the rich and helping the poor is a good way to accumulate pocket money. One time to be born, the second time to be cooked. Hyaga Xiao murmured something that Hyaga Mo hadn't said. The clan compound. Hyaga Momi knelt and sat on the tatami. Opposite her was the patriarch of the Hyaga clan, Hyaga Hizu. Really? As expected of Mao Ei. There was a rare smile on Hyaga Hizu's serious face. The entrance test scores surpassed that of the son of the famous Kainaha White Fang Sakumo Heiji, and he really gave the Hyaga patriarch a face. As for Hyaga, the child didn't even hold back. This surprised Hyaga Nissa. Hearing that Hyaga had flattened the 3 bear kids and defeated Uchiha's belt soil, the expression on Hinoki was even more stunned. Although the Uchiha belt soil is the famous crane tail of the Uchiha clan, I didn't expect that the same crane tail could defeat him. Crane tail vs crane tail. This is probably the so-called pecking at each other. And Hyaganazu can think of it with his toes. The battle between the 2 crouching dragons and phoenix chicks would be so shattering and so. Never mind. Probably, it's all good. That kid, it's very clumsy. Hyaga Momi, yes, brother. Have a good performance of the responsibility of dividing the family. Hyaga Momi, Although it is clumsy, but now it seems that it is not a manufacturable material, Mao Ei, within a limited range, beat him, this is also for the face of our Hyaga clan. Hyaga Momi, understood. End of this chapter. The next morning, ninja school. Hyaga Xiao and Hyaga Mo did not stand in front of the bulletin board. As long as the name is registered above, they are all admitted students. Momi Hyaga's name came in first, and Kakashi Heiji was second. Uchiha Dato and Nohara Lin are also in the center row. And Hyaga Xiao found her place. However, I didn't see the name of the kid with a kappa hairstyle called Metkai. It seems to be eliminated. Hyaga Xiao immediately left the matter behind. The ninja school announces the results, and after another 7 days, it is the entrance ceremony. So after returning to the house of the Hyaga clan, in the following days, all the time was taken by Hyaga Xiao to practice. After coming to this world and getting a temporary shelter, he began to frantically absorb all the nutrients beneficial to himself, and then thrive. Relying on incomparable willpower and self-control, Hyaga Xiao seemed completely unaware of fatigue and pain. It's like a tireless machine, squeezing all of its potential every day. There is no trace of boredom and irritability on his face. When the morning of the entrance ceremony comes. After the morning exercise, Haiga Xiao glanced at the number that jumped out. Daehua degree, 7%. The growth rate of Daehua degree has slowed down, it took 7 days to increase so much. Is it because the cultivation has reached a bottleneck? Haiga was thinking about it. The full name of the move called Bagwajong is Ruquan Bagwa 64 palms. In order to maintain the dominance of the clan family, the clan has a full version that can hit 64 palms. And Haiga Xiao was only taught Bagwa Bashang. He does not currently have a method to obtain the full version. If you want to continue to break through, you have to find another way. Axia said that the ninja school will teach students the 3 knowledge. Perhaps, practicing the 3 knowledge can continue to increase Daehua's degree. With the expectation of entering the ninja school, Haiga, who had finished washing, carried her school bag and walked out of the gathering place of the sub-family. After half an hour, Haiga Xiao came to the ninja school with her school bags and Mommy Haiga's school bags. The banner of celebrating entrance ceremony hangs high above the teaching building. Kakashi and the admitted candidates have got their own admission qualifications. What surprised Haiga Xiao was Metkai actually got it. Haiga, did something happen in these 7 days? I passed the makeup exam. Metkai didn't sell it, but was very excited to tell others about his affairs. It turned out that in the past 7 days, he kept working hard, and finally barely stepped into the passing line at the end with 1 foot. Afternoon. Haiga Xiao posted the admission notice on the wall. This was the first starting point for him to come to this world. Seeing the admission notice posted on the wall, Hinata was full of envy in her eyes. I really envy Zia-jun, who can enter the ninja school in advance. Ninja school. The school age is not fixed. Generally, no more than 10 years old, 8 years old is considered an older age for enrollment. Of course it is not too early for Haiga to enter school at the age of 5. In the morning, he also saw a 2-year-old child also appeared at the entrance ceremony. I remember his name. Moonlight Gale is coming. This Polfeng's name sounds like the protagonist. Haha, Axia, I am a stupid bird flying first, so I can catch up with you. Haiga Xiao said sincerely, trying to maintain his crane tail personality. Certainly. Haiga Xiao knew it. Xia Haiga actually envied the fact that Haiga Mo failed to go to school with herself. Here, Axia. Haiga Xiao took out a lollipop from her body and handed it to Xia Haiga. Hey? This is... Xia Haiga didn't know where Haiga got the lollipop. I've been troubled Axia, I'm sorry to go. Haiga said sincerely. The lollipop that Haiga Momi didn't want was thrown by Haiga Xiao to Haiga Natsumai. It can be regarded as waste utilization. Finally. Seeing Hinata leaving with a happy expression, Haiga nodded faintly, the degree of affection has risen again. The next day. Finally waited for the official admission of the ninja school. This day is the 14th day that Haiga Osa came into this world. After finishing the morning exercises as usual, Haiga Xiao glanced at her Daoism. Daehua degree, 7.1%. He packed his school bags, picked up the love bento that Haiga Xiao had prepared for herself, and went to school with Hinata Momi, who was already a veteran driver who was familiar with the road. Chapter 11. After the division, Haiga Xiao sat in the classroom. Haiga Momi's seat is the second to last row by the window, and Haigaya is the last one, just behind the former. Heiji Kakashi, Nohara Lin, Uchiha Dato, Metkai, and others were also placed in the same class. I am Funano Daikoku, and I will be the class teacher of all the students from now on, so please give me your advice. A 27 or 8-year-old man with a short stature and a thick face stood on the podium. Next, please introduce yourself and talk about your ideals by the way. Zhongren. If you want to be a teacher in a ninja school, the lowest position is Zongnan, and you have to pass a political examination. Konoha Ninja Village, as the military organization of the Land of Fire, also has its political inclination. Whether it is the atmosphere of the village, or propaganda, intentional or unintentional guidance, there will be a guide. I am Kakashi Heiji, and my dream is to become Hokage. Heiji Kakashi stood up and said lightly. Konoha who doesn't want to be Naruto is not a good ninja. Most of the children who have the same speech as Kakashi. After one round, it was Hyuga Momi's turn. I am Hyuga Momi. In fact, when Momi Hyuga stepped into the classroom before, he attracted the attention of many children. There is no shortage of eyes to discover beauty. Not everyone was like the three bear children that day, unable to recognize the face of Momi Hyuga. Almost in the short tens of minutes of class, Momi Hyuga became the presence of the stars. Ideal. I don't want to say. After speaking, Momi Hyuga sat back in his seat. Funino's dark eyes drifted away for a moment, and he called Hyuga Xiao's name. Regarding some sensitive political content, as the head teacher, he will avoid it in due course. No matter what Hinata Momi's ideals are, she will only become the head of the Hyuga clan in the end. Just like this child from the branch called Hyuga Xiao, who can only guard the clan. End of this chapter. I am Hyuga. As everyone looked around, Hyuga Xiao showed a friendly and honest smile. The Hyuga family. There are generally handsome men and beautiful women. This is the result of a 14-day observation period in this world. Hyuga Xiao is very clear in the eyes of outsiders. As the tail of the crane, I am good at nothing except being handsome. After her self-introduction, Hyuga Xiao attracted the attention of almost all the girls in the classroom. Among them, there are many girls who whispered to praise Hyuga's handsome looks. I believe that for a long time in the future, discussions about Hyuga Xiao's appearance will become a part of girls' gossip. My ideal is to protect the family. Hyuga Xiao clenched her fists and told this in a firm and loyal tone. Life in ninja school is rich and colorful. Hyuga Xiao is like a sponge, trying to absorb everything in this world. Cultural classes, shuriken and kunai throwing classes, physical skills classes, and of course, the ninjutsu class that makes Hyuga's heart fascinating. In a flash, half a month passed. Deihua degree, 8%. On the 30th day that Hyuga arrived in this world, the head teacher, Funino Daikoku, finally began to teach the 3 Shenzhen technique. After the previous chakra refining class, as well as the Jian course, I believe everyone has learned how to control. Then, next, we will start to learn the 3-body art. The so-called 3-body technique. It is the basic skill that all ninjas must master. In this world, in addition to physical skill, there is also the power of ninjutsu. Based on chakra consumption. Summon water flow out of thin air, spit out flames, release lightning. According to the rank, ninjutsu and physique in this world are divided into 6 levels, E, D, C, B, A, S. Special blood succession boundaries, secret techniques, etc., regardless of level. For example, the soft boxing practiced by Hyuga Xiao does not have any grade mark. The 3-body technique is divided into double body technique, clone technique, and transformation technique, and the level is E. Next, we will start with the least difficult clone technique. Clone technique, the function is to separate an illusory and intangible clone, playing the role of confuse the enemy. Hyuga, who had completely ripped the textbook long ago, gained a lot of basic knowledge about the world. In his heart, the key to stepping towards a ninja and breaking through Daoism is finally coming. Funino Daikokuyuyan was very slow, deliberately letting the students see this process clearly. With the completion of Jian, a burst of smoke rises. Boom! An identical clone appeared beside Funino Daikoku. Oh! The students exclaimed and were amazed by this phenomenon. But Haiga Xiao quickly observed the clone, comparing it with the main body. The two Funano Daikoku are exactly the same. The only difference is that clone has no shadow. Grow your eyes. When Haikayama opened his eyes and observed again, the difference between Funano Daikoku's body and the clone chakra clearly appeared before his eyes. The color of the clone chakra is extremely bleak, but the body is like a torch. Well, which classmate will try it? Funano Daikoku lifted the clone, who turned into white smoke and disappeared. I'm coming. At this moment, a Metkai emerged from the crowd. Metkai was sweating on his forehead, obviously timid, but raised his hands enthusiastically. Okay, let's try it out, classmate K. Funano Daikoku walked aside, and Akai stood on the podium. Clone technique. Akai has a pattern of knots. Bang! Smoke rises. Akai's jacket and pants fell aside. As for the clone, it didn't appear at all. The students in the audience were taken aback. Then, he roared with laughter. Metkai, who was ridiculed, took up his clothes and walked off the podium with a frustrated expression. Hey, look at me! Heiji Kakashi stood up and didn't even bother to leave the place. Clone technique. Bang! A clone appeared. Haven't waited for the students to marvel. Bang! Bang! Boom! Bang! 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 A series of more than 20 clones appeared in various places in the classroom. The head teacher Funano Daikoku was stunned on the spot. The students were even more stunned. Humph! Heiji Kakashi turned his gaze toward Haiga, his provocative eyes were clearly discernible. Haiga didn't get up, Jian. Bang! There is only one clone. Kakashi saw this scene, and just wanted to laugh, but his face changed wildly. Damn, it turned out to be a B-level shadow clone art. Kakashi, with cold sweat on his forehead, sat back in his seat angrily. The shadow avatar technique was invented by Konoha's second-generation Hokage. The difficulty is B, which belongs to the ninjutsu of the upper ninjutsu level. When Kakashi wanted to challenge Momi Haiga with an E level, the latter responded with a B level. It is not difficult to judge which is strong and weak. Haiga did not release the shadow clone. She looked out the window again, her eyes ethereal. Chapter 12. It seems that I don't care about the farce that happened in the classroom. Certainly. This difference between strength and weakness is not something children can judge. They only saw that Haiga had not separated a clone. But I didn't understand that Haiga Momi's strength was already a strength of another dimension. Only Kakashi, Haiga, and class teacher Funano Daikoku can know what's going on. It turned out to be a B grade. Haiga Xiao frowned. No matter in any world, there are creatures like genius. They have high starting points and high talents. But it must not be as hard as I do. Haiga Xiao knows her strengths well. That is, the unmatched concentration, the machine-like style of exerting efforts to the limit. Clone technique. After class, Haiga and other students practiced the avatar with concentration. The bang-bang in the classroom kept resounding. From the middle of the last class, until now, Haiga has been practicing for 20 minutes. After having separated dozens of clones in a row, Haiga let out a sigh of relief and sat back in his seat to rest. Daihua degree, 8.2%. Suddenly increased by 0.2%. Seeing that the fast-growing Daihua degree was restored again, Haiga was very relieved in her heart. It seems, sure enough, the bottleneck is here. After learning the clone technique, which is one of the 3 body techniques, Daihua has loosened again. This scene. Haiga could not help but look forward to the transformation and substitute surgery after the 3 Shen technique. Haiga had a hunch. After the Daoism is 10%, maybe something will happen. End of this chapter. After school in the morning. The elated Uchiha brought the soil over to talk to Hyagayo. Haha, I'm sorry, I brought the soil, I practiced the clone technique today, I ran out of chakra, so I can't accompany you to practice it. Hyaga Xiao said apologetically. But in fact, Hyaga has lost interest in Uchiha belt soil. In the past half-month of life in Shinobi school, Hyagaya beaten, oh no, I don't know how many times I have defeated Uchiha. From the beginning, a lot of experience points were obtained, to the later experience points stagnated. Hyaga Xiao already understood. This mob has lost the meaning of hitting it. Must find a stronger opponent. Therefore, Hyaga Xiao did not hesitate to abandon the past experience baby, and turned her attention to the three Shenzhen technique. Well, next time I will show you the powerful fireball technique of our Uchiha clan. Goodbye. Without the slightest frustration, Uchiha Dado waved his hands and said goodbye to Hyaga. The art of the giant fireball, he said, Hyaga Xiao has not seen yet. Wow! Hyaga Xiao, who was waiting in the corridor, saw the office door opened. Hyaga Momi walked out of it. The head teacher Funino Daikoku has a complicated complexion, and finally exhorts, student Maui, the teacher suggests that you think about it. Hyaga Xiao didn't know what Funino Daikoku said to Momi Hyaga. All of this is because Hyaga Momi used the B-level ninjutsu cage clone in class. The top of the teaching building, the roof. Hyaga Momi stared at the scenery in front of her. There are still 5 months and 15 days, I can graduate early. Hyaga Xiao. Graduating early. It is the treatment only for gifted students. General students. The graduation period is 6 years. If it were the war years, it would be shortened to 3 to 5 years. Graduating within half a year after entering ninja school, means. The talent of Hyaga Momi can be compared with the 3 disciples of the 3rd generation of Hokage and Sarutobi. Jiraiya, Ashimaru, and Tsunade, these 3 graduated from ninja school when they were 5 years old. Since then, the 3 of them have made steady progress. In the past war in the ninja world, the young 3 fought against the demigod Sancho Fish Hanzo. Finally won the title of 3 ninja. It is called 3 ninjas in the legend. Do you know what this means? Hyaga Momi asked without looking back. It means, if I didn't graduate with Missy then, I might lose my identity as a protector. Hyaga Xiao said difficultly. If Hyaga Mo has not graduated early, if he is still standing still, the clan would change to another branch to protect Momi Hyaga. At that time, Hinata Momi, who has become the Zeinin, can only be protected by the protector who is also the Zeinin. Hyaga Xiao frowned secretly. This matter is good or bad? Although the development of Goju looks beautiful, it is a helpless move when he is weak. If you want to make rapid progress, you have to constantly sharpen yourself and face difficult challenges. Comprehensive consideration. Only by quickly graduating and becoming a ninja can you grow faster. After all, what I am best at is fighting life and death. The enemies outside are more fierce, and the experience points will be more. Miss. I will learn the 3-body technique as soon as possible. Hyaga showed a trace of anxiety in a timely manner, pretending that she did not want to lose her identity as a protector. It's useless to only learn the 3-body art. Hyaga Momi shook his head. Even if you add ninja throwing class, theory class, sketching class, etc., it won't work. Graduating early. It's not that simple. Hyaga Momi, many of the children of the Uchiha clan have mastered the sea-level fire escape and grand fireball art, and they cannot graduate early. Miss. Then, what are the requirements for early graduation? Hyaga pretended to be forced, and seemed to wish to graduate in place now. Master ninjutsu with B difficulty, or... Hyaga Xiao frowned slightly. It is not difficult to see from the speech of Hyaga Momi that she thinks she can't learn ninjutsu with B difficulty. Beat me, or win Heiji Kakashi. Has Mu Kakashi also got the quota for early graduation? It is not difficult for Hyaga Xiao to guess this, since Kakashi and Hyaga Momi are both top students. This means that as long as you defeat any of them, you can graduate early. Miss. I will defeat Heiji Kakashi. Then come on. Before Hyaga Mo finished speaking, he jumped off the roof. 10 minutes later. Sitting in the classroom, Hyaga Xiao was eating Hyaga Natsumi's loving bento while thinking about how to defeat Kakashi. The Hyaga clan is good at physique, Kakashi and I fight physique, most likely to be at a disadvantage. Use your own strengths to attack the others' shortcomings. Our Hyaga clan is Konoha's strongest clan. This slogan, although it sounds ridiculous. But in physical skills, the Hyaga clan does have innate advantages. But ninjas also have the power of illusion and ninjutsu, and the use of ninja tools. If Kakashi does this, I will inevitably be yin. Thought for a moment. Hyaga Xiao developed two parallel plans for herself. 1. Work hard to practice the three-body technique. 2. Before contacting Kakashi, gradually defeat others. After eating a loving bento, Hyaga Xiao, who was in the classroom, began to devote himself to practicing the avatar technique. Chapter 13. 3 days later. Daehwa degree, 8.4%. Clone technique. Hyaga Xiao Yuyan. Bang. Smoke rises. A clone appeared. Hyaga Xiao lifted it, and then closed the seal. Repeat this process repeatedly. In the classroom, more and more students noticed Hyaga's hard practice. No Harolin, did you not find out? Hyaga Xiao-san has worked very hard recently. Uchiha brought the soil, of course, he is my good opponent. He must have worked so hard to beat me. Idiot. After hearing the former's words, Kakashi was speechless for a while. This day Xiang Xia really worked very hard, not even letting go of the time between classes, but what about it, he is just dividing the family. All kinds of positive and negative whispers. The word fell into the ears of Hyaga Xiao. He didn't care about it at all. Maintain the effort personality in front of everyone. On the one hand, it is related to the progress of one's practice. On the other hand, when the time comes to defeat Heiji Kakashi, it will not appear too abrupt, it will be a foreshadowing and gradually acceptable process. End of this chapter. Time is like flowing water. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. This period is long and short. After waiting for such a long time, Hyaga finally learned the remaining transfiguration technique and substitute technique of the ninja school course and 3 Shen technique. Transformation, as the name suggests, can transform a person into the appearance of another person. According to proficiency and posture imitation, the final effect is determined. For the stand-in technique, prepare a log and engrave a special technique on it. When being attacked, swap positions with the wood to counteract an attack. Completely mastered the E-level 3 body technique, and practiced to the bottleneck Hyaga. Successfully planted his own work hard in everyone's hearts. Daehwa degree, 9.2%. Looking at the numbers in front of her, Hyaga Xiao long breathed a sigh of relief and put away her posture. During this month, he devoted all his energy to spiritual practice. 3 body technique, soft boxing, 8 trigrams, and 8 palms, ninja throwing. All of these things, Hyaga Xiao's practice has reached the bottleneck where the degree of Taoism no longer grows. That is to say, I don't seem to have any other means of progress except actual combat. This is the 66th day that Hyaga Oya came to this world. Compared with the past, physical fitness is totally different. Chakra volume, strength, speed, bludgeon resistance, all have a dramatic increase. At this time, Hyaga Xiao could kill 10 times by himself. It's not a problem to smash a stone with one punch. Go back to your seat. Hyaga Xiao took out a piece of paper. Other students have already taken offense to Hyaga's practice. Therefore, Hyaga concealed her next purpose very well. Above this piece of paper, it was the information that Hyaga had been investigating in detail for a month. There are 30 students in the class. Except for Hyaga Mami, Kakashi, Uchiha Dato, Nohara Lin, Metkai, there are other girls and boys. The remaining 10 people entered the site of Hyaga Xiao. Ebisu, Moonlight Hay-8, Duzuki Yugani, Yamashiro Aoba, Paradox, Matere Ajaki, Shiranui Genma, Marino Ibiki, Yuhi Hong, Sarutobi Asma. These 10 people. It is Hyaga's next challenge. The list is ranked according to the strength of each person in the ninja school pair of training sessions. The weakest is Ebisu, and the strongest is Asma Sarutobi. But no matter who it is, both are stronger than the current Uchiha belt. Which road do these 10 people go home from after school every day? Usual preferences. All were recorded by Hyaga Xiao. If you can defeat these 10 people, you will have a lot of confidence in defeating Heiji Kakashi. White Eyes. This blood inheritance boundary of the Hyaga clan is extremely convenient for observing objects. Even if Hyaga's white eyes are damaged, the limit observation distance of 500 meters is sufficient. Find a chance and challenge Ebisu first. Ebisu doesn't know yet. He was about to be beaten up by Hyuga. Between classes, Ebisu, wearing a pair of black round sunglasses, talked a lot. He has a very fashionable hairstyle. Good pot friend is Shiranui Genma with a toothpick in his mouth. Usually, the two people are in pairs, and they are basically together. When school is over, only at the fork in the road will they say goodbye to each other. The strength of Shiranui Xianjian is much stronger than Ebisu, and it is not suitable to deal with it together. Hyaga Xiao thought while practicing the 3 shun technique. Then there is the timing of the beating. Should you challenge Ebisu alone at school, or should you not leave after school? Of course, there is another way. Masked. After putting on the mask, you can shoot at will. After a while, Ebisu and Shiranui Genma left the classroom. They probably went to the bathroom. Hyaga Xiao got up and walked out of the classroom. Follow all the way to the end. Ebisu's loud voice came. I'm Ebisu. Peepers are absolutely not allowed. Scene, there was a child with a blue nose and a swollen face lying on the ground. Just now, Ebisu beat him to the ground in 2s or 2s. At this moment, Ebisu, who was posing for pose, held up his little sunglasses, showing a triumphant look on his face. The applause resounded around. Everyone praised. Unexpectedly, kind of gentleman. Hyaga murmured. But the next moment, Hyaga Xiao took out a magazine that was not suitable for children. This magazine was found in Ebisu's school bag. Ebisu is a gentleman on the surface, but in fact, he is still a sullen gentleman. The so-called beasts in clothing refer to people like Ebisu. Wait to go back to the classroom. Ebisu was very proud, but after a while, he panicked. Because he suddenly discovered that the indescribable magazine he had secretly saved for pocket money had disappeared. To know. That was the first magazine he bought in a bookstore after he learned the transformation technique, pretending to be an adult. In order to buy this magazine, practice hard by yourself and practice transformation skills every day until midnight. As a result, I'm dead. Ebisu directly wilted. I didn't listen to the whole day of the course. Wait until school time. Everyone is gone. Ebisu took out the extra note from his school bag. He stared at the note and said viciously, "You're done." Cataracts. I saw the words "Your Gentleman's Magazine" was stolen by Hyaga on the note. At dusk, small river, flowing water. With 2 school bags on her back, Hyaga Xiao followed behind Momi Hyaga. Chapter 14. Today is an ordinary day after school. Hyaga Mo did not say a word like the past. Hyaga Xiao also tried to pretend to be honest. Cataract. Stop me. However, today's calm is destined to be broken. Haiga Xiao and Haiga Mo did not turn around. The three words cataract have a huge killing range, not only referring to Haiga Xiao, but also Haiga Momi. I saw Ebisu standing on the road with a serious face. But 2 seconds later, under the cold gaze of Momo Haiga, it became panic. No, it's not. Classmate Mao Ei, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about. My name is yours? Am I familiar with you? Ebisu didn't finish speaking a whole sentence before being choked back by Haiga Momi. I. Ebisu responded dryly, but he had no choice but to continue to aim at Haiga. I'm looking for him. Yes, it's him. Ebisu stretched out his hand and pointed at Haiga with an innocent expression on her face. End of this chapter. I am an innocent passerby. This is clearly written on Haiga Xiao's face. It was him who took the Ebisu magazine, and it was him who put the note in the bag. Do it. It was because Haiga must act as a protector, and it was not too far to leave Haiga Mo, so it would be better for the other party to take the initiative to send it to the door. Taking a look at the first experience monster to be defeated in the plan, Ebisu, Haiga chuckled, Ebisu classmate, are you looking for me? See Haiga's honest look. Ebisu was ashamed on the spot. Classmate Haiga Xiao is so simple, how could the bad guy be him? Am I still a human being who wronged him? So, Ebisu pointed to Haiga's nose and said, pretend. You continue to pretend to me. If you don't hand over my things today, I will let you know why Konoha's leaves are so green. Ebisu's voice did not fall. Haiga had moved. At this time, he was only 2 meters away from Ebisu. The icy momentum has surged out, as if to completely freeze Ebisu's blood. Killing intent, murderous, imposing. It is a natural performance of a ninja. If a ninja wants to injure or kill others, it will inevitably have a certain potential. This potential is a manifestation of the spiritual energy of the ninja. The source of energy for the ninja, chakra, is a mixture of mental energy plus body energy. Perhaps in the world of the previous life, murderous intent was a kind of metaphysics. But in this world, murderousness really exists. By sensing the murderous intent released by the family of the Haiga clan, they can know that the family is unscrupulous, and thus activate the seal of the bird in the cage. In addition, the stronger the ninja, the stronger the murderous aura. It is said that the murderous aura released by the strong shadow level can make ordinary ninjas unable to move even if they can even see the illusion of being killed. Haiga's murderous aura ruthlessly enveloped Ebisu. The distance was so short that Ebisu couldn't react at all. Actually, Haiga Xiao can wait for Ebisu to also start her posture, and both of them are ready before doing anything. But Haiga Xiao still chose a more cautious sneak attack, making the first move. Glory, fame, these are meaningless. For Haiga Xiao, victory and survival are the most important. There was a bang. The blue cyclone was shining in the air. Haiga's fist hit Ebisu's chest like a hammer. The Haiga family. Now that you can release the chakra from the palm of your hand, you can play in palming. Naturally, it can also be released by attaching the chakra to the fist. Chakra is enchanted. The fist is a weapon. Enchanting weapons increase attack power, speed, and strength. In addition, the Haiga clan, who has been practicing physique since childhood, is born to be a lot higher than others' physique level. So Ebisu didn't react at all. He heard a bang and he flew out. Haiga's behavior. Momi Haiga was stunned for a moment. The eldest lady of the clan family, at this moment, something has not been able to react. She was referring to Haiga's logic. Actually, before the other party did it, he did it first. This. Our Haiga clan, but Konoha's first clan. A fist attacked and flew the opponent's Haiga. At this moment, he put on a beautiful posture of a soft fist without rushing. Then he shouted vigorously. No, it shouldn't be like this. Hyuga Momi's mouth twitched. What you just used was not a soft fist. Although the soft fist of the Hyuga clan carries the word fist. But all the moves, there are only palms, fingerings, and there is no such fist at all. Because all physical skills related to fist can actually be classified as Gang Chuan. And the soft boxing is not side by side at all. Ebisu, who flew 3 or 4 meters away, clutched his chest and twitched a few times. With a pained expression on his face, he climbed up from the ground. You humble! The word despicable has not yet been spoken. Seeing Hyuga Zyokaiho wind sweeping the fallen leaves rushed over. Snapped! Snapped! This time, it was a soft fist. Hyuga Xiao slapped Ebisu with 2 palms, knocking him to the ground again. It's not enough to fall to the ground. Hyuga Xiao made up again. He turned his head and turned his back to Ebisu, who fell on the ground. Then I didn't know which direction to put on a soft fist posture, and shouted vigorously, Our Hyuga clan, the strongest physique no Guba. Hyuga Momi. Ebisu. Daehwa degree, 9.3%. Seeing the numbers that popped out in front of her, Hyuga was delighted. Sharpen the knife and chop wood by mistake. The plan is finally rewarded, and it is not in vain to practice hard in the past. Now, the victory over Ebisu is the result of hard work. Now that Dao Hwaju has jumped out, there are only 2 possibilities. 1. Ebisu is not working anymore. 2. Ebisu can also get up like Uchiha with soil, and gain a second experience point. To verify which one it is, Hyuga Xiao worked tirelessly and hit Ebisu several times in retrospect. Until the latter lay on the ground and couldn't shout harsh words. Hyuga Xiao shook her head secretly with regret. Is there no second experience? Ended this battle. The loot should also be searched next. Hyuga drew it from Ebisu. He ignored Ebisu's resistance and his tears. The winner takes all, the loser eats dust. Be honest. Hyuga slapped Ebisu's trembling arm, trying to stop it. Chapter 15. Then he shaved his ears. Ebisu lay down completely now. After taking the money from the people, Hyuga Xiao walked towards Hyuga Momi happily. Miss, I have severely sanctioned this bad guy who insulted our Hyuga clan. What? Hyuga Mo's expression was slightly, a bit sluggish. A bit less cold. It's more cute. At this time, she looked like a girl who fits her 5-year-old performance. Rather than that very mature, like an adult like eldest's own family. At this time, Momi Hyuga thought in her heart. Bad guy? Is Ebisu a bad guy? Certainly. The muffled wolf is not a bad guy, so who is the bad guy? Momi Hyuga, who has white eyes in perspective, can easily distinguish the quality of some students. But compared with Hyuga, sure enough, when it's naturally cut out, it's actually black. Hyuga Mo did not look at Hyuga Xiao, as if she knew him again for the first time. The latter. There was still a simple and honest smile on that handsome cheek. End of this chapter. Loyal, single-cell, full-brained Hyuga came into this world, after so many days of business. Hyuga successfully disguised herself as a standard Hyuga ninja. It is the kind of brainwashed very thorough, there is no doubt that there is his kind. But actually, Hyuga's struggle against her family status has never stopped. It should be said that it is more than just separation. All those who hinder oneself from living freely are the objects of his struggle. At this point, it has not changed in the previous life, and it will not change in this life. Seeing that Hyuga was very skillful in knocking down searching, the process was completed in one go. Hyuga Maui didn't know what expression to use anymore. In the past ninja school life, occasionally there will be a few bear children who do not have long eyes, clamoring for white-eyed monsters. They were all overthrown by Hyuga, and their belongings were searched by the way. Hyuga Mo didn't think about it carefully. To be honest, his behavior patterns seemed to be developed under his own supervision. Therefore, Hyuga Momi couldn't say that Hyuga was not. Tomorrow is Saturday. Hyuga Mo did not take a step forward, and walked toward the road home. Hyuga Xiao followed and counted the money. Ebisu didn't have much money, probably, because he used all the money to buy that indescribable magazine. When the time comes, come over and let me see how well you practice Ruquan. Hyuga Xiao, okay, miss. The next day arrived as scheduled. Saturdays and weekends are closed days, and Hyuga school is closed. Early in the morning. After having a loving breakfast prepared by Natsumi Hyuga, Hyuga arrived at a relatively remote small dojo in the Zone family. This dojo looks only 5 or 60 square meters in size. It's much smaller than the dojos that I have seen before, which are hundreds of square meters at every turn. Momi Hyuga was already waiting here. Except for a few wooden figures for practice, it looks empty. Why come here specifically? Hyuga Xiao knows very well that this is what Hyuga Mo hasn't said, the so-called sense of ritual. In some things, this eldest lady of the clan family is obsessed with obsessiveness. For example, you must bring your school bag with you to school, and you must put your palms together before eating to thank your ancestors, and so on. I have heard other people talk about your practice. Are you very interested in practice? Hyuga Momi was not in a hurry to let Hyuga Xiao perform. Instead, ask questions. Hyuga Xiao not only worked hard in the ninja school, but also returned to the gathering place of the family. He showed a fanatical cultivation tendency different from other people. Yesterday, he violently abused Ebisu, so that Hyuga Mo did not see his certain talents. With a look of harmless humans and animals, Hyuga Xiao nodded. I want to be stronger. Why do you want to become stronger? Don't talk about protecting the clan, I'm tired of hearing these. Momi Hyuga asked calmly with empty eyes. I haven't thought about it, I just want to practice, I feel very happy when I practice. Learning makes me happy. Hyuga Xiao answered without hesitation. In his previous life, he had encountered similar inquiries many times. There are various tests in TV dramas and martial arts novels. If you answer that I want revenge, I want to fight, I want to oppose the clan, etc., it will definitely not work. Hyuga Mo did not look at Hyuga Xiao, seeming to confirm the authenticity of the answer. After a moment, she nodded. You can practice the Bagua palm first and show it to me. Now. Hyuga Mo did not start to point out the Bagua palm of Hyuga Xiao. Soft boxing Bagua palm, a total of 64 styles. It is the basic body technique of the Hyuga clan. It is famous in the entire ninja world. But it is a pity that the clan of the Hyuga clan wanted to maintain absolute dominance. For family members, only Bagua Bashang is taught. Before Hyuga Xiao completely mastered the gossip and 8 palms, making Daehua degree stagnant. So this set of soft fists is too low in intensity for him. Even so, Hyuga's expression still looked serious and not impatient. And from time to time there will be errors in hand bends and other movements. Momi Hyuga on the side kept correcting her mistakes. It can be called hands-on teaching. Hyuga Momi's looks are very good, and Hyuga Natsumi is 2 styles. Cuter than all the girls that Hyuga had seen in her previous life. Under the teaching of this kind of getting along, it is undoubtedly an extremely pleasing thing. Just being with her is a kind of enjoyment. One morning passed. All of Hyuga's errors were not corrected by Hyuga Mo. Hyuga Momi nodded secretly, and looked at Hyuga Asa, who has weakened arms, but still grits her teeth. The evaluation of him in his heart has gone up, the aptitude for practicing Ruquan is average, but the character is firm and the strength is relatively large. Naturally, she didn't know that all Hyuga Xiao was pretending. After all, Hyuga Mo had no mind-reading skills, and she had no idea what Hyuga was thinking. In addition, Hyaga Xiao deliberately concealed. It all happened. Seeing that Hyaga Xiao even started to tremble in her legs. Hyaga Momi nodded, "Come here first, tomorrow I will teach you 8 diagrams and 16 poems, remember to work hard." After speaking, Hyaga Momi left on her own. Hyaga Xiao blinked and stared at the ethereal figure from behind. There was a wave of waves in his heart, far from being as simple as it seems on the surface. The 8 trigrams and 16 poems. Isn't that the next step that only the clan's talents are qualified to learn? Today Mao Yi. Hyaga Xiao turned around and left. My heart has fallen into deep thought. Chapter 16. At the same moment, Konoha is somewhere in the street. Shiranui Genma, with a toothpick in his mouth, stared at Ebisu, who had a blue nose and a swollen face. He learned about Hyaga Xiao from the latter. That guy, excessive. With a lazy expression on Shiranui Genma, a coldness ignited in his eyes. Ebisu is his good friend. That Hyaga Xiao actually did such an excessive thing. That Hyaga Xiao. Ebisu gritted his teeth and helped his sunglasses. On the surface it looks very simple and honest, but in fact, he is very cunning. He doesn't speak martial arts, and he will attack without waiting for me to open my posture. Humph! Unexpectedly, Huoxuanjian spit out a toothpick, staring into the distance. Find a chance and squash him. Hyaga, who thought about things, didn't know yet. The sequence of his challenge plan is about to be disrupted. I do not know that Huo Xianjian was ready to trouble him in advance in order to vent his anger on behalf of a good friend. End of this chapter. There are still 4 months and 20 days before Hyaga Mo did not graduate early. After thinking about it all night, Hyaga Xiao went to the dojo of the Zong family. It is still the scene of yesterday. Hyaga Momi was waiting in the dojo. Miss. Hyaga Xiao stared at the ethereal figure, who turned around. From now on, I will teach you Bagua 16 poems. Why did Hyaga Mo do this? It's something that makes Hyagaya puzzling. Born, it can't be because she is handsome, she did it. 8 diagrams with 16 poems. It's better to say if the family members are able to comprehend it on their own. It is almost unheard of that the Zong family taught such things. Do you want to use it as your own handle? Or want to frame it? I'm optimistic. Hyaga Mo did not face the humanoid target. Pull away and stand still. 8 diagrams and 16 poems. It is required to make 16 attacks in the shortest time and with the fastest attack speed. The move was made in an instant, and the speed of his hand was so fast that it turned into an afterimage, as if he had 16 arms at the same time. This is the essence of Baguazhang. The attack action is not difficult to understand. The difficult thing is to exert force and means. This is the secret of learning 16 poems. Oral, teach by example. Momi Hyaga, taught by words and deeds, has elegant and ethereal movements. In order for Hyaga to see clearly, the action was deliberately slow. At the same time with explanation. In this way, the secrets of the family of the Hyaga clan were taught to Hyaga Xiao. After demonstrating 3 times, Hyaga Momi closed her posture and stood still again. She turned around, looked at Hyagaya with a puzzled expression, and said faintly, "Are you doubting? Why should I teach you this trick?" Without waiting for Hyaga Xiao to answer, Hyaga Momi's eyes floated into the distance. It's nothing, really nothing. With inexplicable thoughts, Hyaga Xiao started the practice of 8 diagrams and 16 poems. He didn't know that Hyaga Momi's speech was Versailles. Still, what's going on? Hyaga Xiao exhausted all his strength, after practicing in a good manner. Mo Hyaga nodded. At this point, 1 hour has passed. From today, you will be responsible for cleaning here. Hyaga Momi handed over the task of cleaning this dojo to Hyaga Xiao. After she left, Hyaga Xiao glanced at the number in front of her. Dehua degree, 9.4%. With 0.1% more Daoism, Hyaga was a little relieved. Moreover, he felt that this was far from the limit of his progress. Then, after Hyaga Xiao finished cleaning the dojo, she returned to the courtyard where she separated her family and continued to practice Bagua 16 palms. After an hour, the Dao Hua degree came to 9.5%. 2 hours later, the degree of Taoism has become 9.6%. 3 hours later, Daoism became 9.7%. 4 hours later, Daoism became 9.8%. Hyaga, sweating like rain, unknowingly, she practiced from 6 o'clock in the morning until dark. Call. Hyaga sighed. Look at the results of your own hard work. This gossip 16 palms is really a bit powerful. As a unique skill of the clan, relying on the suppression of their skills, the clan family maintained an absolute advantage and dominance over the branch family. Now, Hyaga, who has mastered this trick, although she can't say that she can compete with the clan. At least, I can walk sideways in the same age group in the division. When I opened the door, I saw Hyaga Xia who was waiting outside. It's getting dark. Natshuka Hyaga's blushed cheeks were a little hard to see. Xiao, Xiajun, you must be hungry, there is still food for you in the cafeteria. Axia, thank you. Hyaga Xiao grinned, showing a smile. Hyaga Xiao lowered her head, her cheeks redder. After a while, the two came to the cafeteria. It's empty here, it's already time to eat. As a result, the entire canteen is only left with Hyaga Xiao and Hyaga Xia. After practicing Hyagaya for a day, I ate food with big mouthfuls. Hyaga Xia stared at the former gently. As if this is enough. Xiajun, I think you practice 8 diagrams palm during the day, it seems, as if you have practiced 8 diagrams palm 16. Hinata, who didn't know the truth, had some worry and joy in her eyes. She was pleased that Hyaga's talent was so high. The worry is that if the Zong family knows it, it will inevitably be suppressed. The so-called wood show in the forest wind will destroy it. Axia, do you want to learn? Hyaga looked up and asked sincerely. Hyaga Xiao, who had long considered that others might have questions, directly threw out this statement. Bagua 16 palms, strictly speaking, is a hot potato. Faced with this problem, most of the members of the family will definitely want to run far away. Hey? Xiajun, I didn't mean that. Hyaga Xia waved his hand again and again. She had never thought about taking advantage of Hyaga. She was just worried. Don't worry, Axia, I won't use this trick casually. Suddenly, Hyaga Xiao stretched out her arm and held Axia's soft little hand. The blush on the latter's cheeks instantly reached the base of his ears. Chapter 17. Watching Hyaga Natsumai's reaction. The ruthless exercise machine Hyaga Xiao nodded secretly. As long as Hinata's favorability level can be improved, she is not afraid of talking nonsense everywhere. So, it is necessary to give her a little sugar every once in a while. Wait until dinner is over. Say goodbye to Hyaga. Back to Hyaga Xiao in her house, she adjusted her plan. Perhaps, if you don't sleep tonight, you can break through to 10% Daihua in one fell swoop. I really want to see what happens when I reach that level. Thought of this, Hyaga decided to start a night battle. Then, after replenishing his physical strength, another round of practice began. After 5 hours, the degree of Daoism has become 9.9%. After 7 hours, the degree of Daoism has become 10%. At this moment, the exhausted Hyaga. Suddenly I felt something different. Reaching 10% of Dao Hua level has caused some amazing changes in his body. Increase the intensity of training again and again, and break the limit again and again. Superman's efforts. Able to practice self-cultivation in the last life. Finally, a harvest was ushered in. Boom! A thunderous noise appeared in the room. It was as if a thunder was hit out of thin air. That was the sound made by Hyagaya tearing the air with her fist. Next, every punch and foot of Hyaga Xiao made a thunderous sound. End of this chapter. Grow your eyes. Hyaga Xiao opened her eyes. In the special vision of white eyes, Hyaga realized that her body was like a chakra armor. The blue chakra constantly radiated from his torso. The whole person seems to have become a big stove. Came into this world, experienced 69 days of hell-style training and many fights. He just relied on his inhuman willpower to improve his own quality to a new level. Daoism reached 10%. It's like an explicit statement, talking about the overall strength that he has improved. Hyaga Xiao could feel it clearly. The current self, with one punch and one kick, he has plenty of power. Whether it is strength, speed, explosive power, endurance, all surpassed the past. Even the ability to resist hits and bludgeoning has made great progress. Children of the same age have been completely immune to regular injuries such as fists and kicks. This kind of combat power has far surpassed the power possessed in the previous life. Hyaga Xiao believed that with her current skill, dozens of ordinary people could not get close. Next moment, a burst of Mingguo appeared in Hyaga Xiao's mind. I now have surpassed ninja students and have the power of the Xia ninja level. In the room, another series of rumors. Hyaga Xiao felt the pleasure brought by the advancement of power, and was completely immersed in the performance of the martial arts. For a while, Hyaga Xiao suppressed the idea that she wanted to continue practicing. Because, it's already dawn outside. He clenched his fist slightly, feeling the strength in it. Hyaga Xiao said indifferently, the 8 diagrams and 16 palms are indeed a physical skill that can only be learned by the clan family. This alone improves physical fitness. It is worthy of its existence. After washing, Hyaga Xiao came to the Zong family compound, raised the bucket, fetched water, and then began to clean up the dojo. While wiping the floor with a rag, Hyaga wondered, is his strategy going to be adjusted? Originally planned to rely on the listed list to challenge them one by one, so that the degree of Daoism has been increased. Now it seems that you can leapfrog directly and give up some people. Ebisu, Moonlight Wind. Thinking about this, Hyaga Xiao skipped a few people directly, planning to find Shancheng Aoba and Kazuki to learn from each other. But the reality is often even more amazing. After Hyaga has cleaned the dojo, finished breakfast, and took the loving bento that Hyaga had prepared. So he went to the ninja school with Momi Hyaga. How is your Ruquan practice? On the way to school, Hyaga Mo did not turn around and asked. Back to miss, I have been practicing all day, and I didn't sleep all night last night. Hyaga Xiao replied immediately. This is telling the truth. Oh. Hyaga Mo did not answer, and stopped talking. Of course she knew Hyaga's assiduous practice style. But didn't sleep all night. I'm afraid, she doesn't believe it. Perhaps this day Xiang Xiao is eager to express herself. Perhaps after learning the 8 diagrams and 16 palms, he drifted away. This glamorous look, it looked like not sleeping all night. A true ninja, when performing a mission, can indeed hide for 3 days and 3 nights without sleep. But a child who is still a shinobi school student has to do this. Seeing Hyaga Momi's reaction, Hyaga Xiao knew everything in her heart. He smiled without explaining. Waited until the ninja school. Uchiha swayed over with soil. Yo, Hyaga, good morning. After so long, nearly 2 months of life in shinobi school. Because Uchiha Dado and Hyaga Xiao are closer together, the two were referred to by others as the crane-tail duo. This crane-tail duo. It's not that they are the worst in the class. On the contrary, the results of Uchiha Ototo and Hyagaya are good enough to be regarded as the upper midstream. The reason is, the Uchiha belt soil is the tail of the crane among the Uchiha clan. And Hyaga is the tail of the crane among the Hyaga clan. After coming and going, some people really think that Uchiha Dato and Hyaga Xiao are the ones in the class or even the ninja school. Hehe, bring soil, good morning to you too. Hyaga Xiao showed an expression of being kind to others. Almost, every day is such a daily life. But today, there have been some different changes. Hey, Uchiha takes soil. Snapped. Snapped. Ebisu and Shiranui Genma, the two wandered over, each with one hand, pressing Uchiha's shoulders with soil. Don't you brag every day, your Uchiha clan's arrogant fireball technique. Yet, show us Kong Kong. The tone of the two is not good. When I heard it, I didn't really want to watch the How Fireball show. Words such as campus bullying came out of Hyaga's mind. What? Uchiha Dato hasn't figured out what's going on yet. Under both the hard and the soft. Chapter 18. He was forced to perform a giant fireball in public. Everyone, come and see. Uchiha is bringing the soil to perform the powerful fireball art of the Uchiha clan. Ebisu yelled with her throat. This call does not matter, a lot of people came over at once. That idiot with soil. Kakashi clutched his forehead, looking helpless. Bring soil. Nohara-Lin was a little worried. Although Uchiha Dato does always boast that he can fireball, he is really just talking big. The art of howling fireball is in accordance with the standard. A student of the Uchiha clan of ninja school can produce at least 2 meters in diameter. Lower and middle endurance, the scope is larger. An Uchiha takes soil. Probably, it can only release a fist-sized fireball. And it's annihilated all at once, just by looking at the level of juggling. Me. Uchiha began to sweat with soil on his forehead. After being watched by so many people, my legs started to tremble. Is this the retribution that he always brags about? Uchiha really regretted taking the soil, and he didn't work hard to practice. Isn't the drunkard's intention not to drink? Hyaga murmured. On the spot, I saw that Ebisu and Shiranui Genma were actually coming towards them. And Uchiha belt soil, just a victim. Just to try my newly acquired power. Hyaga thought for a moment and finalized a plan. Ready to pretend to be Uchiha to show up. At this moment, Uchiha brought out a fireball the size of a palm, and everyone around him burst into laughter. End of this chapter. No, don't make fun of. Uchiha flushed with the soil, and blue stripes appeared on his forehead. Seeing him become the laughing stock of everyone. Even the sophistry under the mockery of Ebisu and Shiranui Genma, there is a momentum towards Uchiha Otoki. Hyaga Xiao stood up directly and waved her big hand, you are not allowed to bully my good friend. With this loud shout, let all the voices present disappear without a trace. Ebisu, I do not know who. Genma's face was stunned. Uchiha Dato stared at Hyaga with extremely complicated eyes. There was a hint of gratitude, regret, and shame in his expression. Next moment, Uchiha took the soil away from his head, his eyes dodged, and he didn't dare to look at Hyaga. Because he always boasted and talked big. He has never fulfilled his promise to let Hyaga Xiao see the fire escape and the art of the fireball. That's how I am, Hyaga Xiao as a friend will never leave. Uchiha felt very ashamed of taking the soil, and wanted to find a place to dig into it. Well. On the side, Heiji Kakashi, who was squeezing into the crowd, frowned, staring at Hyaga's actions. Kakashi thought, am I wrong? In fact, this Hyaga Xiao is not a scheming boy, but really a silly boy? Nohara-Lin, my classmate Xiao. There was also Hyaga Momi who stared at Hyaga Xiao together. The eldest lady of the clan family seems to be, somewhat surprised. She was surprised that in addition to the enthusiasm for defending the Hyaga clan, Hyaga Xiao had her own ideas. She used to think Hyaga should not be interested in anything except practicing and maintaining the Hyaga clan. Momi Hyaga didn't even see the plastic friendship with Uchiha's soil. But unexpectedly, he actually. Ebisu, Xiang Xiao popped out a bit early this day. I don't know, maybe that's how link toking is. Ebisu and Shiranui Genma quickly exchanged glances. The two made up their minds. Regardless, first take up the words, and then Bian will have a meal this day. Look at it, it's Hyaga Xiao from the Crane Tail duo. The pupils onlookers recognized Hyaga. There are many rumors about Hyaga. What kind of exercise machine? Sun Xiang Xiao, stunned green Sun Xiang Xiao, only admits death and Li Xiang Xiao. Certainly. There is also the title of Fanatical Hyaga. Everyone was very excited to observe the development of the event. Even while waiting for Ebisu and Shiranui Gen to transfer their hatred. Hyaga Xiao said only one sentence, "Take me a punch, I will spare you not to die." Next moment, Hyaga Xiao's figure moved, and her whole body rushed towards Shiranui Genma like a gust of wind. The script is wrong. Hey! Faced with Hyaga Xiao who rushed over. Although Shiranui Genma was surprised, he was not afraid. Because his strength is more than one level stronger than that of a good friend Ebisu. It's not good to say. As long as he exerts his strength, he can defeat Ebisu in an instant. There are only a few who are better than him in the entire class. But it does not include Hyaga. Seeing Shiranui Genma's toothpick spit out, he directly made a roundabout kick, kicking towards Hyaga with the sound of breaking through the sky. Konoha, whirlwind. Unexpectedly, Huo Suanjian's move caused bursts of exclamation. The physical technique of the Hyaga clan is soft boxing. The physical skill used by other ninjas is Gang Chuan. Konoha Cyclone is one of the Konoha fluid techniques invented by the second generation of Hokage Sensuma. The great thing about this trick is that it starts with D-level difficulty. You need the strength or talent of the lower level to learn. It can be seen from this that Shiranui Genma is more than a dimension stronger than Ebisu. So, Gang Chuan vs Soft Chuan. Who will win? It must be Gang Chuan. Because Gang Chuan is known for its strength, the attack of Soft Chuan is biased towards feminine. Hey! The D-class Konoha Tornado can be a battle against Xiaren. I see how you pick it up. In Shiranui Suanjian's heart, he had already won. But it wasn't until the moment of fist and foot contact, that he knew how ridiculous he was wrong. Boom! The moment the sole of the foot touched the surface of the fist, the air trembled slightly. Next moment, the overwhelming power was transmitted from the fists of Hyagaya to the soles of Shiranui Genma's feet. Then spread it all over his calf and thigh. I do not know Huoxuanjian only felt a pain in his right leg. The whole person flew upside down like a meteor, smashed directly on the ground, turned several somersaults, and then stopped. The onlookers who originally cheered and whistled and didn't dislike the big things, one by one became dumb instantly. It's like being stuck in the neck. Shiranui Genma, who was holding his right leg tightly, stared at Hyagaya with a dull expression on his face. A sense of absurdity flooded everyone's hearts. Isn't Hyagami the tail of a crane? Why, he is so strong. He actually killed Shiranui Genma with a single punch? And I didn't even use the soft fist, but the rigid fist? Does he look down on Shiranui Genma? But Ebisu, who wanted to rush up to help, was shocked when he saw that his friend was knocked over by a punch. Chapter 19. Hyaga Momi was also in a daze. Then, she remembered something. Our Hyaga clan, but Konoha's first clan. After hitting the man's Hyaga, as usual. With a roar, he made a soft fist movement. This time, no one laughed at him anymore. This guy, what's going on? Kakashi clenched his fists, and a sense of crisis surged in his heart. Perhaps, in the future, I can no longer underestimate this Hyaga. Bring soil. After the battle, Hyaga Xiao stepped forward and reached out to Uchiha Dato. With that simple smile, the stinging Uchiha's eyes hurt. He stretched out his hand slowly and grabbed Hyaga Xiao's arm. "Good friend." Uchiha's eyes were full of emotion and said forcefully with the soil. "You are my good friend." After half an hour. In class. Funano Daikoku stared at the textbook, and at the same time, looked around the students. Today, it seems that the atmosphere in the classroom is a bit different. The students under the stage were unwilling to listen to the lecture, and their eyes turned on Hyaga Xiao. Only Hyaga, as if not aware of anything, listened carefully to Funano Daikoku's lecture. This Hyaga Xiao. Funano Daikoku held the textbook, and his thoughts flowed through. At the time of the entrance examination, he was so miserable. End of this chapter. Daihua degree, 10.1%. In class, Hyaga Xiao stared at the further Daihua degree and nodded secretly. Crossing the 5 people in front, I directly defeated Shiranui Genma. The improved Taoism of the 8 diagrams and 16 palms truly brought Hyaga Xiao to a new realm. Hyaga Xiao guessed. At around 10%, it is the power divide between Nin school students and Xiaren. If nothing else. At this time, I already have the qualifications to become a shinobi. In other words, some of the children who continue to bully only the Nin school students are not enough. Hyaga Xiao immediately conducted another round of screening. All those whose strength swayed horizontally near Shiranui Mystery were all eliminated. Mori Ibiki, Yuri Hong, Sarutobi Asma. Hyaga murmured, reviewing the information of the 3 in his heart. Between classes, Hyaga, who was already quite popular, was surrounded by others again. Especially girls. Student Hyaga, the scene where you played Shiranui Genma is so handsome. Don't bully my friend is so stylish when you say this. There is also. Pick me today, I will spare you not to die. It's so imposing. For a time, Hyaga Xiao became the center of gossip. Perhaps. This is the downside of having a good appearance. And Hyaga Xiao, who was the center of the incident, scratched her head and smiled honestly. I didn't think much about it at the time. I couldn't hold back when I saw Tato being bullied. Staring at Hyaga surrounded by girls. Silly Wolf Ebisu is envious, jealous, and hateful. He wished that he was surrounded by himself. On the side, Shiranui Genma, who was holding his legs, gritted his teeth. I planted today. But no matter who it is, seeing the scene in which Hyaga was brought out for Uchiha today has changed the way she thought about her in the past. Wait until the excitement and enthusiasm in my heart subsides. Everyone suddenly thought of a question. Hyaga Xiao. How did Shiranui Genma blow away with a fist? And this time, the effort people set up by Hyaga Xiao's usual accumulation came in handy. Look, classmate Hyaga Xiao is practicing so hard every day. He has never slackened since he enrolled for 2 months. This is the benefit of hard work. Everyone nodded one after another, and directly supplemented the explosive strength growth of Hyagaya. However, their brains are supplemented, and Hyaga Xiao thinks it's okay at all. After all, I was relying on my own efforts to win Shiranui Genma. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, it was dusk. After school, Hyaga Xiao and Hyaga Mo did not walk together. At the school gate, Uchiha Dato was already there waiting. His eyes were firm, and there seemed to be flames burning under his eyes. I will definitely work hard to make myself worthy of the name Uchiha. Uchiha shouted with soil and ran away. The scene where Hyaga Xiao defeated Shiranui Genma inspired Uchiha to take the soil and forced him to work hard. Bring soil. Come on. Hyaga Xiao called out to that figure very sincerely. Refueling must be refueling. After Uchiha takes the soil to upgrade from ninja student to ninja monster, he can be beaten again to get experience points. Hyaga Xiao. Hyaga Mo did not turn her head, staring at Hyaga with her ethereal eyes. Cultivate hard, your fighting talent is not bad. After speaking, Haiga Mo did not turn around, and took a step forward. The combat talent is not bad. Does it mean that ninjas are inherently poor? Therefore, only combat skills can be used to make up for the gap in physical fitness. Yes. Haiga nodded, and didn't care about Haiga Momi's talent. The evening sun shone on the ground, reflecting the shadows of the two. The two followed each other step by step and walked in the direction of the gathering place of the Haiga clan. Night. Haiga Momi knelt and sat on the tatami, reporting what happened today to her brother, Haiga. When she said that Haiga had defeated Shiranui Genma, Haiga Hizu showed a thoughtful expression. A child from Shiranui family. Although Shiranui is just a surname with a single pass. But in that surname, the glory of the past is hidden. Unexpectedly, that kid Haiga, even Shiranui defeated. This is something that Haiga could not foresee. Because he works hard. Haiga Mo did not calmly replied. It is not an explanation or a fool, but an objective fact. Haiga Hizu nodded. Although the quality of that child cannot surpass our clan, but hard work can indeed determine the lower limit. Haiga Momi did not speak. Not to mention, she passed the 8 diagrams 16 palms to Haiga Xiao. Inside the branch canteen. I feasted on Haiga and ate a lot of food quickly. It is normal for children to eat. Chapter 20. Especially when the body grows. On the side, Haiga Sui Jingdo stared at Haiga, and the corners of his mouth twitched from time to time. How can you eat so much? What if we split up and eat up? Because of Haiga's thing. The pure love warrior Sujitu always tirelessly harass Haiga. He is so angry. He just can't understand Haiga Xiao. Everyone is divided into families, you are welcome. Haiga, chewing food in her mouth, pointed at the cauldron in front of her with her fingers. Just think of it as your own home. What am I? Haiga Suagito clutched his chest, almost out of breath. I have never seen such a brazen person. I heard that Haiga Mizu, today at the ninja school, Haiga defeated Shiranui's children. Really? I can't believe it. Isn't Haigaya the tail of a crane? The members of the family were discussing this matter, and they cast unbelievable glances at Haiga. After eating enough, Haiga got up and left here quickly. Hateful. Haiga Haujito slapped down his chopsticks and followed closely. Then. It's Haiga Natsu. When Haiga Hojingdo and Haiga Natsu go to the former residence of Haiga Xiao. Haiga was practicing a kind of physical skill that the two of them seemed to have seen, but they were a little strange. So. Haiga Yo rotated her body and kicked out a roundabout kick. At first, the movements were very slow. With the recollection of Shiranui Genma daytime actions, he became more and more skilled. In the end, it became an extremely smooth movement. Haiga stopped her figure and nodded in satisfaction. Is it D-grade difficulty no ha tornado? I learned it. End of this chapter. For the practice machine Haiga Xiao. It is not difficult to imitate some movements and postures. The hard part is the power of the muscles. It just so happens that Haiga has the white eyes of the Haiga clan and can see through muscles to a certain extent. Although because of the side effects of the caged bird, there is no way to see through the meridians in the battle. But the imitation of Gang Chuan is enough to see the level of muscle exertion. Haiga, this guy, when did you learn Konoha Tornado? Haiga Suagito stood at the door, dumbfounded. Although the Haiga clan is not very good at other physical skills, they even look down on Gang Chuan. But Haiga Haujito was still surprised by the physical skills that Haiga had acquired. Haiga, who had already noticed the two standing at the door, turned around and stared at Hinakito. Do you know why you always lost to me before? Mentioning this, Haiga Suagito was angry. Of course it's because of your cleverness. Actually, there is one thing you said right. Haiga Xiao shook his head. We are indeed different, because I am more talented than you. Haiga Haojito opened his eyes wide and stood there as if stupidly. Of course, from his perspective, he thinks Haiga Xiao is the fool. Haiga did not care, but went on to say, I have a special talent in combat, no matter what physical skills, I only need to read it once or several times, and I can learn it quickly. This is something you can't compare to. Actually, there is no need for Haiga Xiao to explain to Sui Jingtu. I just think that in the future, I will gradually expose and it is necessary to pave the way in advance. It's like the hard work created in the ninja school for 2 months. Zai Jun. Listening to Haiga Xiao's speech, Haiga Xiao saw his confident and handsome face. His cheeks blushed, and a happy smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. She was happy for Haiga. See Haiga Xiao look like this. Hinata Haiga can't stand it. I do not believe. With a loud shout, he rushed forward, and he was about to go tonight. But seeing that Haiga and his move were exactly the same, it was a remake. Snapped. Soft fist strikes. Haiga Suagito was repulsed. After a few steps backwards, he gritted his teeth and rushed forward again. Gossip and 2 palms. Gossip and 2 palms. The 2 palms out at the same time, and the blue cyclone suddenly appears. Gossip and 4 palms, x2. Gossip and 8 palms, x2. Hinata Haiga, who was repelled again, had an expression of seeing a ghost. It's exactly like me and me. Subsequently, he shook his head vigorously. Bacona, you are just imitating. Ugh. Haiga Xiao sighed. In fact, I have been showing weakness all the time, just to prevent you from hitting you. But now that the clan needs our protection, I am obliged to do so. Seeing Haiga Xiao's pretending appearance, Haiga Haojito only felt that he was so shameless. He didn't want to believe it. But everything that just happened made him have to believe. Not only did the opponent's moves look similar, but even after the fight, he felt that the opponent's force was exactly the same as his. This is definitely not as simple as taking a peek and simply imitating the action. How could there be such a talent? It's too shameless. Haiga Suagito was jealous and hated. Then he roared to the sky. Damn it! Why don't I have such a shameless talent? Stop yelling, everyone is resting. Haiga Xiao dug her ears, looking disgusted. Go away, I still have to practice. And don't bother me in the future. Finally, staring at the back of Haiga Sujitu who had left in despair, Haiga Xiao smiled and walked into the room. Zai Jun, this is great, no one will dare to say that you are the tail of a crane again. Xia Haiga entered the house together and said to Haiga Xiao. Well, I'm actually very strong. Haiga nodded, and clenched his fists at the same time. Although I am inferior to those geniuses in terms of physical aptitude. But I work hard and I also have a talent for combat. Hard work and combat type. Haiga Xiao sets up her own personality, continues to shape this aspect, and guides everyone's views. After becoming stronger, others will feel it should be. The next second, Haiga Xiao frowned, and a feeling of being peeped came to her heart. Grow your eyes. In front of Hinata Natsumi, Haiga Xiao opened her eyes. In an instant, an awkward figure was spotted. Who? Running out of the door, Haiga Xiao stepped up the fence, and then just stared at Mori Noi Bixi with big eyes. You! Hee, what a coincidence! The big man with a headscarf and a black coat greeted Haiga with an earned sound. As your next challenge object. Haiga Xiao didn't understand Marino Ibixi, who didn't sleep, ran over to peek at what she was doing. Don't get me wrong. Chapter 21. Morinoi looked serious than high, but this appearance made him even less like a good person. I'm just investigating one thing. He beckoned to Haiga Yo. The two jumped off the wall and turned into a small alley next to them. I recently discovered that someone was sneaking into your Hyuga clan. Marino Ibuxi said something serious with a serious face. Are you? Hyuga asked. The corners of his mouth twitched. Marino Ibuhi put her hands in the pockets of her black coat and began to pace. His strength can be ranked among the top few in the class. The teacher of the entrance exam at that time said that if Marino Ibuki could become a special kind of forbearance, he would probably have the dominant strength in this title. In other words, Marino Ibuki is an individual talent. And he is a much better talent than Shiranui Genma and others. My ideal is to be a member of the Kainaha torture department. Marino Ibuki left Hyuga Xiao's head behind. Although he has hair. But Hyuga Xiao always gave birth to an illusion, as if Marino Ibuki was a big bald head. Because I like to solve cases and track all kinds of clues, and I also like to challenge high levels of difficulty and obtain intelligence from the enemy's mouth. Hyuga Xiao, oh. Although I am not a member of the torture department, I am willing to work hard for this, even if I am only a ninja student. Marino Ibuki turned around and looked at Hyuga Xiao seriously. You are in trouble. Your Hyuga clan has a big deal. His eyes are so telling of his understanding. Hyugaya. Ibuzai called out Hyugaya's name. What? I can guarantee that someone is eyeing your Hyuga clan. End of this chapter. Saturday. Off day. Early in the morning, Hyuga Xiao came to the street. This is the first time he has walked out of the house of the Hyuga clan alone. On the most prosperous street in the center of Konoha, there was a wave of crowds. Daihua degree, 10.5%. Hyuga Xiao glanced at the numbers. This was the increase in Daoism after practicing the D-class physical technique Konoha Cyclone last night. After a while, Marino Ibuki, who was dressed as yesterday, walked over. You are here. Morinoi looked serious than Xi. The reason why he chose to meet in this place, according to himself, was to get rid of the so-called stalkers. I'm going directly to the topic. A few years ago, the Second Ninja World War ended. But we all know that the war is only temporarily extinguished, and when it will reignite and trigger the next war, it is possible at any time. The so-called Ninja World War is a terrible war involving the entire ninja world, almost all ninjas, ninja villages, and countries. It is similar to the World War of Hyugaya I. Every time, countless civilians, ninjas, samurai, ronin, died in the war. Even the 5 shadows standing at the top of the ninja world have the possibility of sacrifice. There must be a sense of crisis. Marino Ibuhi stretched out his hand and clenched his arm. According to my observation, you who have a sense of justice are very suitable as my companion. Because of helping Uchiha to bring his head out. After several secret observations and assessments, Marino Ibuki finally settled on Hyuga Xiao as his companion in action. Why don't you go to Kakashi and the others? Hyuga asked back. Kakashi is too arrogant. Ibuzai shook his head. Other people don't have your sense of justice, or they are too weak. Of course. Another important reason is, you have the white eyes of the Hyuga clan, which is very suitable. Cooperate with me in this job. Konoha has multiple troops. For example, in the reconnaissance team, there are many Hyuga clan ninjas who work in separate jobs. The Hyuga clan looked far away, could see through, and could fight. Called a jackpot teammate. It's a pity that Marino Ibuki didn't know. Hyuga's rolling eyes, there was a slight problem. I can only see about 500 meters, and I can't see through the meridians. Hyuga Oya uttered his blinding flaws bluntly. Because this is not a secret among the Hyuga clan, it will be known to everyone sooner or later. It's better to be calm than to slap a swollen face and fill a fat man like Uchiha did with soil. Marino Ibuki's mouth twitched. Those eyes seemed to say, are there any mistakes? You are so amazing. It's barely enough. Marino Ibuki murmured. Anyway, I won't let you help in vain. Since there is a need for others, Marino Ibiki also knows how to give benefits. If you promise to be my partner, I will give you this. Marino Ibiki took out a piece of paper from his pocket. This piece of paper is square and about the size of a handkerchief. It looks unremarkable, even a bit soil. What is this? Haiga Xiao thought for a while, and thought Ibis probably wouldn't fool herself with a piece of useless paper. Chakra test paper. Marino Ibiki replied meaningfully. Yesterday I saw you secretly learn the Konoha cyclone of Shiranui Genma. Of course, I don't care about this. I only know that you are a very special Hinata. Usually, the ninjas of the Hyuga clan only concentrate on learning soft boxing. They dismissed the Gangchuan genre. This is not the case with Hyuga Xiao. Regardless of hard fist and soft fist, as long as you can defeat the enemy. The two kinds of physical skills are just handy tools. It's a pity that there is no submachine gun in this world. Otherwise, Hyuga would definitely go to the battlefield with a machine gun. Marino Ibiki believes that Hyuga is special here. Will not stick to some routines and regulations. It was completely different from his clansmen. This piece of paper can test your chakra attributes. Even if you become a Xianren or even Zongren, it is difficult to have enough financial resources to buy such a sheet. A chakra test paper is worth $1,000. I got it stolen from my dad. Xiangzi Morina Bixi added. Hyuga Xiao's eyes lit up. This thing is really important to myself. No, it should be said that it is important to almost every ninja. The three Shen arts taught by the ninja school and the soft fist of the Hyuga clan are all the use of blue, non-attribute chakra. I want to spit out fireballs like Uchiha belt soil. Release lightning and spit water like other ninjas. It needs to have the corresponding chakra attributes. The textbook of the ninja school says, it is the heart that determines a person's chakra attributes. The 5 most common basic attributes of chakra are water, fire, thunder, earth, and wind. The Uchiha clan, where the Uchiha belt soil is located, is born with the attribute of fire. Some people are talented and possess 2 attributes at the same time. There are geniuses with 3 attributes, even 4 attributes, and 5 attributes. Knowing your chakra attributes in advance can avoid detours and save countless hours. Marino Ibiki saw that Hyuga had an intention to move, and immediately explained. Good. Hyuga Xiao nodded. I can play detective games with you, but only when I have time. You know, we are very busy in the family. In addition to protecting the clan, the responsibilities of dividing the family include doing miscellaneous affairs, self-reliance, and cultivation. And I won't help you without limit. Well, you help me this time first. Morina Bixi nodded. The 2 parties are very happy to reach a cooperative relationship. I took the chakra test paper. Chapter 22. Following the instructions of the opponent, Hyuga put the palm of his right hand on it, and then released chakra. After a while, no response. Hyuga looked at the unchanging paper, wondering if Marino Ibiki, the big eyebrows and big eyes, was blaming people. Nope. Ibis took the chakra test paper and poured his own chakra into it. For an instant, the paper burned. This shows that Marino Ibiki has fire attributes. Seeing that the chakra test paper was burned directly to ashes, Marino Ibiki was stupid. The next moment, he grabbed Hyuga's shoulders and said inspiringly, "It doesn't matter, a genius with no attributes can become an excellent ninja. Come on. Believe in your dreams." Hyuga Xiao. End of this chapter. 10 minutes later. Hyuga had already strolled shopping with Marino Ibiki, and began to picking out the enemy. Hyuga was thinking about what had just happened. Ninja world. There are indeed some people who do not rely on ninjutsu such as Huodun and Thunderdun to fight. Even if there is no attribute, they can also become powerful ninjas. But it would be a pity if it was not possible to use these extraordinary powers in person because of this. Thinking about this, Haiga Xiao suddenly remembered the evolution map in the sea of her knowledge before. White eyes is the base point of the evolution map. If I choose one of the evolution maps, will I be able to get the chakra attribute? Hey! Haiga Xiao, catch up with me. I found the goal. Morinoi Bixie beckoned behind her head and shouted without looking back. That woman, it's her. She is not our Konoha. I have seen her many times. According to Marino Ibiki's instructions, Haiga Xiao made observations. At this time, the morning sun just rose to high altitude. The soft colors shone on the street, leaving a mottled shadow. A woman dressed in red, as if wrapped in flames, was striding across the street. She looks about 20 years old. Youthful and beautiful. The woman stopped in front of a shop, picked up the jewelry on the stall and played with it. Hello, how? Marino Ibiki asked. Haiga Xiao did not speak. After the woman appeared, although Haiga Xiao had no expression on her face, the vigilance in her heart had already emerged irresistibly. Every muscle, every meridian is ready to explode with 100% strength at any time. Because in Haiga's white eyes vision, the woman's body is like a flaming torch. Under the rising sun, it emits light and heat. Compared with other passers-by around, even Marino Ibahi must be much stronger. The amount of chakra with this strength, although it does not necessarily represent absolute strength, but it must make it clear that this woman is not a civilian, but a ninja. It is even more familiar to Haiga. It was the smell that couldn't be removed from the opponent's body. That is the rich breath that only after killing someone. Who is this woman? Why does she have the power of a ninja? She, who is not an ordinary person, can also enter and leave Konoha Hidden Village at will. Countless questions flowed through Haiga Xiao's heart. In the end, he told Marino Ibiki what he saw. What do you think? What should we do now? Morinoi swallowed happily, although he was not as calm as Haiga, but still calm enough. Haiga's answer is, of course, he will report the suspicious person discovered to Uncle Jingcha. Same as the last world. This world, Konoha Hidden Village where Haiga is located, also has a similar duty. Its name is Konoha Uchiha Police Department. The surname Uchiha. It is not only the meaning of the famous family, but also a symbol of Konoha's public security. Decades ago, when Konoha was established, the police department was established and named by the second generation of Hokage Sensuma, and delegated this responsibility to the Uchiha clan. Since then, the public security on Konoha's surface has been put under the control of Uchiha's clan. Good idea. Marino Ibiki glanced at Haiga Xiao unexpectedly. He thought. Haiga's eye rushed out, making the opponent stop loudly. Blood and witty, Haiga, I am more optimistic about you. Marino Ibahiri admired him, and the more he watched, the more he felt that Haiga should be his deputy. After waiting for several years, he became the chief of Konoha's torture department. Let Yang Xiao be vice chief today. The next moment, Marino Ibiki rushed out with a stride, and immediately grabbed a patrolling Uchiha ninja next to him. He told the other side of his own knowledge and guesses. The Uchiha ninja thought slightly. He didn't despise Morinoi's remarks because he was a child. Because even a nin school student can become a source of troops in a special period. This young lady. The police officer stepped forward and stopped the woman in red in a polite and gentleman manner. After a while, the inquiry began. Marino Ibiki and Haiga Xiao hid on the side, watching the other party conduct questioning in accordance with the normal procedures. Oh, it's a wild ninja from the country of fire. Uchiha Ninja took a look at the official certificate issued by the Fire Country. The land of fire is rich in resources, with a population of about 100 million. Such a vast area. Except for the violent organization Konoha Hidden Village. There are also some miscellaneous inheritances. For example, in some towns and small villages, there are ninjas whose parents are wild, and the children have inherited abilities. Hehe, I heard that Konoha is very prosperous, so I came to see it specially and pay tribute to Hokage Rock and other places of interest. The woman smiled happily, as if she had no thoughts at all. Well, welcome to visit. The ninja from the police department returned the document to her and let it go. Damn! Unexpectedly that even the documents are forged so complete. Marino Ibuxi suddenly said such a sentence. No, I can't give up. After speaking, he rushed out first. Hey! Ibuzai! Hyaga yelled, but did not stop him. No way, Hyaga Xiao had to follow up and see if she could find the omission. For example, if Marino Ibuki was accidentally killed by the opponent, he could prove that the woman was indeed disguised by the enemy. 10 minutes later. This is Hokage Rock. The woman raised her head, put up a pergola, and watched the huge Naruto rock statue standing on the rock behind the ninja school. Humph! In the corner, Ibuzai, who followed all the way, gave a cold snort, and was about to follow up again. But the next moment, there was a flower in front of him, and the woman suddenly disappeared. Immediately afterwards, a sense of horror emerged from behind. Little brother, do you have anything to do with me? The voice came from behind. Morinoi was shocked, and her body shuddered. Even the sweat on his forehead oozes out. Damn it! There can be nothing wrong, as expected, my instinct is okay. This woman is just like that Ashimaru, she is a monster in human skin at all. Just when Marino Ibuxi thought he was about to be killed. Chapter 23. Hey, woman, your wallet has fallen out. A calm voice sounded behind the two of them. End of this chapter. The visitor was short and squat. Big nose. Small eyes. There is a mustache on his chin. Teacher Dehei. Marino Ibuki called out the other's name. Funano Daikoku. Hyaga and Marino Ibuki's class teacher. Wearing a vest, he stood behind the woman. Funano Daikoku looked a bit shorter than the woman. He was holding a wallet in his hand. Haha! The woman was surprised at first that someone suddenly appeared behind her. This kind of me caught the black kid, and then someone caught my matryoshka, makes her very upset. Then she smiled. Thanks. Put the wallet back in your pocket. The woman took a step forward. When passing by with Funano Daikoku, she said, speaking to women and women, you can't find a girlfriend like this. Funano Daikoku stared at the other person's figure without sadness or joy on his face. Until the other party disappears completely. Only after Funano Dehei banged, smoke appeared. From a height of 1 meter 6 meters, she changed back to the appearance of Hyaga. Hyagami. Marino Ibuxi was taken aback. He didn't expect that it was not the real Funano Daikoku who had rescued him. Instead, relying on an E-level transformation technique, he suppressed the scared Hyaga Xiao. Our class teacher Funano Daikoku is Zhongren, wearing a vest that symbolizes Zhongren, especially Shangren, and Shangren. But the other party may not know that teacher Daihei is Zhongren, or she mistook it for Daihei. Teacher Hei is the shinobu. This idea is too witty. Marino Ibuki, with a cold sweat on his forehead, praised Hyaga's mind from the bottom of his heart. This strategy is perfect. Hyaga Xiao definitely has the mind of a ninja. Are you still going to keep following her? Hyaga received the compliment of Marino Ibuki. Asked blankly. Marino Ibuki nodded firmly. I am a Konoha, and I will become a Konoha ninja. It is my dream to protect the village as a torturer. Even if I die, some things must be done. Really, then you come on. Hyaga Xiao glanced at the place where the woman disappeared, and was speechless for a long time. 10 minutes later. Hyaga and Marino Ibuki are sitting on the steps of a convenience store. Hyaga Xiao handed him a drink. Marino Ibuki said thank you. No thanks, give me money. Hyga reached out her hand and asked Marino Ibiki for drinks. Marino Ibiki. After a while, Marino Ibiki, who took a drink, raised her head and looked to the sky. I have decided, I want to continue to follow that woman. He geared up, ready to show off. Although the woman concealed the police department with the forged documents, I don't believe she can escape my detection. Hey, where are you going? Marino Ibiki looked at Hyagayu, who got up with a puzzled look. I went back to practice, and if you have results, then go to the gathering place of our Hyaga clan to find me. Take a step forward and leave Marino Ibiki alone. In Hyaga's mind, she was still thinking of the woman. The appearance of the other party foreshadows one thing. What Marino Ibiki said may be true. 2 more days passed. The ninja school has started. During these 2 days, Hyaga Xiao was practicing while paying attention to the abnormal movements in the gathering place of the Hyaga clan. As a result, nothing was found in these 2 days. Not only did Marino Ibiki didn't come, the woman didn't even show up. Did any classmates see Marino Ibiki? In class, the head teacher Funino Daikoko looked around the classroom and found that Marino Ibiki hadn't come to class. Didn't come this morning. Didn't come at noon either. Hinata Yu, who was holding the Xia Hyaga's love bento, thought to herself, maybe Marino Ibiki had already been killed by that woman. Afternoon, evening. The second and third day. Marino Ibiki still didn't come to school. Approximately he did die. Thursday, evening. After completing the practice, Hyaga spit out a sigh of breath. Deihua degree, 11%. After these few days of practice, Hyaga Knight practiced Konoha Cyclone to the top, so that the degree of Taoism no longer increased. According to previous experience, if you want to increase the degree of Taoism, you have to defeat a powerful enemy, or learn other physical skills, ninjutsu, or even illusion. Sit down cross-legged. Hyaga Xiao glanced outside. The sunset is exuding the last lingering rime. Obviously, there is not enough food yet. Close your eyes and immerse your mind in the sea of knowledge. There was a vast scene before him. Universe, starry sky, constellations. Hyaga was here, as if the entire universe was under his control. A few days ago, the question of the chakra test paper made Hyaga Xiao think a little bit. An attribute different from ordinary people. Hyaga Xiao Tian arrives and doesn't even have a single attribute. Perhaps, you should try to open the evolution map, maybe you can get the chakra attributes. As Hyaga thought this way, the constellation diagrams flashed in front of her eyes. Which constellation to choose? In fact, Hyaga Xiao had the answer long ago. The fewer the constellations, the lower the power after the evolution map is completed. On the contrary, the stronger the power. But it is bound to be more difficult to practice. Achieve quickly, or climb slowly. 4. There are 4 evolution maps that fit my selection. Hyaga put the 4 constellation evolution maps before her eyes. Shen Hun Ming, Yu Hun Ming, Jian Yu Lei Shen, Guan Yuan Daiaj Hen. Sure enough, from a quantitative point of view, you should choose Shen Hun Ming or Yu Hun Ming. After completing the training, kill the first. After Yu Hun Ming is trained, the speed is the first. Fast speed is indeed an advantage, and escape is also very good. But, there are always unavoidable battles in the world. Because of the nuclear missile attack in the previous life, Hyaga has finalized the evolution map of killing no one. Whether to open the God Soul Life evolution route? Yes. Chapter 24. With Hyaga's answer, the evolution of other constellations disappeared instantly. The vast sea of stars magnified in front of my eyes. After a while, the evolution map of God Soul Life was illuminated. Finally, Hyaga Xiao can get a full view. This is... Hyaga's eyes suddenly widened. After coming to this world, his Gujing Wubo heart finally had a wave of waves. It's tailor-made for me. Choice determines destiny. As expected, destiny is in my own hands. Haiga Xiao clenched her fists, her eyes bursting with scorching heat. End of this chapter. That night. Separate house, canteen. Axia. Until I finished the meal, I didn't see Haiga Natsura, and Haiga Xiao was a little strange. I remember, Axia went to pick mushrooms in the evening. Mushroom picking should also come back. The members of the sub-family talked about it in a frantic manner. So, what did she pick mushrooms for? Who did she pick them for? No one else raised this question. It is the pure love warrior Hinata Suagito. When he finished saying this, he thought for a second, then suddenly turned his head and looked at Haiga. Not only him, but other members of the family also glanced away. Old, middle-aged, young. Men and women. Uncle, aunt. In short, all the members of the family in the cafeteria stared at Haiga Xiao with a very special look. Are you special? Haiga Suagito rushed over and stared at Haiga violently. Axia must be picking mushrooms just to make a love bento for you. I haven't come back at this time, in case I disappeared. Haiga Hojingdo made a loud voice. I don't know how much effort I used, how much blood I shed, how deep my enlightenment I have. Then I said Haiga Xiao makes a love bento for her. He now looks like a suffering lord. Do we need to go and see? Someone asked. We have the mark of the caged bird on our foreheads, and we are not afraid of others coveting white eyes. Someone said indifferently. Which direction did Axia go? Haiga Xiao ignored Sui Jingta's wonderful beauty, but asked this question. Hoshan, Konoha Hoshan. The chef clansman with the spoon in his hand pointed in the direction of Hokage Rock and said. Haiga Xiao got up, walked out of the cafeteria, and disappeared into the dark night. Haiga Xiao came to the street outside. At this time, the sky was dark and the sky was full of stars. Konoha's night is still brightly lit, showing the unique prosperity of the 5 ninja villages. Haiga Xiao did not go directly to the back mountain. Instead, he walked quickly to the ninja shop that was about to close. Boss, I want to buy some ninja. Haiga, disguised as her own body with a transformation technique, took out the money she had obtained from beating her peers in the past 2 months since enrolling in school. No more, no less, just can buy some kunao, some shurikens. The boss kindly presented a ninja bag. Haiga Xiao hung it on her waist. After leaving the ninja shop, the transformation technique was lifted, and he ran to the back mountain quickly. Using the method taught in the ninja school, Haiga was slowly consuming her chakra. If a person runs normally, especially sprinting at full strength, they will run out of energy in a short period of time. But if you are running, join chakra. Just like the internal force of martial arts novels, you can travel a long way with chakra. After a few minutes, the fast-running Haiga Xiao came to the back of Hokage Rock. It is the so-called Kainoha Back Mountain. The natural environment here is lush. There are large tracts of forests, hills, mountains, and flowing water. Although Haiga Xiao has never been here. But in the course of the ninja school, I learned Konoha's map distribution. According to the content in the memory, Haiga Xiao opened his eyes and launched a search for Xia Haiga. The dark night cannot obscure the sight of the white eyes. As long as it is a human, chakra will be as bright as a torch. Haigaya looked around and kept running. Marino Ibiki, the woman in red, Hinata Natsum. These names and words seem to be linked together. After a while, he made a discovery. Haiga Natsu. In the black and white horizon, Haiga's chakra was burning slowly and firmly. But at this moment, she was not alone, but was caught under the armpit by someone and quickly moved away. In addition, under their feet, there is a child. It's Marino Ibiki. She killed Marino Ibiki, and then took Hinata Natsuki abducted. Hyaga Xiao frowned slightly, and she had a guess in her heart. Xia Hyaga is separated like herself. But Hyaga would not naively think that as long as there is the mark of the bird in the cage, the enemy will not covet the blood of the Hyaga clan. Birds in cages can indeed destroy the brain and seal their eyes. But what about cloning after obtaining the cells? Or some cruel experiment? Even come to raise a loli, wait until she grows up? Certainly. The above are all from Hyaga's own imagination. Whether there is cloning technology in this world, it is not yet known for the time being based on Hyaga's current knowledge and intelligence control. But since someone is going to kidnap Hinata, there is no doubt, the enemy. At present, the question to be considered is: how strong is she? Will she have combat power far surpassing me? After thinking about it for a moment, Hyaga Xiao had already arrived next to the lying down Marino Ibahi. He stretched out his hand and tried his neck a little. It's a pity, it's still alive. It seems that if I didn't come to school during this period, I really tracked it down all the time. However, his strength was inadequate and he was knocked out by the enemy. Hyaga Xiao's hands are sealed. Clone technique. According to the ninjutsu taught at the ninja school, Hyaga used the E-level clone technique. Immediately, there was exactly the same Hyaga Xiao, appearing around. This clone is a ghost, has no entity, and has no attack power. The enemy can blow up with just one fist. But the advantage is that it is dark now. In the dark, it is difficult for the enemy to distinguish the authenticity of the clone technique. Thinking of this, Hyaga Xiao speeded up immediately, and rushed over with the clone. Hehe, another little mouse. Perceived that someone is approaching quickly behind him. The masked woman looked back and smiled. The moment she looked back, Hyaga Xiao saw her dress style clearly. The ninja suit, which is mainly red and decorated with brown, is obviously a ninja from the Iwakura village. Yunyan village belongs to the land of earth. There are 3 renunciation villages, namely Wuyan, Yunyan, and Sandian villages, which belong to the Muiyan village in the land of fire. Chapter 25. It can be said that it is the strongest village in the ninja world. Such a hostile ninja village came to plunder the blood inheritance boundary of one's own side, and it was justified. It turned out to be a kid. The moment the masked ninja's laughter sounded just now, the clone pounced on her. Brush! The masked girl raised her arm. Under the long sleeves, there was a cold light. A weapon commonly used by ninjas in Iwakura village. Hidden blade. Laugh. The avatar burst into a cloud of white mist in an instant, announcing its destruction. Clone technique. The moment of surprise for the masked woman. Behind. A murderous aura that was enough to freeze her blood had already soared into the sky. Next moment, the masked woman screamed and rushed forward. Snapped. Hyaga Xiao hugged Hyaga Xiao and landed steadily. End of this chapter. Damn kid. The masked girl held her shoulders, and there was a kunao stuck in it. The slightest difference, her life is gone. The moment she confronted the enemy, she also made her see her enemy clearly. The kid of the Hyaga clan. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out of that pale mask. Hyaga Xiao frowned slightly. At the final critical moment, the woman avoided the stabbing on her back in the neck. Is it the perception of danger? Losing a kunao Hyaga Xiao slowly put down. Fortunately, Xia Hyaga breathed smoothly, but fainted. Unfortunately, although she has been saved, she may become a burden to herself. Thought of this, Hyaga Xiao took a deep breath and was ready to hold her breath, and she also had several planned classifications in her heart. Since Hyaga Xiao was in a coma, it's nothing more than those kinds of methods. And when Sun Muya once again took out a handful of kunao from the ninja bag in the back pouch, the masked girl shoved her free left hand abruptly. Throw a pile of powder from the cuff. The powder blew his head and covered his face, and then raised towards Hyaga. Obviously, these powders are hypnotic drugs. As long as it is inhaled, there is a high probability that it will pass out. Well. Hyaga, who held her breath, pretended to count, staggering back 2 steps. Reluctantly, I want to put on a soft fist posture. The next second, but with a pop, he fell back on the grass. Hey, the little ghost is the little ghost, as stupid as the previous one, when you get lost, hiss. The mask woman sneered, but she quickly took a breath from the wound on the back of her shoulder. She slowly raised the hidden blade on her right arm and walked towards Hyaga. I'm going to pick up this little devil's tendons and hamstrings first, and then pack them away. A man and a woman, all children, hee, take it back and give it to him, slowly research and experiment, and when they grow up, they will be bred. The woman in Yunyan village murmured, lifted up Kunao, and stabbed down at Hyaga. Laugh. Hyaga, who had fallen to the ground, waved her arm abruptly. Directly tore the woman's wrist open a hole. Ah! The woman in the mask stepped back, spraying blood. The moon in the sky is shrouded by dark clouds. Konoha Hyushin, which could still be seen in the moonlight. Now. It suddenly became dark. The darkness is the main battlefield of the Hyaga clan. In the white-eyed vision, the blue chakra on the woman in the mask burned like a torch. Hyaga Xiao got up and wrestled. With the insight that surpasses the Uchiha clan's riding wheel, Hyaga Xiao clearly captured every movement of the other party. This is also how Hyaga had practiced hard for nearly 3 months in the past, familiarizing and using the white eyes. In this darkness, 2 figures, one large and one small, passed by quickly. The trees, grass, stones, are constantly being cut open. Between silhouettes. For some unknown time, Hyaga Xiao held a handful of kunao in her left hand. And the other side. The wounded woman in the mask sensed the flow of blood from 2 wounds. She whispered, already holding the hidden blade, turned into a whirlwind, and rolled towards the sun in front of her. Kill you! The crisp metal clashing sounded loudly. That was the sound of kunao and hidden blade clashing. The occasional sparks slightly made the starpoint light appear in the darkness. It was a cold mask with a calm face. In less than 10 seconds, Hyaga Xiao figured out the opponent's approximate strength. Endure. Basically, you are on the same level with yourself. But the opponent didn't roll his eyes, nor did he have such powerful physical skills as the Hyaga clan. So, Hyaga Xiao slowly eroded the woman's life. The other party was like a wounded beast, screaming from time to time. On the other hand, Hyaga Xiao, calm and cruel, like a piece of hard ice. Laugh. There was another wound, tearing the other party's ninja clothes, and also tore the white arm under the clothes. This 10-second fight. Let her also realize that the other party has a crocodile-like composure. What's more terrifying is, obviously he is a kid of the Hyaga clan. The shot is a vicious move. Completely attacked the key point, and couldn't see where the soft fist was. In the dark, another metal spark lit up. There was a crisp bang. Kunao in Hyaga's hands, is broken. Hyaga Xiao frowned. The smelting of weapons creates a gap. As a result, the quality of different weapons in different ninja villages is different. Obviously, the hidden blade of the ninja of Iwagaku village is tougher than the conventional kunao. But this is not a problem. Hyaga Xiao's left hand changed his right hand. At the same time, his left hand reached into the ninja bag again behind his waist, and once again took out a new handful of kunao. Although the quality of my weapons is not good. Chapter 26. But the win is cheaper, and I just bought a lot of it all at once. The woman in Yunyan village was silent. The breath of death enveloped her. The little demon in front of her was far more difficult than she had imagined, and she had to be prepared and thoughtful. How many kunao does he still have? There are still 13. Having lost 2 kunao Hyaga, she calmly calculated the number of hand-to-hand blades she had left. Sharpen the knife and chop wood by mistake. I just went to the ninja store to buy kunao, which is indeed a very thoughtful consideration. This is Hyaga. It not only possesses superhuman self-control and effort. There are also meticulous thoughts that match it. The crisp metal collision sounded again. Another half-minute passed. The masked woman finally realized what Hyaga Xiao wanted to do. This kid is consuming my energy. Are you aware of it? Hyaga asked rhetorically. Zhengtian carries unimaginable calculations and coldness. The other party was stunned for a moment. Hyaga moved. Language is also a part of tactics. At the right time, trash talking can interfere with the other person's thoughts. There are genres such as fire escape, water escape, earth escape, thunder escape, wind escape, etc. And this kind of art flow, Hyaga Xiao called it mouth escape. Boom! He lost too much blood, causing a momentary trance, and being disturbed by Hyaga's trash talk. The masked woman received a heavy punch in the abdomen. The unimaginable abundance and power spread all over the body from the abdomen. With a low groan, the masked woman flew upside down and slammed into a tree trunk. Until then, the dark clouds dispersed, and the moonlight fell on the world again. It also reflected the cold cheeks of Hyaga Xiao under the moonlight. End of this chapter. Damn boy! The masked woman clutched her abdomen, gasping for breath. From the appearance of Hyagao, and now, it is only less than 10 minutes. His movements are simple and neat, without a trace of excess. Because of this, it makes people feel creepy. A child, how could there be such a means? Could it be? Are you from the Hyaga clan? The masked woman screamed. In her thinking, only the Hyaga sect who branded her compatriots with the bird in the cage would be so cruel. Hyaga Xiao did not answer her, but swept across with cold eyes, causing the former to have a feeling of suffocation. Hyaga is as cold and proud as the king in the dark night. Next moment, the masked woman suddenly turned over and fled to the distance with all her strength. Humph! Hyaga Xiao snorted softly. Hunt down immediately. The so-called night escape is useless. This dark night is the main battlefield of Hyaga Xiao. No matter how the masked woman flees, it is meaningless in the white-eyed vision. Every time you flee, it will only provoke even more weird attacks. In the jungle hills, Hyaga Xiao moved forward and shot. The other party yelled, soaring blood, and the injury was more serious. Until the eyes are blurred and the sky is spinning. The feeling of losing too much blood made her understand that she has nowhere to escape. It's tough, deserving of the ninja of Iwakura village. As the woman fell, Hyaga Xiao exclaimed. Just like Konoha advocating the will of fire, Yunyan village also pays attention to the will of stone. Their ninjas are cruel and domineering, and at the same time have rock-like toughness. But in the end, in the victory competition, it was Hyaga Xiao who had the last laugh. Dehua degree, 11.5%. Until this line of text appeared in front of me, Hyaga knew that tonight's pursuit was over. Certainly. In order to prevent her from taking the soil like Uchiha, there will be a second uprising. Hyaga Xiao threw out 4 kunao directly and fixed them on her limbs. I don't know how long it took. In the darkness, the woman woke up. In the blurry eyes, she heard the conversation between the 2 children. Can the smell be covered? You have asked it 10 times, this is a medicine from the ancestors of my Merino family. Even if it is blood, a sprinkle on the body is absolutely guaranteed to cover the smell. The girl from Yunyan village became unconscious. Merino Ibiki and Hyaga Xiao wrapped her in sacks. Sprinkle a special potion. The 2 trot all the way and fought her back, the basement of Merino Ibiki's house. As for Hinata Natsum, who is still in a coma, she is above the surface, on the sofa of Marino Ibis's house. Hey, it's a showdown. In fact, my father is from the torture department. Marino Ibi's mouth curled up with a triumphant smile. This special basement in his house, of course, came to imprison prisoners. Daddy and Mom have gone out for midterm missions, and they won't be able to come back in a few weeks. So, Marino Ibixi became the king of the family. Ignoring his bragging, Hyaga Xiao shook her head and turned her gaze to Iway Ninbu. This is a basement. Special oil lamps were lit around. According to Morinoi Baihi, these oil lamps are made of whale oil and can burn for decades. The limbs of the female ninja were restrained by chains and tied there. Chilly water, tiger stool, Konoha's top 10 tortures. Hyaga looked around, looking for some suitable instruments of torture. In the end it was not found. Forget it, just use this to make her speak. Hyaga drew out kunao, and the cold light aimed at the opponent. Very good. Morinoi nodded secretly then xi, looking at Hyaga Xiao's gaze more kindly. Hot-blooded, witty, clear distinction between good and evil. Marino Ibiki looked at it, the more he felt that Hyaga was a talent. I am a Konoha ninja. I will interrogate you next and ask you questions. If you don't say anything, I will poke you until you say it. Hyagaya gestured to Kunao with a serious expression on her face. He, unexpectedly, it fell into the hands of the kid. The female ninja was injured in her limbs and was restrained, and she was already unable to resist. But the evil voice still came from her mouth. Thinking of Marino Ibiki's tracking of himself before. Chapter 27. She shook her head and smiled bitterly. You Konoha ninjas have been staring at me long ago. Do not. Hyaga Xiao shook his head. It's me, and him. Hyaga pointed to Marino Ibiki. 2 little children. The girl's eyes widened, and the next moment, she thought of something. That chunky Konoha ninja was pretended by you with transformation skills. Yes. Hyaga Xiao answered faintly. A transformation technique saved Marino Ibiki, and by the way bluffed Nina. Your name? Hyaga Xiao stopped talking, but started the interrogation directly. Haha, although Iwaijin and Konoha are not alliances, they also have a truce agreement. You can't do this to me. Pouch. Hyaga Xiao thrust Kyo into the opponent's arm. The woman's eyes widened unbelievably, and the next moment, she screamed. I have seen many people who would rather die than surrender, but please believe that most people, including yourself, are not as patient as you think. Hyagaya let go and said lightly. Oh grass, Hyaga's lines are so handsome. Marino Ibi put his hands behind his back, trying to look stern. But actually, the moment he saw Hyaga's eyes pain in someone else's body, he was scared a long time ago. Although Morinoi was full of basement and torture in his head. But he was just a newborn calf. Perhaps 10 years later, Marino Ibi may become a torture expert. But now, the real hard stubble depends on Hyaga. Only allow you ninjas from Yunyan village to take our people away. We are not allowed to catch you and interrogate you. I'm sorry, I don't quite understand this logic. Hyaga Xiao shook his head, then took out a handful of kunao. There is a little coldness hidden in his words. She seemed to be aware of the current situation, and Yunyan female forbearance bowed her head obediently. My name is Redstone. The ninja of Iwakura village. Many people have words such as stone and earth in their names. What are you doing with Konoha? Kumo turned a little, indicating that he would pierce her body at any time. Come to Konoha's blood inheritance boundary, observe for a few days, and found that the Hyaga clan is the easiest to succeed. You seem to be very lax in the security arrangements for the division of houses. End of this chapter. There is a cage bird's mark on the forehead of the family member, don't you know? Hyaga Xiao had no results, and asked again. Hehe, Of course I know this. The Onion girl named Red Rock smiled. Although the little girl who separated from the family is still young, but you can wait for her to grow up. What's the meaning? Marino Ibuxi said that I'm just a child and don't understand what you are talking about. Well, he really doesn't understand. Hehe, the kid is the kid. Redstone rolled his eyes and laughed disdainfully. Next moment, she saw Hyaga Xiao's expressionless cheek. There is no doubt, no anger, no surprise. The reaction was completely different from Marino Ibuxi. Alas! Redstone was surprised, and then he thought of something. An ambiguous smile appeared on her gorgeous cheeks. It seems that this little brother of the Hyaga clan knows quite well. What do you know? Morinoi was even more confused than Xi. Quick, let me go, quickly. My sister promises to let you know what the adult world looks like. Redstone leaned forward, his chains creaking. It's a pity that her abacus is destined to fail. I don't understand either. Hyaga Xiao refused the temptation of her big sister with a calm look, and asked the next question. The bird's mark in the cage will happen, and you will die as a family member. Even if you take her away, you will only take away a corpse. That's it. Redstone is a little bit regretful. Then, he showed a look of interest. It seems that you don't know, brother, the effect of the seal of the bird in the cage is limited, right? At this moment, her face was full of complacency. Do you really think that your clan's control over the division is irreversible? Once you leave 10 meters, 20 meters, or even 100 meters, 1000 meters. Will the effect of the bird's mark in the cage drop straight? Can't even perceive it at all. Redstone doesn't know yet. When she said these words, even though Hyaga Xiao's face was still expressionless, there was a storm in her heart. If it really does what she said. The further away from the clan family, the weaker the effect of the bird's seal in the cage, or even if it fails. No, she also knows a little about it, or is trying to harm me, can't believe her easily. The inner thoughts of Hyagaya immediately returned to his sorrow. Next question. That's all. After spending 2 hours, Hyaga Xiao asked all the questions she could ask. Redstone is the lower end of Yunyan village. Ninjas of different classes have different roles. Sometimes, being too strong is not necessarily a good thing. In addition to basic information, even Hyaga asked clearly what the other party likes to eat. Beside, Morinoi's worship in Bixi's eyes was almost overflowing. Actually, you made a mistake. After the interrogation, Hyaga Xiao gave him a firm look. I am not a clan family, but a division of the family. What? Redstone, who was still very proud, heard the truth that Hyaga had told her. Her expression became very exciting. Those eyes were filled with unbelievable words. Seeing this result, Morinoi held her head up tall, and her heart was more admired by Hyagaye. Not to mention the enemy's intelligence interrogation, the whole process is proficient in psychology, and at the end, you have to give the opponent one last blow. It's amazing, it's amazing. Ha 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 ha. Redstone suddenly laughed. There is endless resentment hidden in the laughter. Because she didn't want to admit that she actually lost in the hands of a splitting kid. Boy, I admit it. But don't be proud. My Union village now has more than 10,000 ninjas. There are twice as many ninjas as Yukanaha. You have a division of the family, and wait until the Ninja World War. When it is launched, it will inevitably become cannon fodder to protect the clan. At that time, I see how you die. Then, she gritted her teeth and seemed to swallow something. I am waiting for you in hell. After speaking, black blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, and she twitched a few times, and died. Successfully committed suicide by taking poison. Morinoi opened his eyes wide, and completely forgot about it. And Hyaga Xiao next to him. The brows were frowned together. In Hyaga's mind, the words of the woman before her death echoed. 10,000 Iwanan, double the number, war in the world of ninja, division to protect the clan, cannon fodder. It seems, the separation of the identity of the family and the mark of the bird in the cage are not good for me. If you divide your family, you have to bear the restraint of the bird in the cage. You have to turn into cannon fodder and protect your family in the ninja world war. So, if you separate your family and your own identity, you will feel insecure. Ninja World War is extremely cruel. Chapter 28. Even shadow may die. Ordinary people went up, most likely to die forever. Feeling pressure on her future, Hyaga Xiao couldn't help clenching her fists. Become stronger. This idea never changed. And the words of the woman made Hyaga Xiao firmer on this point. Before, the effort to prepare for graduation early, it seems that the effort has not been in vain. It has been in this world for almost 3 months. Hyaga has always been walking on thin ice, never giving up on her cultivation efforts. Just as Marino Ibiki and this woman said, the next ninja war might break out at any time. Without the strength, they can only become cannon fodder. Hyaga Xiao, what should I do with this woman's corpse? Beside, Marino Ibiki was dumbfounded, a little panicked. The first time to catch the bad guy, the first interrogation, the first, see the corpse. It seems a bit too exciting. Give it to the police department. Hyaga Xiao shook her head, no longer interested in the dead. Not too good. Marino Ibihiro shook his head again and again, seemingly scrupulous. Originally, I planned to wait for the father to come back and let him handle it. Now that she is dead, it is hard to explain to either side. Hand it over to the police department for interrogation on suspicion. Give it to the old man, and when you come back, the body will become a natural ecology. Then just dig a hole and bury it. The highly mobile Hyaga Xiao stepped forward and pressed her hand on the opponent's body. At this moment, an inexplicable voice came to mind. Detected a heart with the Earth attribute, which satisfies the evolutionary requirements of the evolution map. End of this chapter. The heart with the Earth attribute is detected, and it meets the evolutionary requirements of the evolution map. Will it be fused? Hyaga's action stopped for a while. Immersed the consciousness into the sea of consciousness. Soul, and fate, this constellation chosen by oneself. It is an evolutionary map composed of a large number of star points. The so-called star point. In fact, it is composed of blood succession boundaries, and more broadly speaking, it is composed of certain special DNA. For example, if the father and mother have white eyes, the child has a close to 99.99% chance of inheriting this trait. Another example. The parents are of the Uchiha clan, and the children will almost certainly inherit the fire attribute chakra. Whether it is the chakra attribute, or the blood inheritance boundary. In fact, they all belong to a kind of DNA mutation, or evolution. Earth attribute is also a kind of genetic DNA. If I get it, maybe I can have the changes in the nature of Earth dungeons and learn Earth Dunjutsu. Hyaga Xiao took a deep breath and nodded, I'm sure to plunder fusion. Compared to the so-called fusion, Hyaga Xiao prefers to call it a looting. Genius? Loser? This is not the point. If you don't have one, just make it your own. Next moment, something rushed from the other's body, followed the palm that touched her body, and entered Hyaga Xiao's body. Hyaga Xiao trembled all over. Suddenly, there was something more in the body and the sea of consciousness. In the background of the universe, the constellations are impressively listed. In addition to the star point white eyes at the bottom of the evolution map named Soul Life, another star point was lit. And when Hyaga focused on the second star point, a line of explanation jumped out. Earth attribute, one of the 5 basic attributes. The stars light up. Let Hyaga Xiao's body also changed. Dehua degree, 12.5%. End, because of the characteristics of the evolution map of God of Souls, Hyaga, who has acquired the earth attribute, also acquired a skill. This skill is a passive skill, similar to the soil escape hardening technique of Yunyan village. The advantage is that it does not need to be printed, and it takes effect automatically, which can increase the body's epidermal defense. The disadvantage is that it takes a long period of practice to allow the chakras of the earth to flow through the body's surface and through the whole body. The increase in defense is related to the level of practice. It's kind of like a golden bell iron jersey. Hyaga murmured. According to the skill description, the essence of this hardening technique is to let the earth-attributed chakra flow continuously through the body through the process of cultivation, transforming the body. Attacking on the body's surface can deflect or even rebound the force. It's just like a master with great internal strength in martial arts novels. Once practiced to the extreme, ordinary kunao, shuriken slashes, and stabbings will all be immune. But to practice to this point, obviously it takes a lot of energy and suffers endless suffering. Because every increase in defense power is the result of countless practice. But this is not difficult for the ruthless exercise machine, Hyaga Xiao. The previous life, plus this life, has a wealth of spiritual experience. Let Hyaga Xiao have a lot of self-confidence, and hold it to the limit. What's wrong? Seeing that Hyaga Xiao suddenly paused, Marino Ibuxi couldn't help asking. Of course he didn't know that Hyaga Xiao was different from before. Hyaga Xiao, who had plundered the opponent's soil attribute, now has one more ability to become stronger. Oh, I was thinking where to bury it. Hyaga Xiao said casually. Marino Ibuxi replied, my backyard. The two lifted the remains. Move out. It seems to be lighter. Marino Ibuki said casually. Hyaga Xiao. I heard that when a person dies, the soul will fly away, so the weight of the body is much lighter than before. Marino Ibuki said that he didn't know where he heard the gossip. But Hyaga Xiao knew. The body of the female ninja of Yunyan village Redstone, has indeed become lighter. Because, when the soil attribute was just plundered from her, the weight of meat was lost. The missing part was plundered by Hyaga Xiao. After half an hour, there is already a small pile of mound in the backyard of Morina Bixi's house. The body of the female ninja of Yunyan village was buried underneath by the two. A jujube tree was planted on it. When your parents come back, you just said you want to eat dates. Hyaga Xiao said casually, and threw the shovel aside. Okay. Mori Ibuxi said it was good. But in fact, he couldn't work hard inside. What should I do if my parents find out? But this is not the point. Man should be responsible. Don't worry, Hyaga, I won't tell others what happened tonight. Morinoi is 2 heads taller than Hai. It looks like Kongwu is powerful. It is the tallest among the 30 students in the class, and it does have stupid strength. Therefore, the digging behavior of the two is not too tired. Marino Ibuki, who was standing next to the jujube tree leaning on his shovel, showed a powerful smile at Hyaga, companion. Chapter 29. He said. Hyaga Xiao is his companion. Hyaga Xiao. After a while, the two returned to the house. By now, it's 10 o'clock in the evening. I have been busy for most of the day. The two took a bath one after another to wash off the smell of blood and dry their clothes. Hyaga, refreshed, and Marino Ibuki returned to the living room. Hyaga was lying on the sofa, still in a coma. At this time, Marino Ibuki had time to ask, your sister? Your sister? Hyaga Ziobai gave him a glance. Marino Ibuki said, I'm fed up with Hyaga's eyes. He always looks at me with white eyes. That's it. Marino Ibuki put out her little finger, meaning, girlfriend. Well, I was kidding. Morinoi Bixi shrugged. The two looked at the items on the table, cushioned with a piece of cloth. These items are trophies. Found it from the female ninja Redstone in Yunyan village. 2 bottles of hypnotics, a hidden blade, a ninja bag, a number of Kyowo shuriken, a purse, and a mask. Morinoi Bixi made a gesture and counted the spoils. I am 7 and you are 3. Haiga Xiao directly opened his mouth. Take the share that belongs to me. Marino Ibixi didn't refute, and he readily gave the most valuable hidden blade to Haiga. Hypnotics, 1 bottle per person. The 2 took the vial into their arms almost simultaneously. This is a good thing. In less than 2 minutes, the 2 took what they needed and divided the spoils. The cooperation is very pleasant. Just when Haiga Xiao was about to get up and leave here with Haiga Natsumai on her back, the latter opened his eyes in a daze. Zai-jun. End of this chapter. The rising Haiga Xiao looked around for a while. I found myself coming from Konoha to a strange living room. Axia, it's okay, the trafficker has been beaten away. Haiga Xiao said lightly. It's a human trafficker, not a ninja from Yunyan village. Obviously, this is misleading. Well, don't run around in the future. What kind of mushrooms are you picking in the dark? Marino Ibixi said very cooperatively. And shook a look of you and I understand towards Haiga. Haiga Xiao. Under self-introduction, I am Haiga's classmate and companion, and I may still be a colleague in the future. Well, my name is Marino Ibiki. The big man stood up and forced a smile. Although it looks like a wicked person no matter how you look at it. Zai-jun, in other words, did you save me? Xia Haiga stared at Haiga, and soon her cheeks turned red. Marino Ibiki looked up at the ceiling, saying that he hadn't seen anything. After coming out of Morina Bixi's house, the 2 walked back down the street. Along the way, Haiga Xiao bowed her head and followed behind Haiga Xiao. There was a smile of joy on his face. In front of her, Haiga Xiao frowned, thinking that she and Haiga Xiao were not in the same dimension at all. The female ninja of Yunyan village Redstone said that the status of fighting in the ninja world and dividing the family cannon fodder gave Haiga Xiao a sense of crisis. I must improve my strength as soon as possible and find a way to defeat Kakashi. Haiga made a decision. The goal of early graduation must be reached as soon as possible. If you graduate early and become a ninja early, you can get more opportunities to fight and practice, thereby becoming stronger. Can also loot more chakra attributes. Haiga felt that if she guessed correctly, defeat the enemy who has the wind attribute heart, and you can get the wind attribute. The same goes for fire, thunder, and water. If an attribute can increase Daoism by 1%, 4 enemies will be 4%. If the degree of Daoism is further improved, it will inevitably become stronger. When the Taoism reached 10% before, it was the watershed between Nin school students and Xiaoren. If it reaches 20%, will my strength reach the level of Zhongren? Wordless all the way. Haiga, who was thinking about things, and Haiga, who silently liked him, returned to the branch compound together. Hinagami. The compound of the Haiga clan. The patriarch, Haiga Hizu, stood there. It was already 10:30 at night. It was time to rest an hour and a half ago. But tonight, because of Hinata's loss, the Zong family and the branch family stood at the entrance. The brightly lit house reflects the serious face of Haiga Hizu. My patriarch. Haiga Xiao came forward and responded. Behind him was the intact Hinata Natsum. Seeing the 2 return, Haiga Hinata breathed a sigh of relief. If Hinata Xiao really has an accident, the face of the Haiga clan will inevitably be damaged. Tell me what happened. The words of Haiga Nizu returned to a posture full of majesty. Axia went to Konoha Hyushin to pick mushrooms and didn't come back very late. Haiga I opened his mouth and came. I chased it out, and happened to ran into a classmate on the street. I thought that one more person would have more strength, so I called him to help. Then I found Axia in the back mountain and helped run away the trafficker. What happened was briefly described by Haiga Xiao. But in fact, the real situation was far more thrilling than what Haiga had described. Morinoi was almost scared out of his care. And that's not a trafficker at all. It's the shinobu of Yunyan village. The human trafficker didn't run away either, but was directly arrested and interrogated. The deeds of Haiga and Marino Ibiki are daring enough. But Haiga had thought about it early. In case of Dongchuang incident, throw the pot to Marino Ibiki. Relying on one's own sincere persona, it is bound to be able to shirk responsibility completely. Pity. The only pity for Haiga Xiao is that he forgot to say our Haiga clan Nogaki number 1 clan. It seems that the disguise is not perfect, and it has to be deepened. My patriarch, sorry, I forgot to say this sentence. Haiga Xiao showed a look of shame. Can't wait to find a hole in the ground. Haiga Nissa. Everyone. Ahem. The patriarch coughed and walked out from behind Haiga Hizu. Haiga, you did a good job. It's just. He looked at Hinata Natsumi. Haiga Natsuya, why did you go to Konoha Hyoshin to pick mushrooms so late? When this question was raised, the branch families looked up one after another. Chapter 30. Zaijun. Xia Haiga also blushed, a little embarrassed. In the crowd, Haiga Sui gnashed his teeth, and almost broke his sleeve. Perhaps. As soon as Haiga Xiao spoke, his stomach gurgled. It's because there is not enough food in the branch cafeteria. Haiga Xiao, with an innocent expression, replied naturally. Haiga Nissa. Clan Elder. After a while, Haiga Nizu ordered the order. Let Haiga Momi go to the branch cafeteria to inspect, to see if it is as Haiga Xiao said. If so, strictly check the kitchen and related personnel. Good guy. Haiga Haujito called hello to the good guy. There is so much food in our separate cafeteria, it is not enough for you to eat, you are full of meals at Haiga Xiao. He is going crazy. That day, Xiang Xiao was too able to open her mouth and came. But what makes Sui Jingtu happy is the safe return of Haiga Natsu. Haiga Xiao. Don't think I will thank you for saving Axia. Sui Jingtu stood in front of Haiga Xiao, his nose almost touching his face. If it weren't for you, Axia wouldn't have to go to the back mountain to pick any mushrooms. At the same time, Sui Jingtu's heart was extremely broken. Damn, why can't I get Axia's loving bento? Several people followed Maui Haiga. Momi Haiga, who was given a heavy responsibility by Haiga Nisatsu, came to the kitchen and checked it again. The food eaten by the family is naturally incomparable with the Zone family. Just listen to Momi Haiga said, in the future, the cost of meals will increase by 10%. After speaking, she turned and left. Fooled over. Haiga Xiao stared at Momi's back. Maybe, didn't fool around. Because, Momi Haiga is a very transparent girl. End of this chapter. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, 2 months passed. Haiga Xiao went through 2 consecutive months of penance. There was a hint of fierce appearance all over his body. In addition, we will continue to deepen the efforts. Almost everyone, including the ninja school and the Haiga clan, knew that Haiga was a very hard-working ninja student. So far, get the Earth attribute and light up the second star point Haiga. It was a matter of course, and the accompanying hardening technique skills were cultivated to the extreme. 60 days. The degree of Daoism has changed from 12.5% to 13.5%. Although the degree of Daoism has progressed slowly, but Haiga's true strength has changed incredible. The skin flicked and flicked. Ordinary clubs, even kunao and shuriken with his body, could no longer cause any harm to Haiga. Unless the opponent's strength is particularly strong, he can use these ordinary weapons to hurt Haiga. With punches and kicks, Haiga could shake it open at will. At this point, It's a bit like the secret body art, soft boxing, one shot of Hyaga sect. Soft fist, one shot, through the acupuncture points throughout the body, release the chakra. To reach the level of attacking, restraining, and shaking off the body. For example, clan family members are with rope. They can use this trick to break all the ropes. Hyaga Xiao can now do this as well. This counter-shock force. It will inevitably come in handy in many situations. At least you don't have to worry about being killed by ninja students and Xiaoren miscellaneous fish. Hyaga Xiao finished her morning exercise, and took a long breath, very satisfied with her progress. In the past, Hyaga Xiao had seen many works of art. There was a character with a face inside, but was killed by a trash fish that appeared out of nowhere. This way of ending is not only happy, but also sad. Hyaga Xiao was very lucky. I won't die in this way in the future. In other words, now I have become a fish killer. Since miscellaneous fish can't kill Hyaga, then in turn, naturally Hyaga can kill all miscellaneous fish. Patted on the body. Hidden weapons are hidden everywhere in the clothes. A bottle of hypnotic medicine that I got from Yunyan Ninja. There is also a sleeve sword that is tied to the cuff and can be activated at any time. The farmer has a gun in his hand and can kill a knight. In the same way, Hyaga felt that hypnotics and hidden blade could greatly improve his combat effectiveness. Certainly. Before the critical moment, these two weapons are their own cards. Cannot be easily exposed. Come out of the separation compound. Carry the school bag. And Hyaga Mo did not leave the gathering place. There are 59 days left. The ethereal voice of Hyaga Momi came from the front. The date she said refers to the date of graduation. In 59 days, half a year has passed since enrollment. At that time, Momi Hyaga and Kakashi Heiji will graduate early from the ninja school. Become two more geniuses who graduated at the age of 5 after Jiraiya, Osameru, and Tsunade. Although this does not represent the upper limit in the future. But it represents the rate of progress of talent. The same thing. Hyaga Momi and Heiji Kakashi learn faster than others. It's like opening the protagonist template. Miss, I am going to challenge Yurihong and Sarutobi Asma. Hyaga Xiao hesitated for a while, and then said his goal. Defeat Yurihong and Sarutobi Asma first. Hyaga Mo did not agree with or deny Hyaga's thoughts. After coming to the ninja school, Hyaga Osa continues to class as usual. The second class is a ninja throwing class. The students came to the playground. Well, as usual, one by one. Funano Daikoku stood there, holding a notebook and pen in his hands, preparing to record the students' throwing levels. Look at me. Uchiha took the lead and played first. He first geared up, then cast a glance at Yayu and Lin. Lin is looking at me, I must not let the wind go, at least, I must surpass that guy Kakashi. Go away. Shoo. The shuriken was spinning, making a sound of breaking through the air, and hit the target. Funano nodded. Since Hyaga Xiao gave Uchiha some excavations. Chapter 31. Uchiha took the soil and really started to work hard. From the beginning, nothing was thrown, but now it can hit the target by throwing it casually. I didn't discredit the Uchiha clan. Funano Daikoku recorded Uchiha's achievements in taking soil. The Uchiha clan is not only proficient in fire escape, but also proficient in ninja throwing. As for Konoha, if Uchiha says he is second in throwing skills, no ethnic group would dare to say that he is the first. Sunset is red. Funano Daikoku called Yurihong. Lori Yurihong with black curly hair and ruby eyes is second only to Hyaga Momi in appearance. The reason Hyaga Xiao left Yurihong and Sarutobi Asma together to challenge. It's not just because of the strength of the two. More importantly, Sarutobi Asma has been pursuing Yurihong. Hyaga looked away. From Yurihong's body to Asma's body. He is working hard to cheer for Yurihong. Among all the boys, he has the loudest voice at this time. Sarutobi Asma. Hearing the surname Sarutobi, you can know a few things. Listen to other students or ninja school teachers talking for a while. You can know something more exciting. Sarutobi Asma looked dazed and unremarkable. But actually, he is the son of Kokage Hidden Village, the third generation of Hokage Sarutobi. That's right. It is the third generation of Sarutobi Hizen who is called Professor of Ninjutsu and the strongest Naruto. Sarutobi Hizaki not only commanded thousands of ninjas in Konoha Hidden Village. His own strength is at the apex. It can be said, is the strongest in Konoha Hidden Village. This world. Because of the genetic DNA problem. Theory of descent is universally popular. That is, a dragon gives birth to a dragon and a phoenix, and the mouse's son will make holes. I don't know how many people knelt and licked Asma while optimistic about Asma. Tuk tuk. There was a dull nailing sound. Yuri Hong has finished throwing. A shuriken hits the heart, not bad. Funino Daikoku praised. The results are at least better than Uchiha's belt soil. Take soil, you have been beaten by girls. The other boys laughed suddenly. Only. After the last time Hyuga had brought out Uchiha, they only dared to laugh at it verbally. Just as everyone laughed, an indifferent word joined them. Are you sure you are better than taking soil? Hyuga Xiao said this sentence that can be called a group of ridicule. Especially. Sarutobi Asma's gaze came over at once. End of this chapter. Hyuga, what do you mean? On the spot, some people were unhappy. No, don't get me wrong. Hyuga Xiao looked kind. I'm not targeting you, I mean, everyone present, few are better than taking soil. Because the words and attitude are too sincere. People even think that Hyuga Xiao is so sure. When Uchiha brought the soil to hear Hyuga's words, he was moved to cry. He turned his head and stared at a certain white-haired boy. Kakashi, you said that Hyuga was selling me or something. I tell you, Hyuga is my good friend of Uchiha with soil. It's so weird. With his hands around his chest, Kakashi looked at Hyuga with a puzzled expression on his face. He didn't understand at all, whether it was really shrewd and stupid to fall into the night. Hyuga. Don't tell the truth. Marino Ibiki did not know when he came to Hyuga Xiao. The big man patted Hyuga on the shoulder and shook his head. Although you are honest, honesty sometimes hurts. Special. Kakashi's eyes widened. What a hell! Even the big eyebrows and big eyes of Marino Ibiko also had the way of Hyuga Xiao? Of course Kakashi didn't know. Marino Ibiki took a different look at how Hyuga was. How lush and unrestrained the jujube trees in his backyard are. This Hyuga Xiao. Sarutobi Asma looked up and down Hyuga. As if to show Hyuga Xiao through. Perhaps because Hyuga was too arrogant, the next one, Funino Daikoku called him. Student Hyuga am I? Yes. Hyuga Xiao responded. Go to the starting line. On the surrounding table, there is an unopened box of shurikens. Xiang Xiao talked a lot this day, now it's his turn, let me see how he is. Hey! Maybe, it's him who brought the soil as well as Uchiha. After all, the last time the results were very mediocre. Because of being ridiculed by Hyuga Xiao. The other boys were at the same hatred, standing there and talking coldly, preparing to watch Hyuga's show. Hyuga Xiao took up the shuriken. Look at the target ahead. How can he not know what these bear kids are thinking in their hearts? In fact, this is exactly part of the plan. Hyuga Xiao deliberately took this opportunity to utter Kijin. Just right. After Xiri Hong, it was his turn. Hyuga, my good friend. Come on. When most people are not optimistic about Hyuga Osa. Uchiha brought the soil and did not forget to cheer for him. Humph. Morinoi was even more disdainful, laughing at these students too young. Hyaga Xiao even can defeat Xia Shino in Yunyan village. The test project of Shinobu School. Shoo! Hyaga shook her arms. It wasn't until everyone saw it clearly that they realized that what Hyaga had thrown out were not 4 shurikens, but 8. Each finger gap can be clamped 1. But if you throw out 8 at the same time, it will be very problematic. This is a difficult problem for every ninja school student, even the teachers of ninja school. Unless, this person belongs to the Uchiha clan and has mastered the unique throwing technique of the Uchiha clan. Tuk tuk. A series of hit sounds sounded. Funino's pupils shrank. On sight. Suddenly became quiet. Including those who laughed at Hyaga, all became silent. 3 shurikens hit the heart. Funino's mouth twitched. He turned his head and glanced at Hyaga Xiao meaningfully. Chapter 32. And Hyaga, who was seen by him, had a calm face, as if it were just a normal warm-up throw. In fact, this is not the ultimate of Hyaga. Cultivate hardening technique to great achievement, supplemented by other physical techniques. Hyaga Xiao's control over her body has reached a level that most other peers can't reach. But today Hyaga's purpose. It attracted the attention of Yurihong and Asma. Instead of doing something else. As long as it is stronger than Yurihong, there is no problem. It's more than Zirihong. Did not expect. Hateful. In the envy, jealousy, and even incredible eyes of the students, Hyaga Xiao slowly returned to this side. At the same time, a pair of ruby pupils also looked at Hyaga Xiao curiously. Yurihong was amazed by this classmate who surpassed his throwing score. Hey! Sarutobi Asma inserted one hand into her pocket, and stared at Hyaga Yusu's gaze a little uncomfortably. Around. Some guys who understood Asma's eyes said. Hinata Xiao has won Master Asma's girlfriend. It really doesn't give Master Asma any face. I'm going to take a day in Hyuga. Who will be with me? He waved his arm. On the spot, many boys echoed. I'm coming. And me. I've seen Xiang Xiao upset this day. Although a few months ago, Hyaga Xiao did defeat Shiranui Genma. But so what? Could it be possible that his 2 fists are worth 4 hands? Then, a loud conspiracy plan was staged in front of Hyaga Xiao's eyes. Between classes, the students who returned to the classroom were in 2s and 3s, or gathered together to discuss the details of the assault on Hyaga. And beyond that, some girls cast a shy look at Hyaga Yu. Certainly. Bolder. For example, Matere Red Beans began to lie on the table writing love letters. Hyaga Xiao. Matere writes on red beans. My old lady likes you. She writes on paper. It's not only because you are handsome, but your behavior is also in line with the taste of my old lady. Matere Adzuki is satisfied with his wording. Because she is a very savage girl. A bit of a female man temperament. Bullying boys is also the kind of bullying and crying. Of course, in terms of appearance, it is also in the same position as Xirihong. However, because of the bad personality, she was rated as the most beautiful girl who doesn't want to be a lover by the boys in the class. I don't know if Matere Redbean has this self-knowledge. Or she didn't like other boys, so Matere Adzuki didn't care about this kind of thing at all. After writing the love letter, taking advantage of a certain neutral position, Matere Adzuki bean passed by Hyagaya's table and secretly threw the love letter in. Then, pretending to be no one else and walked away. She believed that after reading the love letter, Hyaga would promise to associate with herself. Well, after all, the beauty of her Matere red beans is not bad. End of this chapter. That day, when I returned to my seat, he keenly noticed the abnormality of the table. Someone has been here. Hyaga Xiao took out kunao and fiddled with it carefully. Then, I found an envelope that fell out of the inside. It is purple. The corners of Hayaga's mouth twitched. Marino Ibushi's powerful face first appeared in his mind. Next, Uchiha belt soil. As the envelope opened, Hayaga sighed in relief. It turned out to be the savage Mitarashi Adzuki bean in the class. Originally, Hayaga Xiao still regarded her as a challenge target. But now, Hayaga Xiao shook his head. He threw this love letter into the trash can. Women will only slow down the speed of my punches. It's not an almighty maid like Hinata Xia who can make loving bento, clean and tidy up, take care of feeding and so on. Corridor between classes. Hey! Hayaga! Mitere Adzuki screamed Hayaga-yu in great spirit. Turning around, staring at her. Fair skin, purple hair. She is a very good-looking loli. But beyond that, it gives people a sense of danger. Letter, did you read it? I saw it. Hayaga Xiao responded casually. You, have no response. Throw it in the trash can. Hayaga Xiao pointed to the direction of the classroom. Puff. Mitere Adzuki coughed violently. Throwing it in the trash can tells nothing, she said to herself. Afterwards, he raised his head and looked at Xiang Hayaga Xiao again. Let's go back together after school later. Let's drop in. There is only one at the school gate, of course it's on the way. Hayaga Xiao shook his head. The expression seemed to say you are so strange. Mitere red beans. I have something to go now. The ruthless exercise machine Hayaga Xiao walked back to the classroom quickly, planning his own affairs. That's all. Only Mitere Adzuki Beans stood alone on the spot. Her first love, the first love letter, was ruthlessly shattered. In fact, Mitere Adzuki is not the first girl to summon the courage to confess with Hayaga. Only, like Adzuki Beans, they were rejected by Hayaga before they showed a specific use in themselves. Hayaga will not be interested. Hey, Mitere Red Beans! The Shiranui Genma who was peeking from the side and the others came over with a smirk on his face. Are you here to see me making a joke? Chapter 33. Mitere Adzuki turned around and stared at the boys fiercely. Don't get me wrong, we just want to invite you to discuss plans to beat Hyogaya together. We've seen that kid upset long ago. After our school, Hayaga Xiao and Hayaga Mo did not leave the campus. It is strange that a bunch of people followed them today. 10 minutes later. Creek, flowing water, park. What's the matter, everyone? Hayaga Xiao stood still, there was silence in her ears, only the sound of the river flowing. Hayaga Momi stopped similarly, turned around, and scanned the spot. Mo. Oh no, Miss Hayaga. This time, Ebisu learned well. He held his black round sunglasses with a humble expression on his face. We are here to discuss with classmate Hayaga, it has nothing to do with you. He waved his hand, indicating that Hayaga Mo did not leave. Okay. Hayaga nodded vigorously, is there such a good thing? Look around the spot. Ebisu, Yamashiro Aoba, and the same foot, Mitere Adzuki Beans, Shiranui Genma, and Iwahi. Plus the other 2 boys. A total of 8 people. What's interesting is, Sarutobi Asma and Yuri Hong also came here, but they formed a team of their own. Me and Hong are here to watch the show. Sarutobi Asma shook her head, almost saying I am a dude on her face. Although it may be 10 or 20 years later, Asma can become a man on his own. But when I was young. Who is not a bear? Hayagaya, we want to single with you pick. Ebisu bit the word heads up very hard. Come on then. Hayaga posed a posture and was ready to fight. No, don't get me wrong. Ebisu imitated Hayaga, saying in the tone of his morning ninja throwing lesson. I'm not singles against you. I mean, let you single against a group of us. At this time, there are other students in the ninja school passing by the river bank. They looked at what happened here curiously. What to look at? Roll. Be careful to beat you up. In a few moments, these 8 elementary school students scared everyone away, looking at their dazzling appearance, as if they could pierce the sky today. Interesting. Haiga Xiao smiled. The scene in front of me. It reminded him of the situation when he was in elementary school in the previous life. Come on together, I'm in a hurry. Everyone was taken aback first. Then he laughed back in anger, punish him. Ebisu rushed forward immediately. Haiga Xiao pushed hard and kicked out, and Ebisu flew upside down with a sound of oh. Then, facing Shiranui Genma and Diawahi's offensive, Haigaya bowed left and right, grabbing their fists. Then, give it a hard twist. Ah! Wow! The two of them who had their arms twisted cried out in pain. Ah! Behind, came Ching Chao of Mitarashi Red Beans. Haiga Xiao made a roundabout kick. Konoha Whirlwind. Boom! This kick hit Mitare Adzuki Bean in the face. Kicked that pretty cheek into an emoji. Mitare Red Beans whirled, and finally rolled to the ground. Konoha Gale. Sweeping the same leg together, there was a gust of wind. At this time, as soon as Haiga Xiao landed, the bottom line was bound to be unstable. Aside, Momi Haiga's eyes widened as he watched the battle, and her ethereal expression changed a little. Perhaps she judged that Haiga was about to deflate. Humph! And sneered in the same way, with a triumphant expression on his face. Boom! D-class physical skill, Konoha Gale hits. As a variant of Konoha Cyclone, Konoha Gale specializes in the bottom plate. Able to make the enemy lose his balance in one blow and let himself be killed. And the same is indeed kicked. But the scene where Haiga lost his balance in the imagination did not happen. On the contrary, kicking the body of Hyoga Xiao's body is the same, just feel like he mentioned a piece of iron. It can't be shaken at all. Moreover, an unimaginable counter-shock force can be transmitted from the surface of the opponent's body. I lost my balance with the same shockingly. End of this chapter. Did you just kick me? When he looked up, what he saw was Haiga Xiao was doubtful and strange, and there was a hint of sarcasm that was hard to find. Absorbed the soil attributes of the onion female ninja, opened the second star point, and obtained the special skill Haiga. He has already practiced his hardening technique to the extreme. 2 months. The persistence day after day finally paid off. Konoha Gale. He saw that the unscathed Haiga Xiao had a Konoha Gale sweeping across the bottom plate. He swept away the squatting side by side. The latter cried out painfully, and the whole person rolled down the road like a spinning top, and finally fell into the water with a puff. On the other side, Yurihong had an expression like seeing a ghost, Konoha Gale. Classmate Haiga Oya, he. This is obviously the same physical technique that was used just now. Why is Xiang Xiao easy to use this day? Even looks more skilled than similarities. The 3 of you are left. Haiga Xiao said mildly to Yamashiro Aoba, who was sweating, and the other 2 boys. After a few seconds. Snapped. Snapped. The 3 fell. Our Haiga clan, but Konoha's first clan. After doing all this, Haiga assumed a soft fist posture. The shouting is loud and powerful. Haiga Momi. Asma and Xi Rihong. Daehwa degree, 13.51%. Seeing the 0.01% increase in Daehwa degree, even Haiga Xiao's mouth couldn't help but tremble. These guys, what a waste. Haiga was very speechless about the fact that he didn't get any experience points. But others are not as calm as Haiga Xiao. One by one they reluctantly climbed up and looked at Haiga Xiao in disbelief. Chapter 34. With 1 enemy and 8, they all counter-kill. This kind of thing. The physical skills of the Haiga clan really live up to its reputation. Asma snorted. Why, Do you want to be my little brother? Asma looked sure to win. He thought to himself, since Xiang Xiao knew that I was Hokage's son this day, she must be like everyone else and would kneel and lick me all the way. I reject. Haiga Xiao shook his head. What? Asma leaned back, very surprised. The next moment, he thought of something. Oh, I understand. Then, Asma touched it and took out a wad of money from her pocket. Snapped. Snapped. He slapped the wad of money and looked at Haiga with a funny look. What? When my little brother, I will pay you salary every month. 1,000 taels. What is the concept of 1,000 taels? 1 bowl of ilaku ramen. The price is about 30 taels to 100 taels according to the different materials and amounts. In other words, you can eat 33 bowls a month. You can enjoy Konoha's most delicious ramen every day. This is simply an astronomical figure for Haiga Xiao, who is struggling to live and has never been in a restaurant. Even if Haiga had seized hundreds of taels in the past, they were also used to buy kunao and shurikens. Only a dog like Asma can take out so much pocket money to buy others at once. Sorry, Master Asma, I still refuse. Haiga Xiao shook his head. His refusal. It not only caused a change in Haiga Momi's eyes. It also attracted abuse from Ebisu and others. Haigaya. Don't know what to do. Master Asma is the son of Lord Naruto. Ebisu stood up and yelled, pointing at Haiga. If you want to hang out in Konoha in the future, you have to abide by the rules here. You are just a trivial Haiga branch. Master Asma is for your face. Asma put her hands around her chest and nodded, completely agreeing with Ebisu's opinion. And the strange thing is, Xirihong didn't even make any rebuttals. Could it be? Is she just a superficial girl? Haiga Xiao remembered. Yurihong's father is the famous elite Shangnan in Konoha Hidemura, Phantom Ninja Yuha. He made countless exploits for Konoha. Even in the ninja school class. Also mentioned by teachers. Yuri Zhenhong defeated unknown enemies with one-hand illusion. One of the hard conditions for acquiring illusion is high intelligence. This evening Red does not look like an idiot vase. Sorry, I already have a mission. Said Haiga Xiao. The duty of dividing the family is to protect the clan. I can't be the younger brother of Master Asma. After speaking, Haiga Xiao turned around and kicked Ebisu again, causing him to fall and eat shit. Only then left with Haiga Momi. What Haiga Xiao didn't know was, when he left Asma's eyes, there was a hot change. As if to engrave the seal of Haiga Knight in his eyes. This change was captured by Yurihong standing beside him. After a few minutes, Haiga Xiao and Haiga Momi left the river and embarked on the road where the Hui people gathered. You just defeated 8 people at the same time. Haiga Mo said without looking back. Although this is not a life and death fight. He didn't even use weapons, it was just a fight between the children. What Haiga Xiao did is also surprising enough. Miss, this is the result of my hard work. Haiga Xiao did not hesitate to attribute all this to her own efforts. And a little talent for combat. Haiga Xiao added another sentence. The following sentence was something that Haiga Mo hadn't said more than 2 months ago. This sentence happened to be mentioned. The characters that Haiga Xiao created for herself became hard-working plus battle type. Perseverance, for 4 consecutive months, more than 120 days of tenacious and unremitting practice, and constantly discussing with others. These 2 things are seen in the eyes of everyone who knows Haiga. Everything is so logical. It makes sense to defeat 8 children. You really work hard. Mo Haiga nodded. The entire class? No, in the entire ninja school, the only one that can be compared with Haiga's efforts. I'm afraid it's only Maid Kai who failed the entrance to school. Compared with others, Hyuga and Uchiha Dado are called the crane tail duo. Hyuga Momi prefers to put Hyuga and Metkai together and call it the diligence duo. End of this chapter. You just also rejected Asma. Hyuga Mo did not mention this matter again. Sarutobi Asma is the son of Hokage, the most powerful second generation in the entire village. Most people will not have the courage to reject him. Because my mission is to protect the clan. Hyuga Xiao immediately held up her head and held her chest up, obliged to do so. Just as faithful as you need to be, there is so much faithfulness. And I think Master Asma, as the son of Master Naruto, must have the same broad mind as Master Naruto. Well said. A voice came from behind. It was not Hyuga Momi who spoke, nor was it Hyuga Yo who was boasting. But Evening Red? Hyuga Xiao and Hyuga Mo did not turn their heads. Seeing Yurihong standing there alone, they seemed to have something to say. She glanced at Momi Hyuga. Hesitate to speak and stop. Obviously, he wanted Hyuga Mo to not evade. But Hyuga Momi said directly, "You are not afraid of shadows. If you have something to say directly, you don't have to be sneaky. Say this sentence." But Hyuga Momi noticed his failure to say something. Because she shouldn't be so vain of etiquette. Irihong froze for a moment, thought for a few seconds, then nodded, "That's right." She took a few steps forward and looked directly at Hyuga. "Hyuga, actually I have to tell you one thing, it's about Asma." Hyuga Xiao, Asma. Yes. Yurihong nodded. In the next sentence, she said astonishingly, "I hope you can become friends with Asma." Chapter 35. Hyuga Xiao doesn't understand this. Haven't you rejected Asma before? Didn't this woman see it? Irihong shook her head. Master Asma is very upset about certain things. Following Yurihong's description, the life and worries of Asma were also revealed before the eyes of Hyuga Xiao and Hyuga Momi. Sarutobi Asma is the youngest son of the third generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hizen. He also has a big brother. My brother is very good. Father is the object of countless ninja admiration. This makes Asma live under a very great pressure. Of course Asma worked very hard. Study hard and practice hard. But regardless of anyone, treat him as a young master. It was the son of Naruto who spoke, not the person Asma. Asma with the halo of children of Naruto. No matter what achievements are achieved, others will only say, as expected of Naruto-sama's son. No one takes his efforts squarely. As if this is just a matter of course. Until I rejected Asma. Irihong said. At the beginning, before entering the ninja school, the others knelt and licked Asma all the way. Otherwise, because of the power, I dare not offend him. Only Irihong loves to answer Asma. So, Asma believes that Irihong is the most special girl. Although at first, Irihong thought Asma was the kind of useless second generation. But Asma continues to prove himself in his efforts. Irihong also changed his view of Asma. You are the first boy to refuse him. I hope you can become good friends with Asma. Before the last moment Hyuga left, Asma's hot eyes lit up. Obviously, he thought that Hyuga could treat him equally, not just because he was Hokage's son. Want to be respected. I want to live on an equal footing under the sky of Konoha like everyone else. Oh. After listening to Asma's story, Hyuga faintly responded. Is this the trouble of the legendary Master of Versailles? Hyuga Xiao said. I don't understand the troubles of powerful people. If it's okay, I'll leave. Hyuga pointed out the direction and said that he wanted to go home. Hyuga is just a practice machine with no emotions. It won't let you waste your time. Yurihong stopped Hyuga Xiao. I can teach you the illusion of my Xiri family. Hyuga, okay, I will become good friends with Asma. Hyaga Momi. That afternoon, Hyaga Momi and Hyaga Xiao, together with Yuri Hong, came to the old house of the Sarutobi family. The old house of the Sarutobi family. Illusory is very interesting. Hyaga Xiao did not say to Hyaga Mo. I have never been exposed to illusion. I want to learn it. That simple and honest appearance is purely a child's curious mood. Hyaga Mo didn't think about it, but he was relieved. She said in her heart, Hyaga Xiao is not tempted by money or bowing to power, but driven by curiosity. This fits his character very well. It looks like someone is coming out. Xi Hong greeted the two. The three immediately hid in the corner. Nowadays, the old house of the Sarutobi Haji family was opened. Explain that someone is in it. Although the third generation of Hokage Sarutobi Risen often rests in the Hokage building because of office work. But occasionally, will also return to the old house for a few days. After a second, I saw that Asma ran out with a roar on her face. This is not the life I want at all. Asma is so painful. The pain is about to suffocate. Just look at his wonderful Yanyi expression. Hyaga Xiao realized his pain. The voice that just roared, Old Versailles. He ran, jumped, and roared on the street alone. He will even cry immediately. It can be seen how hot and intense his inner mental activity is. You don't understand the pain in my heart at all. Asma lay on the ground, curling her mouth, muttering to herself bitterly. I don't want to continue like this. He began to pull the grass on the ground. The old man doesn't understand me, my mother doesn't understand me, and so does my elder brother. 6 Dao Immortals. Hiccups. Asma shouted halfway through, and then let out a strange voice. Because, he found out. Hyaga Xiao is watching him strongly. Next second, Asma, lying on her stomach, changes her facial expressions and movements with one click. He was lying on his side on the ground, one hand propped his head, and his face deliberately showed a dull look. Hey! Hyaga, what are you doing in my house? Is this place yours? Hyaga Xiao pointed to the ground under Asma. The front door of my house is not mine, is it yours? He pulled away his throat and roared loudly. More arrogant, more arrogant. But although it is on the surface. But Yuri Hong and Hyaga Momi who were hiding by the side could clearly see the joyful gaze in Asma's eyes. Those eyes seemed to say, Hyaga Xiao, you successfully aroused my interest in Asma. Hyaga Xiao shook his head. Thought. What a fun kid, how did he grow up like this? End of this chapter. That's all. Hyaga Xiao briefly chatted with Asma. And said to meet again at the ninja school. Asma got up, patted her butt, and went home happily. Although in the end he still looked disdainful. In fact, my heart is already blissful. Friends, friends. What a wonderful vocabulary. So, it will do. Hyaga Xiao returned to the corner and said to Yuri Hong. Poor Asma didn't know yet. His so-called friends are nothing but Xi Hong's commission. Well, I will teach you illusion now. Xi Hong is not hypocritical. Chapter 36. She said this very calmly. Please avoid, classmate Hyaga Momi. Although she is not very polite to Hyaga Mo, it does not mean that she will pass the family illusion to the former. Just when Hyaga Mo didn't plan to avoid it. It's okay, I'm just curious, I don't necessarily know how to learn. Hyaga Xiao waved her hand. Indicate that Yuri Hong can let Hyaga Momi stay here. If I can't learn it, it's okay for the eldest lady to learn for me. Hyaga Xiao made a gesture. It means the number 16. Hyaga Mo, who was about to leave, was not taken aback, and immediately understood. Hyaga Xiao refers to 8 diagrams and 16 palms. Back then, Hyaga Mo gave him the skills of the Zong family for free, helping him break through to 10% Daoism. Feeling in reason. Haiga didn't like to owe others. Xi Rihong thought for a moment, then reluctantly nodded. Okay, I will show you one of the simplest illusions. The way chakra flows through is like this. Xi Rihong nodded a seal with an explanation. Next second, flying butterflies appeared in front of Haiga Xiao's eyes. The so-called illusion. Different from ninjutsu and physique. It takes the 5 senses of the enemy as the object of attack, making it fall into an illusion. Smart illusion users can even manipulate the flow of chakras in the enemy's brain as they wish. This is a fighting method that requires high IQ and combat literacy. If you want to learn illusion, you have to possess the yin attribute. Yin and yang are independent of the 5 basic attributes. Yang attributes can produce medical ninjutsu, as well as some special techniques for physical characteristics. The yin attribute, the most straightforward, is to allow the attribute owner to use illusion. Haiga tried to touch the butterflies. The touch of the butterflies on the hands was like a real butterfly. This is just the simplest illusion trick. The difficulty is E grade, and it does not have any intimidation or mental damage. It's the same as performing magic. Xi Rihong removed this illusion, and the butterfly disappeared instantly. I understand. Mo Haiga nodded. Jian. The same illusion technique as Yurihong was reproduced on the spot. Xi Rihong. For Haiga Mo, who doesn't have a protagonist template and has long been offended, she is not so fussy. The textbook says that illusion cannot directly harm the human body, is it true? Asked Haiga Xiao. The surname of Yuri, as a master of illusion. It's right to ask her. Can't directly injure the human body, but can indirectly kill. Yurihong nodded, waking up from the shock at Momi Haiga's talent. For example, the D-class Naraku seeing art can make people see the most fearful things in their hearts. Even if this person does not have a heart disease, there is a 1% chance of being scared to death. Haiga Xiao thought for a while, and it became clear. I remember the last life, there were news reports that the old man who watched horror movies was scared to death. When human beings fear to the extreme, it will endanger lives. Haiga, you practice this illusion first, and then teach you other things when you learn it. By saying this, Xi Rihong ended today's exchange. Afternoon. Haiga Xiao had a few words with Asma, and Asma was very happy. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Asma gradually merged with Haiga. It's about 2 or 3 weeks away from becoming a good plastic potter. But unfortunately, Haiga Xiao did not learn illusion. Therefore, the commission of the Plastic Good Friend project had to be suspended. You can't learn illusion, probably not because of your qualifications, but because you don't have the yin attribute. In the classroom after class, Yurihong explained to Haiga Xiao. At this point, Haiga Xiao had an early expectation. When I took out the chakra test paper from Merino Ibis, Haiga knew it when he didn't have any attributes. The lack of yin attributes did not make Haiga Xiao too disappointed. No, just defeat the enemy. It's like getting the soil properties from the Onion Ninja Redstone. But even if there is no yin attribute, mastering the knowledge of illusion is a necessary course for ninjas. In the future, when you go to the battlefield, you will inevitably encounter opponents who can use illusion. Yurihong's words reminded Haiga Xiao. Student Xi Rihong, besides you, in our class, are there anyone else who is good at illusion? Perhaps. Xi Rihong pondered for a moment. Heiki Kakashi might do it, after all, he is the son of Konoha White Fang. Yurihong reminded Haiga. Kakashi can illusion? Before defeating Kakashi, one more preparation must be made. What is the weakness of the Phantom Ninja? Or, how to resist illusion? Suddenly, Haiga Xiao's eyes burned. For an instant, Xi Rihong shuddered, and it seemed to be an illusion. Weakness. Whether there are weaknesses in the ninja, it must be accurate to the individual. If you insist. Probably, 99% of the phantom ninjas in the ninja world use visual illusion. That is, eye to eye. Irihong explained. If you look away and close your eyes, you will be immune to visual illusions. No matter how powerful the phantom ninja is, you can't make the opponent's eyes face you, and you won't be able to make the illusion work. Then what if you accidentally get an illusion? Haiga Xiao asked again. After all, there are also 1% of phantom ninjas in the ninja world, using voice and other types of illusion. And it is impossible for a person to close his eyes for 24 hours. There are always moments of sight facing each other. 1. Let your own chakra explode and interrupt the enemy's disturbance of your own chakra. 2. Self-harm. Find a way to wake yourself up with realistic pain, bite your lips, break your fingers. 3. A third party, that is, a companion, helps oneself inject chakras to crack the illusion. 4. Illusory rebound. As long as you have enough illusion skills and high IQ, you can try to rebound the illusion. 5. Pupil power. For example, the Uchiha clan where Dato is located, their blood succession limit Shaolunyan can be immune to many visual illusions. In one breath, Yurihong gave Haiga Xiao the way to deal with it after being hit by the illusion. Is that so? Haiga Xiao nodded. 1 and 2 suit me well. End of this chapter. Well, I will continue to be friends with Master Asma, but in exchange, you have to help me train against illusion. Haiga Xiao made a plan. If Kakashi really can illusion, Kakashi will probably use it when challenging him in the future. Therefore, the method of preparing against illusion in advance has become the top priority. 55 days. Haigamami and Heiji Kakashi will graduate early. What I paid was only the price of 2 months of interpersonal relationship. Saturday. Chapter 37. Yurihong promised to come down to Haiga Ia's request. Early in the morning, I came to the ninja school. On the rest day, the school is empty. The two came to the backyard and began to practice against illusion. Ninfa. The red knot in the evening. Say it in advance, it's not my business that you are scared to death. Come on, I'm a courageous person, since I was young, nothing can frighten me. Haiga Xiao smiled, showing her white teeth. Okay, then you be careful. Magical Narakushin art. Haigaya, who was facing Yurihong's eyes, stared at the ruby-like eyes, and soon fell into an illusion. A few days ago, Yurihong said that Naraku's technique of seeing can make people see the most fearful things in their hearts. Essentially, it uses 4 eyes to face each other. The illusionist manipulates the opponent's brain chakra. A way to confuse the other's 5 senses. After a while, Haiga Xiao only felt a flower in front of her. The surrounding scene has changed. Mountains, forests, sunshine, rivers. I looked around, and there was a subtle feeling in my mind. By the way, I have been away for 325 days. Haiga Knight turned on the radio that she carried with her. News is playing on the radio. Warning, the most vicious criminals have flown to the mountainous area of City A. In order to maintain the peace of mankind, we will use the final means. Hey, criminal! The ultimate means? You haven't used any means. Haiga turned off the radio and got up. Picking up the backpack, began to continue to escape. At this time, suddenly there was a low boom in the sky. It seems, it's the sound of some artificial object flying by. Haiga Xiao raised her head and looked to the sky. A modern weapon dragging a tail flame exploded in sight. Nuclear missile. The crystallization of human technology and wisdom. The horrible sudden attack made Haiga Xiao unable to react at all. Even Haiga Xiao just saw the flash. The nuclear missile has exploded. The extreme flames, shock waves, and radiation instantly swept the environment with a radius of tens of kilometers. In an instant, the high temperature of more than 10,000 degrees did not give Haiga Xiao any chance to escape. It melted him directly. Well, Haiga Xiao escaped from the illusion. The eyes were blurred for a moment, and the appearance of Xi Rihong appeared. At this moment, Haiga Xiao realized. All just illusions. How? Asked Xi Rihong, who let go of Jian's posture. So real. Haiga Xiao clenched his fists. Everything in the illusion just now seemed to be real. Besides, I was just in illusory technique and didn't realize it was illusory technique. Haiga Xiao summed up this point. He really believes that he is on the earth and is still on the run. What I just experienced in the illusion. In fact, it was the last scene of Haiga Isa. It's normal, because illusion works directly on the brain. Xi Rihong replied naturally. The disturbed chakra made the brain work abnormally. The illusion is as real as reality. So, what did you just see? As a caster, Yu Haihong can make Haiga Xiao fall into an illusion. But there is no way to know what Haiga Xiao is going through. Yuri Hong was puzzled. Because all those who have been hit by the illusion of Narakukan, without exception, an expression of fear should be revealed. But Haiga no. He has no negative expressions of fear, panic, etc. at all. So, this is not in line with common sense at all. Come again. Haiga Xiao said to Yuri Hong. He wants to experience illusion once again. This time, at least you have to realize that you are in an illusion. Xi Rihong. After a few seconds, Xi Rihong still closed the seal. Open one's eyes. It is still that familiar scene. Haiga Xiao got up. This time, in Haiga's chaotic thinking, there was a hint of sobriety. I was hit by Xi Rihong's illusion. I looked around and checked the package. Turned on the radio by the way. Warning, folks, the most wicked bad guys have flown to the mountainous area of City A. In order to maintain the peace of mankind, we will use the final means. Haiga Xiao did not continue to flee this time. Instead, he raised his head and looked up at the sky. Soon, the dazzling flash covered everything in sight. Of course, there is also Haigami. Come again. Magic Naraku's art of seeing. Haiga Xiao didn't have any confusion. The moment I woke up, I started looking for cover. By the time the nuclear missile exploded, Haiga Xiao lived a second longer than the last time. Laugh. The knife stroked the body mercilessly. Blood shot out from his arm. After completing this, Haiga Xiao looked up at the sky. The dazzling flash exploded. Untie. Haiga Xiao's hands are sealed. Try to agitate the chakra in the body. Strive to break out in the body for an instant, to relieve the chakra that Yuri Hong disturbed his brain. After a few seconds, the nuclear missile exploded. The wound I stabbed in the illusion cannot affect the actual body. The condensing of chakra in illusion is just an illusion. Haiga Xiao summarized the previous defeats. In the case of really hitting the illusion, the several methods of dispelling the illusion are not easy to implement. But although it failed many times. Chapter 38. But Haiga Xiao didn't know. Xi Rihong, who was standing opposite him, became more and more frightened with every illusion. On this day, Xiang Xiao had no resistance to illusion at first, but after one time she developed resistance. The second time I used it, I increased the precision of the illusion and the amount of chakra investment. The third time, the fourth time, each time, it's getting harder and harder. If this continues, even if I use my illusion with all my strength, I won't be able to trap him anymore. End of this chapter. Enough. After Sun Xianja experienced the 10th illusion, Yuri Hong refused to use the illusion again. First of all, my chakra is running out. Xi Rihong took a deep breath. There was a trace of tiredness on that cute cheek that was a little fat baby. Also, your illusion combat training is very successful. Basically, no one of your age can make you illusion. What's the meaning? For the 10th time, Hyaga, who was still bombarded by nuclear missiles during the illusion, didn't understand what Yurihong said. Yurihong stared quietly into Hyaga's eyes. Long enough to make Hyaga Xiao mistakenly think that she is going to perform another illusion. You are different from everyone I've met, you won't be afraid. Yurihong admitted. Hyaga Xiao did not lie. He is truly fearless. 10 times of illusion combat training. Hyaga Xiao didn't show a frightened expression once. On the contrary, Yurihong felt scared herself. Your will is very firm. Every time, you will doubt the authenticity of illusion, and you will see the flaws more and more. The evening red paused. The construction of illusion is based on the IQ of the operator, that is, the level of illusion. With my strength, there is no way to maintain the illusion that can deceive your brain several times. Yurihong raised her finger. At most 3 more times, I won't be able to affect you with the Naraku seeing art at all. I see. Hyaga thought for a few seconds, and then she understood the meaning of Yurihong. Illusion is a kind of supernatural energy, a virtual phenomenon constructed. The key to cracking this virtual phenomenon is not oneself. It's the subconscious mind of the brain. The brain subconsciously rejects and sees through this phenomenon. The effect of the illusion will be weakened or even invalidated. Yurihong is the illusion combat training conducted by Hyaga. Strengthened the subconsciousness in Hyaga's brain. After multiple casts, Hyaga can be immune to it. Can you tell me why you are fearless? Yurihong's curiosity towards Hyaga Xiao was revealed in the pair of precious eyes. It's not a big secret. Hyaga Xiao shook his head. Continue to help me train, and I will tell you if I am successfully immune to the art of sight of the fall. In the afternoon, twilight. Yurihong has completed a full set of illusion combat training for Sun Xiang Xiao. She rubbed her temples and sighed. No one in the entire ninja school can make you illusionary. This day, Miami is really a monster. Really? Hyaga Xiao frowned, a little disbelief. Hey! Who do you think I am? I am the daughter of the famous ninja, Yuhataka, even Kakashi Heiji, his illusion skills are not as good as mine. Suspected by Hyaga Xiao. Yurihong was a little angry. She also has her own self-esteem. That's great. Hyaga's response went beyond Yurihong's expectations. Sooner or later, I have to challenge Kakashi's Hyaga, and now there is another powerful weight. Think about it. When Kakashi used illusion with a nasty face, and mistakenly thought that he would be hit. Suddenly an anti-kill. What will Kakashi look like? Hyaga Xiao, I am looking forward to that scene. Well, now you can tell me your fearless secret. Certainly. Hyaga Xiao replied. I have experienced many cruel things, even death. But I hate powerlessness more than fear. Because I have seen countless darkness. The soul of Hyaga Xiao will be transformed into extremely pure. Will be fearless. Will be extremely yearning for power. Is it because of dividing the family? Staring at the back of Hyaga's departure, Yurihong still couldn't understand what he was talking about. The next day, Hyaga came to the ninja school. Asma, early. Well, you are early too. Asma, who had been a little nerdy at first, became excited when he saw Hyaga. Ahem. Asma coughed, trying to suppress his unrest. Hyaga Xiao, I'm looking for me alone during class today, I have something to tell you. After dropping such a sentence, Asma got mystery secret left. The first class is over. Asma got up and Hyaga Xiao followed. The two came to the rooftop and stared at the campus below, as well as the vast Konoha. Today's wind is a bit noisy. Asma, who was lying on the railing, said this first. He himself felt that it was impossible to pull. It is a pity that Hyaga Xiao did not have any reaction to stinky feet. As expected of you. Asma turned around, not only not angry, but very happy. At this time, if Ebisu, there were others, they would have ran over and licked like a husky. Asma, my father helped me pick this name. In English, Asma means beautiful, introvert. Click. Asma squashed the drink bottle. At the same time, it began the secret he wanted to confide to Hyagaya today. Even though this name is so sissy, no one calls me that. When everyone sees me, they only think of me as son of Naruto. Asma stared ahead, her eyes gradually becoming unwilling. No one recognizes me, I can't stand this anymore. Is that right? Hyaga Xiao stepped forward and also leaned on the railing. Master Asma, no, Asma, at least I, and classmate Xi Rihong recognized you, didn't they? Asma. Not the son of Naruto, nor Sarutobi Asma. It's just Asma, we only know you like this. Hyaga Xiao, you. Asma turned her head to the side, her face couldn't believe it. Call. On the rooftop, the wind is blowing. The wind blew Asma's hair. He also blew up Hyaga's hair, revealing his handsome profile face. Today's wind is indeed a bit noisy. Hyaga Xiao said with a smile. Then, sand entered Asma's eyes. After a while, Asma wiped her eyes hard. Chapter 39. Hey! Sarutobi Asma vowed to break a path of my own. Just wait and see. Asma leaped down from the rooftop. Only Hyaga was left alone. Asma, actually. Hyaga Xiao left the railing. Staring at Asma Sarutobi who was kneeling and licked by others below. The next moment, Hyaga Xiao shook his head. It's just Xi Rihong's mission. The exercise machine, Hyagaya, who had no emotions, turned around calmly and entered the corridor. End of this chapter. A few days later. Ninja School. You didn't realize that Master Asma has become more cheerful these days. It seems to be so. Ebisu, Shiranui Genma, and Shiranui got together with these familiar faces. Talking about Asma. Physical exercise class, wailing. In the middle of the playground, inside the white circle. Howling Asma took off her jacket, revealing strong tendons. On the surface, Asma is very thin, a little self-cultivation, a little white face who relies on power to eat. But in fact, when he takes off his clothes and comes, it will become Asma orangutan. Hyaga sighed. Asma is much taller than Kakashi. Bisona is shorter than Xi. The physical strength of all the little friends that Hyaga had beaten was inferior to him. Asma, who turned into a muscular orangutan in an instant, grappled. He hugged his opponent. Then, flick. Boom. Asma threw herself on the ground and pressed the opponent under her armpit. Boy, I'm not convinced, hey. Snapped. 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 His opponent, who was about to suffocate, kept tapping the floor to show that he had surrendered. Victor, Asma. Funino Daikoku blankly recorded Asma's physical training results. On strength, probably only Marino Ibiki can compare with him in the entire class. Funino Daikoku quickly judged Asma's true strength. Next, Hyaga. Funino Daikoku arranges Asma with Hyaga. Hyaga thinks. This class teacher is persecuting himself. Where did I offend him? Snapped. When passing by, Funino Daikoku's big hand was placed on Hyaga's shoulder. He said, my classmate Hyaga Xiao, come on. Hyaga Xiao didn't figure it out, but she nodded. Staring at the back of his student, Funino Daihe's mouth was slightly curved with an imperceptible arc. In this Hyaga, although the natural aptitudes are not as good as those of the children of Hyaga Mami and Kakashi, they have good fighting talents. With the efforts far beyond ordinary people, the future achievements may not be weak. What Hyaga Xiao didn't know was, his head teacher, Funano Daikoku, looks unremarkable and gives a sense of passerby. But in fact, Funano Daikoku has a special talent. Bowl. He has a pair of eyes that are good at spotting students' shining points. If not like this, I am afraid it is difficult to enter this class where young elites gather. Just started. Funano Daikoku relies on admission materials provided by other teachers. Misunderstood that Hyaga was the kind of crane tail that dragged her legs. But wait until he personally witnessed the performance of Sun Xiangxiao over the past 4 months. Step by step affirmed Hyaga's efforts. And discovered the fighting talent of Hyaga Xiao. Funano Daikoku has already approved the student in his heart. Leading Hyaga Yadoto play against other outstanding students will be his valuable learning experience. Funano Daikoku is not persecuting Hyaga. Instead, help this student in the way I think. Hinagami. Inside the white powder circle, Asma looked directly at Hyaga. Although you are a man recognized by my Asma, don't forget that ninjas are also competitors. Asma began to play the music again. In other words, the mouth dislikes the integrity of the body. Today, let me see your true strength. Okay. Hyaga Xiao smiled. But that is impossible. It's no good why you are desperate. Still desperately with the son of the strongest in Konoha Yin village. At this moment, Xirihong coughed, ahem. Hyaga Knight smiled on the spot, and her expression became extremely serious. Asma. I will try my best to defeat you. Hyaga Momi. Xirihong's mission is still continuing. Life can't just be smooth sailing. There will be some setbacks. As long as Hyaga Xiao promised to frustrate Asma's spirit, let him try the taste of defeat. Yuhihong taught the D-class illusion art, the art of Narakushin to Mommy Hyaga. The previous E-class illusion. To be honest, it was not enough to offset the 8 trigrams and 16 palms of Professor Hyaga Momi. Start. With an order from Funano Daikoku, the dual exercise began. Hyaga and Asma backed away a few steps, and sealed. This mudra is the seal of opposition. A ceremony representing the start of war. Next moment, the two put down their arms and rushed towards each other. Snapped. Hyaga and Asma pressed each other's arms. Asma's strength was far stronger than everyone that Hyaga had challenged before. But it's still slightly worse. Compared to Yin Ninja Redstone, Asma is a bit inferior. But at such a young age, it can be compared to an adult. Asma does have some supernatural powers. Drink. With Hyaga, riveting his feet vigorously. Blue veins on the forehead are exposed, and the cheeks are red. Step by step, Hyaga Xiao pushed Asma towards the rear. Hateful. Asma slammed the brakes and stopped. Seeing that she was going out of the circle, Asma was very surprised. So, are you two playing sumo? Kakashi, a grey-haired boy with a face mask tugging, said very speechlessly. Chapter 40. Look at it from his perspective. Both Asma and Hyaga had a stupid strength. But so what? Ninjas never decide victory by strength. Perhaps this is how the rookie pecks each other. Yet, Asma has no time to listen to Kakashi's taunts. He blushed and pushed Hyaga Xiao hard. Hyaga Xiao also showed a beauty that is no less than that of Asma. Anyway, it's all acting. 1 inch. Another inch. Hyaga Xiao was very difficult and asked Asma to slowly move out of the circle. Finally, the winner is Hyaga. Hey, hey, hey. The two sat on the ground, panting. Certainly. Asma is a real pant, and Hyaga is a fake pant. Daehua degree, 14%. Look at the progress of Daehua. Hyaga Xiao was very pleased. Yurihong's illusion combat training is very effective. Plus the Konoha Gale that I learned from Kazuki. Daehwa degree has become this value. The stronger Hyagaya naturally took Asma lightly. Unexpectedly, Hyaga Xiao actually won Master Asma. There was silence around for a while, and then the discussion sounded. Although the students are kneeling and licking, holding Asma. But they all know that Asma's strength is really great, this can't be faked. Then, each of them looked at Hyaga Xiao's gaze, all with unconcealed surprise. End of this chapter. Hyaga Xiao defeated Master Asma with my own efforts. The victorious Hyaga got up and announced the matter very loudly. The reason why you are inferior to me is because you didn't work hard enough. Yes. Asma patted the dust on the fart drum and stood up. We all see Hyaga's efforts in our eyes. If you want to improve your strength, there is no shortcut. This moment, the tough guy Asma, Hyaga Xiao who worked hard. The image of the two was carved into everyone's eyes. Twilight Hour. Sarutobi's old house. 900, 950, 1000. Asma sweats like rain. Holding two huge dumbbells in both hands. This is not a training tool for children at all. Master Asma, you worked very hard today. Aside. An NB wearing a mask sighed. The so-called dark part. It is Konoha ninja who hides his identity when needed and performs some confidential tasks. Hokage 3 is the leader of the Konoha hidden village. Naturally, his subordinates have an anecdote for dispatch. Several of them are responsible for guarding the security of this area. NB, usually at this time, you have to quarrel with Master Naruto. Hey, I don't want to do that anymore. Asma continued to wave the dumbbells, focusing entirely on training. NB, hey? Master Asma, do you finally understand Master Naruto's painstaking efforts? Follow Master Naruto's instructions and become the next Naruto is just around the corner. I don't want to follow the road arranged by others. Hey. Asma's exercise stopped for a while. Sweat covered his face and his strong body. What? NB Ninja didn't quite understand. My good friend said. A smile appeared on Asma's face, her eyes firm. He only knows me like this, I am me, Asma, not someone else. I want to go out of my own path. Night. Hyaga Xiao stared at the sky. The starry sky of this world is so pure. After witnessing it, one can't help but open up. Daehwa degree, 14.1%. Look at the value of Daehwa. For the next improvement, Hyaga Xiao looks forward to it more and more. After a while, a discordant sound broke the silent night. Maui. Our Hyaga clan inherits the soft fist, and the soft fist is the glory of our Hyaga clan. Other crooked ways will only waste your energy. The voice of the patriarch Hyaganazu came from the clan house on the side. Although it reached here, it was vaguely inaudible. But Hyaga's keen sense of hearing helped him catch the slightest disharmony. Is it because Hyaga did not use illusion? Hyaga Xiao immediately realized the cause of Hyaga's anger. Meet as planned. A few days ago, Yuhi Hong taught the D-class magic Narakukan art to Hinata Momi. Maybe, when Hyaga Mo was not practicing illusion, he was seen by Hinata. For the Zong family, soft boxing is everything. Other insignificant things will only waste talent and energy. Touched the mark on his forehead. Hyaga Xiao shook his head. Stay steadfast and conservative, this is the true portrayal of the Hyaga clan. The mark of the bird in the cage. There are also all kinds of old-fashioned things that happened in the gathering place of the Hyaga clan, and their own situation. Always reminding Hyaga Xiao what he should do. The next day. Early morning. Hyaga and Momi went to the ninja school as usual. Although the latter has nothing unusual. But Hyaga Xiao clearly noticed the slight change in Hyaga Mo. Hyaga, what do you think? What is the inheritance of the Hyaga clan? Hyaga Mo did not suddenly ask. Her voice was still as ethereal as it used to be, but there was a little more hesitation. Soft fist, and white eyes. Haiga Xiao said this standard answer without thinking. Since it is Ruquin and white eyes, why do you practice other physical skills? Haiga Momi's second question, as if there were no gaps, directly filled Haiga's thinking. Because I divide the family. Haiga Xiao smiled. Family members can only learn a little bit of soft boxing. In the spare time, you can use it to practice other physical skills, ninjutsu and so on. Haiga Xiao scratched her head, showing an expression of interest. Just like before. He was in front of Haiga Momi. Chapter 41. Shows interest in illusion. Is it? Haiga Momi seemed to have got some of the answers she wanted. Haiga Xiao is to divide the family. The inheritance of the soft fist obtained is fragmented and incomplete. That's why he has extra energy to learn other things. But what about yourself? Although it has got a complete inheritance of Ruquin, but also lost the prospect of other things. Is it really worth it? Do not know. When Hai Xiang Maoyi changed his words and asked this question, Haiga Xiao shook his head. Miss Maoyi. After a while, Haiga Xiao stared at Momi Haiga, who stopped and turned around. If it were me, I would decide for myself. Do you decide? There was a daze of confusion on Haiga Momi's icy cheeks. From the time she was just sensible, she was indoctrinated to inherit the Zhong family and to carry forward the soft fist and white eyes. Over the past few years, the same is true. However, with the contact with the external environment, expansion of life knowledge, many thoughts in the past, shaken in my heart, I can't help but start to question the right or wrong of those ideas. Last night, I was scolded by my brother. The heart is very depressed. Everything in the past was subject to my brother's arrangements. What is it that I really want to do? Haiga Mo was not lost in thought, watching her blank profile. At this moment, Momi Haiga looked like a 5-year-old child. Not the eldest lady who wants to inherit the clan. Facing such a Hinata Momi, Haiga couldn't help but a little thought in her heart. Although Hai Xiang Maoyi is icy and smart, he is only a child after all. After gaining her favorability, it is easy to affect her 3 views, so. Is this a lowly development? End of this chapter. Ninja School. As soon as Haiga Xiao arrived at the school gate, he saw Heiji Kakashi playing Matkai. Wow! Akai, who had kappa hair, snorted painfully and backed away. Kakashi defeated him with only one move. But Kakashi was in a good position and he continued to fight all the way. Akena's body in a green tights trembled repeatedly until Kakashi finished his attack. With a bang, Akai flew out and fell to the ground in a very embarrassed manner. Mate Kai, you also want to learn to bring the soil to challenge Kakashi. Forget it, you don't even have soil, you want to fart. Ha 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 ha. The students onlookers ridiculed Akai, who was true last crane tail in the class. Their chuckles and laughter spread far and wide. Don't bother me anymore. I don't have time to fight with the tail of a crane like you. Kakashi put his hands around his chest and looked condescendingly at his opponent lying on the ground. The students booing around were right. This mat came obviously is not as good as 1/10 of the soil. Who gave him the confidence to challenge himself? Kakashi couldn't help but think of what happened when she enrolled 5 months ago. My father even said, this kind of guy will surpass me. Hey, I can't tell at all. Really, it's annoying enough to have Uchiha bring a idiot. I blame that Haiga Xiao. The person concerned expressed his calmness. What Haiga Xiao didn't know was, ever since his legend of effort swept ninja school, many people have the same idea as him. Practice hard. Even after working hard, challenge those top students. Akai. It's one of the people in the team according to the gourd painting. Haiga Oya defeated Ebisu, Shiranui Genma, Kanetsu, Yamashiro Aoba. Asma. Then I will do with Metkai, probably. Well. Akai lay on the ground, bruised and swollen from the beating by Kakashi. The latter declared his contempt for him in a gesture of absolute victory. Kakashi-san is so handsome. Kakashi classmate, we like you. After a complete victory, the surrounding girls group shouted words of admiration for Kakashi. Heiji Kakashi is handsome, cool, and strong. It is the type that is typically liked by girls. The winner takes all, the loser eats dust. Everyone flocked to Kakashi, a genius boy. The only thing left is Meiji, the loser who is not looked at by anyone. Akai. Stand up. Just when Hyuga was going to pass by directly. Beside, in the direction of the corner of the wall, an adult man's worried voice came. Youth waits for no one, Akai. Even if you lose, just get up and move on. Hyuga Xiao and Hyuga Mo never looked back. Suddenly, a large midi appeared in the eyes of the two. Both Hyuga Mami and Hyuga Xiao were taken aback. The man looks less than 30 years old. Wearing the same green tights as Akai, shaved the same exaggerated kappa hairstyle as Akai. When Akai grows up, it should be like this. Dad, I lost. Akai, who was still lying on his stomach, shed tears of regret. Dad. Hyuga Mami and Hyuga Xiao nodded at the same time. This look is definitely the biological father and son. But Akai. Mat Dai ran over and knelt on one knee. Said to his son who was still lying on the ground. But just this run immediately attracted the attention of Hyuga Xiao. This man is so fast, he really cannot look good. When Mat Dai ran over, Hyuga almost couldn't see his movements clearly. This is basically impossible. It has been almost 5 months since Hyuga Osa came into this world. Although I have never seen the so-called Shangren, especially Shangren shot. But the one who came into contact most was Chunin teacher Funino Daikoku in the ninja school. It can be said. Even for Funino Daikoku, there is no such speed as Mat Dai. Could it be, this man is particularly shinobu, or shinobu? 10,000 years to endure midday, sure enough, there are rumors that there is a problem. Beside. Chapter 42. Hyuga Mo did not confess a term. Forbearance for thousands of years, Mat Dai. Hyuga Xiao thought for a moment. When I was walking in the street on a rest day, I seemed to hear this term spoken by people in the street. Like. It refers to someone who has not been promoted to Zongnin for more than 20 years. Is that man the father of Akai in front of him? The reason why Mat Dai is called 10,000 years ninja is because he doesn't know how to do ninjutsu, nor illusion, but only physical skills. Isn't that the same as our Hyuga? In the end, Hyuga Xiao did not say this. Because the Hyuga clan has white eyes at any rate, and they can also three-body technique. According to rumors, Mat Dai didn't even know the three shen technique in the ninja school. Speaking of, Akai doesn't seem to know how to use the three-body technique either. Hyuga Xiao thought about it for a moment. This is indeed the case in memories. Just listen to Mat Dai continue to say, didn't you have completed the goal of challenge to Kakashi today? This shows that you have taken a big step towards victory. Yes. Akai blinked and no longer shed tears. Yes. Mat Dai is obviously a good father. He used kind deception to lead his son to stand up. After his persistent encouragement, Akai finally smiled. Although this smile is reluctant. Hyuga groaned. It seems. It's not that Metkai is really bad-headed. It's the kind that lives clearly. Hyuga, father and son encourage each other, and then keep moving forward. Thank you for your encouragement, X2. Next second. Mat Dai, Matkai, and his son, suddenly turned around. Toward Hyuga Xiao, Hyuga Mo did not give a thumbs up, and showed a mouthful of white teeth. The smile is youthful. The teeth are shining and glowing. The movements are very neat. Seems to rehearse many times? Or is this a tacit understanding between father and son? Hyega Mo did not look around. Finally found out. Is this father and son really thanking themselves? But she and Hyega Xiao didn't do anything. You are classmate Hyega Xiao, right? Mat Dai came over and stared at the child in front of him. Then, he bowed to Hyega Ia, thank you for your encouragement to Akai. End of this chapter. Akai has always cared about Kakashina's child since entering school. Mat Dai straightened up and said to Hyega very seriously. In his sincere words, there seemed to be an inspiring force. He is a pure person. Hyega Zioxin said. But Akai failed to summon the courage to challenge Kakashi. Mat paused, hoping that Hyega Xiao could understand the next words. Thanks to you, your deeds influenced Akai, which made Akai muster the courage, and today finally took the first step to challenge Kakashi. Hyega Xiao understood the whole story. He created the effort type plus combat type persona. Has a subtle impact on Akai. As long as you practice hard, your strength will become stronger. As long as you fight and challenge your opponents, you can climb to the top. The various deeds of Hyega Xiao became the spiritual appetite for Akai's growth. Finally, when Hyega defeated Asma, Kai's courage accumulated to full value, and he bravely shot Kakashi. In the future, please ask me a lot. Mat Dai bowed deeply at Hyega. Wait until Mat Dai is gone. Akai, Hyega Xiao and Hyega Momi were left on the scene. Let you see the joke. Akai drooped his eyelids. Said to the two. This is also his rare conversation with Hyega. Usually, Akai is alone in the corner. No one cares or pays attention to what they do. After speaking, Kai turned around and walked into the campus. In the morning, after school, the other students are gone. Akai stood up in silence and left at the latest. He did not go home directly. Instead, he started his practice in the backyard. My goal at noon today is to run 100 laps around the playground. You are not allowed to eat if you can't finish running. After cheering himself up, Akai started running. In the evening in the afternoon, the other students went home. Akai started his practice again. Before dark, dance around the playground for 50 laps. If you can't finish it, you are not allowed to go home. Hyega Xiao. After seeing Akai's daily life in his eyes, Hyega Xiao understood something. How did Akai fail the admission test? This is nearly 5 months, and how quietly it is. As hard as you do. Hyega Mo did not stare at Akai, and said so. There was no surprise in her eyes and tone. It seems to have known this kind of thing a long time ago. Hyega Xiao blinked. Thought. Before he passed, Hyega must have seen Akai's efforts by rolling his eyes long ago. It's just, not everyone's efforts are valuable. Before Hyega Mo finished speaking, she turned and left here. In her opinion, suppose you practice a physical skill. It may take 1 month for Hyega Ira to fully grasp it. And Akai, it may take 3 months or even half a year. Even if it is hard work, there is a threshold. The next day. In class. Dear students, today, let's review the 3-body technique. Funano Daikoku walked to the podium and said today's lesson. Hinagami. Funano Daikoku first called Hyega Xiao. Hyega Xiao got up and walked to the front of the podium. Chapter 43. Transformation Technique. Bang! The smoke rose, and Hyega Knight turned into Funano Daikoku. Substitute Technique. The stand-in wooden training equipment prepared in advance allowed Hyega Xiao to complete the stand-in. Clone Technique. An identical Hyega Xiao appeared beside her. Very good. Funano Daikoku nodded very satisfied. Everyone should learn from Hyega and work hard. Although there are two geniuses in the class, Mami Hyaga and Kakashi Heiji. But Funano Daikoku thinks Hyaga Xiao is the portrayal of all ordinary students. With unremitting efforts, you can determine your own lower limit. One by one students came to the stage. Either complete the 3 body art, or only complete 1 or 2 of them. Among the 30 students in the entire class, only Metkai, the 3 body technique, all failed. Funano Daikoku shook his head. He can see something. It wasn't that Metkai didn't work hard enough, but he really didn't have the slightest talent in ninjutsu. With the announcement of Funano Daikoku, the whole class roared with laughter. The students seemed to have fun with Akai, and were happy to see him behave ugly. Akai slumped his head, shaking slightly in front of the podium. It's not anger. It's not hatred. Rather, it hates one's own powerlessness. After school in the morning, Akai sat in the classroom, staring blankly at the desktop. How can I become as strong as Hyaga-san? Work hard and harder. It wasn't until Hyaga's voice came that Akai suddenly raised his head. Only then did he realize that Hyaga Xiao was still in the classroom. In fact, Hyaga Xiao wanted to say something. Even if Akai doesn't know how to use the 3 body technique, his situation is much stronger than his own in the previous life. Last life. Hyaga Xiao was trapped in a world without miracles. There is no ninjutsu in that world, and there is no chakra. There is no child who jumped several meters high and broke a rock with 1 punch. But this world achieved Hyaga's dream of extraordinary power. And even in that decadent world without miracles, Hyaga did not give up his yearning for extraordinary power until he died. But no matter how hard I try, I can't learn ninjutsu. Kai raised his head and responded to Hyaga with a dazed and confused expression. Then go and practice physical skills. Hyaga Xiao replied, of course. Metkai, but it is the current established fact that you can't learn ninjutsu. In that case, before you find a way to improve the status quo, it is the right way to specifically hone physical skills. Just like myself. Hyaga Xiaoxin said. Before finding a way to unlock the seal of the bird in the cage. It is constantly becoming stronger, stronger, and stronger again. But Akai's cheeks trembled, and his words became difficult. A person who doesn't know how to ninjutsu can't be called a ninja. Then be a person who is not a ninja, but who is good at physical skills. Hyaga's answer was extremely smooth, without a trace of jam. It forms a natural contrast with Akai's attitude. I rely on, is this okay? Akai's mouth twitched. He does not know. Where did Hyaga Xiao's strong confidence come from? End of this chapter. Not to mention, Hyaga Xiao's tone changed, with a hint of coldness. Others say you can't be a ninja if you don't know how to do ninjutsu, then if someone asks you to eat yondeko, why don't you go? Akai Lang was in his seat. He opened his mouth. After all, he couldn't say anything to refute. Because Hyagaya-san's aura is too strong, he is too confident, I also want to be as dazzling as him. After a while, Hyaga Xiao left the classroom, leaving only Akai who was thinking hard in silence. Unexpectedly, you will encourage others too. On the corridor, Hyaga Momi looked at Hyaga Xiao unexpectedly. Hyaga Xiao smiled, with a simple face, because you encouraged me in the same way, miss. I encouraged you? Encourage you to eat rice. Momi Hyaga's eyes widened slightly, feeling a little surprised. Because she couldn't figure out when she would encourage Hyaga to eat, then what? Miss, you said that I have a talent for fighting, and also said that I work very hard. Hyaga Xiao helped Hyaga Mo not remember those things. I did say so. Hyaga Momi's eyes were slightly empty, and she fell into the memory. Of course there is no encouragement to eat rice fields. 5 months. It took nearly 5 months. The crane tail of the Hyuga clan has become a good student who can now set an example for other students. Metamorphosis. Perhaps encouragement is really useful. Then do you still need my encouragement now? Hyuga Mo did not ask. At this moment, the two looked at each other. Those ethereal eyes met Hyuga's bright eyes. Certainly. Hyuga Xiao, who insisted on Lori's cultivation, replied affirmatively. So. Hyuga Mo didn't turn around and took a step forward. Hyuga, please beat Kakashi to show me. No problem. Noon. After lunch, Akai practiced with his father Mat Dai. Dad, I failed the 3-body technique review this morning, I'm sorry. Mat Dai was silent. After a while. Akai, you fool. Boom. Mat wore a fist and hammered his son's face, making Akai, who was only 5 years old, a face pack. Akai was spinning 360 degrees in the air, and finally fell to the ground with a bang. Yes, I'm sorry Dad, I have been in school for almost half a year, and I haven't learned the 3 Shenzhen technique. Because the punch was too painful, and Akai was too ashamed. Chapter 44. Can't help but shed tears. Don't apologize. I am not angry about this. Mat Dai was also crying. Although I don't know why. Don't apologize for your efforts, it would be rude to your efforts, Akai. Dad. Akai. The two directly hugged each other and wept. The father and son are doing this kind of thing again. The green tights are disgusting. The passers-by who saw this scene were whispering. Thank you for your encouragement, X2. The next moment, what they saw were the thumbs up and the hearty smiles of Mat Dai, Akai and his son. Of course, there are shining white teeth. After the passers-by are scared away. Dad. Akai drooped his eyelids. That's not encouragement, others are laughing at us. Ah, don't care about the details. Akai, listen up, your youth has just begun, you will not look back, just like me. Mat Dai inspired his son. You can't use illusion and ninjutsu. On the contrary, I feel happy about this. Knowing your own shortcomings can make your strengths shine. Now you. Mat Dai gave a big smile. Physique has begun to shine. Akai was silent. Then, smile. Dad, in fact, this morning, classmate Hyuga Xiao also said similar things, and he encouraged me. Maybe, my strength is really physical skills. Yes. Mat Dai strikes the iron while it's hot. That kid Hyuga is a good role model, what he said is very reasonable, just like Dad thought. You have to follow him as a role model and work hard. One day, you will be able to challenge like him. Like Master Asma, defeated the Kakashina child. The father-son dialogue has entered a good start. But the next moment, 2 discordant voices joined in. Hey? Isn't that what Matt wears for 10,000 years? Still playing practice games with children, you are really amazing for 10,000 years of forbearance, ha 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 ha. Passing by were 2 ordinary Konoha Nakanin. Even if it is very ordinary, it is much better than the Konoha Shinobu who Matte has been for 20 years. Thank you for your encouragement. Mat Dai's reaction is thumbs up to them. But Kai, a sullen expression appeared on his face. After a few minutes, Akai, who was separated from his father, caught up with the 2 Konoha ninjas. Snapped. A small stone was thrown out. Threw it on the back of one of the opponent's heads. It hurts. The 2 turned around. What are you doing, kid? Hey? Look carefully, isn't that the kid from Mat Dai's place? What do you mean? Hey? Faced with the questioning of the 2, Akai took a deep breath and clenched his small fist. Don't look down on Dad anymore. In the afternoon, ninja school. Student Metkai is hospitalized. Funino Daikoko looked a little solemn. He did not say the specific reason. After thinking about it, Hyaga Xiao decided one thing. The next day. It is a rest day. Hyaga Xiao strolled out of the Hyaga family mansion and walked towards Konoha Hospital. On the way, he saw two familiar faces. Hyaga, what are you looking at? It was Ebisu who was talking. He is very arrogant. Of course, most of this arrogance is pretended. Hyaga Xiao clearly saw Ebisu trembling. Obviously strong support. Shiranui Genma held a toothpick on the side, and a trace of sweat leaked from his forehead. After a second, he said, "You, what are you looking at?" Snapped. Snapped. Hyaga Xiao looked at the two lying on the ground and touched their pockets very skillfully. The money in the wallet can just be used to buy some fruit to visit Akai. Look at you two. With a calm face, Hyogaya threw down such a sentence and walked away. End of this chapter. Konoha Hospital. Akai, why do you do that kind of thing? Metday, who learned that his son was injured, rushed back overnight after completing the D-class mission in the neighboring village. As soon as he entered the ward, he saw Akai's head wrapped in a bandage, leaning on the bed. Dad. Akai drooped his eyelids and looked out the window. Why can you be so optimistic? Matdai's eyes shrank slightly. Akai looked back, staring at his father with a melancholy look. When will youth end? Youth won't look back, so it won't end. Matdai immediately showed a smile. Whether it is the answer or the expression, it is the same as always. Snapped. Kai squeezed the sheet tightly. He couldn't stand it anymore. Dad. What do you mean, you won't end when you die? What are you talking about? Akai. That was the climax of youth. It was the hottest time. Matdai waved his hands to cheer for his son. Akai's tears flowed out. Dad. You have a problem with your head. How can you be youthful if you die? I have believed in this matter until I die, and there is no guarantee that I can win the strong. Just like me too. Yesterday, Kai was easily cleaned up by the two Zongren. Even the strength was useless, so he was beaten into the hospital. Snapped. Matdai gently put his big hand on his head. Akai. The real victory is not to win over the strong. It is to continue to guard the most important thing for yourself. Woo, woo. The corners of Akai's mouth trembled and tears poured out. He closed his eyes tightly and shouted, I just want to guard what Dad called youth. Matt's eyes widened. After a while, tears were also shed. The father and son hugged tightly. In this cruel world, two people with no talent are struggling to survive. I made you laugh, classmate Hyaga Xiao. After a while, Matdai, who wiped away his tears, walked out of the ward. Outside. Chapter 45. Hyaga, carrying fruits, saw the whole scene. Thank you for coming to visit Akai. It was learned from the nurse who was in charge of the registration that Hyaga Xiao was the only one who came to see Akai. The teacher told us that the students should help each other. Hyaga Xiao responded calmly. Mr. Matday, I have always had a question. Hyaga Xiao put the fruit on the hook on the door. Your physical skills are obviously very strong, why are you still Xiaoren? From Hyaga's perspective, Matdai's physical skills surpassed all the central ninja he had seen. Because I don't know any ninjutsu. Matdai did not hesitate, and immediately explained the reason. Graduated from ninja school. One of the 3 Shenzhen skills will be drawn as a graduation test, and those who pass can become Xiaoren. It was an exception that Matdai ninja graduated and want to be promoted to Zongnan. It requires higher quality requirements. The awkward limitation of only physical skills stopped Matdai at the door. In other words, Matdai suffered from the so-called regulations. Since I have been asked a question, then I also have to ask Hyoka Oya a question. Matdai smiled, and there was a kind of begging in it. Seeing Hyaga Xiao nodded, he asked, Hyagaya, next one, are you going to challenge Kakashi's kid? Through his son Akai, Matt Dai also knew more or less what happened in the ninja school. Hyaga Xiao, yes. Matt Dai was silent. Then, he gave a thumbs up to Hyaga. Then, please come on. Akai is just confused. Matt Dai believes that his son will be able to regain his confidence through Hyaga's good example. After a while, Hyaga Xiao entered the ward. Put the fruit on the head of the bed. Student Hyagami. Akai seemed surprised by the appearance of Hyaga. I came to see you, said Hyaga Xiao. Then, he took a look at the ward. The environment is good. In the future, if you get injured, you can come to such a good place to recuperate. I just don't know who will pay for the specific expenses. I was defeated by 2 Zongren. Akai said, holding the sheets. Well, it's normal. Hyaga Xiao listened and nodded. A student from ninja school leapfrogged and challenged 2 ninjas, and it would be strange not to be killed. This is not the story of Long Aotian. To say who has the probability to stage this anti-kill. Hyaga felt that Kakashi and Hyaga Momi were the only ones. After all, those 2 have taken the protagonist's template. Student Hyaga, can hard work really defeat genius? Certainly. Hyaga Xiao did not hesitate even more. Last life. He doesn't know how many geniuses who claim to be or who have been banned by others have been defeated. Those so-called geniuses are also human beings. Since we are human, we have weaknesses. You mean you can beat Kakashi? Akai raised his head, his tone rose a little, and he was in pain. Well, I will be ready. Hyaga Xiao thought for a while. With his current strength, it should be a little difficult to challenge Kakashi. If it doesn't work, just use Mongolian sweat medicine obtained from Yunyan Ninja Redstone. No matter how strong Kakashi is, can it still be immune to drugs? I just don't know how much Kakashi wearing a mask can in. Not to mention, if Kakashi uses illusion, his winning rate will be even higher. After getting Yurihong's illusion spell confrontation training, his own illusion spell resistance has greatly increased. Why can you be so confident? Akai felt very frustrated. Because I never gave up. Hyaga Xiao answered calmly. 2 days later, Akai was discharged from the hospital. Early morning in Konoha. Hyaga came to the ninja school. Today there are new melons. Kakashi defeated the Uchiha Iron Fire of the next class. It is said that Uchiha Iron Fire is a genius of the younger generation of Uchiha that far surpasses the soil. Even the teachers in the ninja school are optimistic about him. There was an exclamation from the ninja students. Hyaga Xiao walked into the crowd. I saw Kakashi, who was a little panting, and the boy Uchiha lying on the ground. He is probably Uchiha Iron Fire. The somewhat embarrassed Uchiha stood up. A mole on his face was exposed. This feature makes it easy for people to remember his appearance. Hakaki Kakashi, I lost, but don't think you can arrogantly go on forever. It was like a lone wolf licking its wounds. Uchiha Iron Fire clutched his arms and slowly left the crowd. Hyaga Xiao stared at his back, planning to make up. The probability of defeating Kakashi increased again. End of this chapter. There are 42 days before Kakashi and Hyaga have graduated. It has been nearly 5 months since Hyaga has been at the ninja school. This time, Hyaga Xiao can know through observation. The only child who is sure to win Kakashi is probably only Momi Hyaga. Certainly. It is impossible for Hyaga Xiao to challenge Hyaga Momi to try her own Jin Liang. Because this does not conform to the family rules of the Hyaga clan. Second best. Before figuring out the specific strength of Kakashi, he first found his defeated Uchiha Tetsuo, and learned from the latter the gap between him and Kakashi. Incidentally, you can gain experience points by defeating Uchiha Iron Fire, which can be regarded as killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After school in the morning, Hyaga Xiao went straight to the next class. Uchiha Iron Fire walked out of the classroom with a slight wound on the corner of his mouth. With his hands in his pockets, he walked through the corridor with a cold face. Hyaga Xiao followed behind him. After a while, out of campus, Hyaga Xiao continued to keep up. When turning into a small alley, Uchiha turned his head sharply and said, "Who?" Chapter 46. When he saw that it was Hyaga, his expression relaxed a little. Maybe he felt that Hyaga was not a threat at all. "It's from the class next door, the recently famous Hyaga Xiao. Because Hyaga's effort is too famous, so that even the class next door knows it." "Why are you looking for me?" Uchiha asked coldly. The attitude is very arrogant. Hyaga thinks that he should not be named Uchiha, but Heiji. "Hehe, it's okay, I just want to learn about the reputation of the Uchiha clan." Hyaga Xiao had a simple face, as if she was talking about something no big deal. Half a year of enrollment. No one has ever taken the initiative to find Hyaga. On the contrary, Hyaga Momi and Heiji Kakashi frequently encounter adventures. Hyaga Xiao means the two of them were found by the villain who didn't have eyesight every 3 or 5 minutes. Then slapped a counter kill, and got experience points. This is why Hyaga is sure that Hyaga Momi and Heiji Kakashi have protagonist templates. Because only the protagonist is always provoked by the villain. Oh, Hyagaya-san took the initiative to provoke the genius Uchiha boy. Akai, discharged from the hospital today. After school, seeing Hyagaya acting arrogantly, she couldn't help but follow. Sure enough, he saw. Hyaga Xiao is about to mess up again. It's not enough to challenge Master Asuma, so I have to challenge Uchiha Tetsuka. That's the most powerful character in Uchiha among the younger generation. Akabe was in the corner, shivering. It is different from the Uchiha belt soil on the tail of the crane. Even among the entire Uchiha group, Uchiha Iron Fire is a very promising existence. The reason why he lost to Kakashi was not because he was weak, but because Kakashi is too strong. Even between genius and genius, there is a gap. Now, known as a genius, Uchiha Tetsuka was actually provoked by Hyagaye. How can Metkai not be surprised? At the same moment, Momi Hyaga was standing on a nearby building. Blue veins raged around her eyes. Obviously, it has opened the limit of blood succession of the Hyaga clan, blank eyes. But this not only does not damage her beauty, but adds a touch of heroism to her. Hyaga will challenge Uchiha's Iron Fire. Had already greeted Hyaga Momi before. Do you want to know from him the power gap between you and Kakashi by defeating Uchiha Tetsuhu? Hyaga Mo did not murmur, her voice drifting away with the wind. Inside a dark alley. Asshole! Hearing Hyaga's words, Uchiha's face twisted. The members of the mere Hyaga clan also want to humiliate themselves. It was because I saw myself defeated by Kakashi in the morning. Think you can arrange yourself at will? Even this kind of person wants to come and step on it. As you wish. Uchiha responded coldly, pouring anger into his moves. Narrow alley. Just suitable for the play of a certain ninjutsu. Fire escape. Uchiha Iron Fire Seal. This seal is very familiar. When Hyaga looked at it, she remembered the arrogant fireball that Uchiha Dado often boasted. Certainly. Hyaga didn't think that Uchiha Iron Fire would only release a palm-sized, instantaneously annihilated Uchiha belt card How Fireball. His ninjutsu must be the real fire escape form. The art of Howling Fireball. Ninjutsu was completed instantly, and it didn't take a second. Uchiha Tetsuhu took a deep breath. Then spit out. Boom! The flames roared. The scorching red illuminates the dark alleys. A fireball with a diameter of at least 2 meters spit out from the front of Uchiha's iron mouth. It can be seen from here. He is stronger than Uchiha's belt soil. I don't know a few dimensions. The art of howling fireball is sea level. Ninjutsu at the ninjutsu difficulty level. Every child of the Uchiha clan will be taught this technique. This also means that Uchiha's child was born. At least they have the qualifications to become Zhongren. Start with the lowest level of all staff. This is the real Konoha family. The fireball with a high temperature of hundreds of degrees, before it gets close, makes people feel the hot wind blowing. Relying on this ninjutsu alone. Enough to burn people seriously. Student Hyaga Xiao. Metkai opened his eyes wide, cold sweat oozing from his forehead because he was too scared. Face this scene. Hyaga Xiao's unhurried Yuyan, as if she had already been prepared. Substitute technique. Boom. The flame roared, completely enveloped Hyaga. Akai sat down on the ground, his face full of disbelief. Hey! You asked for this yourself. Uchiha Tetsuha was surprised at first. This day Xiang Xiao is too weak. Burned him to death in one fell swoop. Then, he wondered, it was this guy who provoked first anyway. Wrong. The flame dissipated. The illuminated alley plunged into darkness again. At that moment, Uchiha Tetsuha saw a piece of charred rolling wood. Obviously, this day, Xiang Xiao used an E-level stand-in technique to avoid his C-level ninjutsu. Next moment, Uchiha Tetsuha pulled out kunao and stabbed behind him fiercely. Click! The sound of metal clashing came. Sparks splashed. The alley was slightly illuminated, and the silhouette of Hyaga Xiao was outlined. Immediately afterwards, a series of intertwined metal collisions resounded. Uchiha Iron Fire is retreating steadily. In the darkness, his vision is not as good as Hyaga Xiao who has white eyes. Therefore, the best solution at the moment is to move to a place with light before continuing to compete. Soon, the two rushed out of the small alley and came to the uninhabited forest road outside. End of this chapter. Konoha Gale. Suddenly, Hyaga Xiao, who was confronted with kunao, became short. Sweep the leg directly. The fierce physical skills swept Uchiha's Iron Fire. Chapter 47. The latter jumped and his legs emptied. Hyaga Xiao's eyes widened slightly. Because Uchiha Tetsuha was the first person to avoid his trick. But at this time, Uchiha Tetsuka's heart was even more surprised. Even to the extent of consternation. He screamed in his heart, how can Konoha Gale happen this day? Isn't he a member of the Hyaga clan? Where is the good Rukwin? This is not Hyaga. From the small alley to this side, after fighting for many rounds, Uchiha Taihuo didn't see where Rukwin was. On the contrary. On this day, Xiang Xiao's rigid boxing and physical skills are alive and well. Extremely smooth. The only one who gave him this feeling was Heiji Kakashi. Boom. Another matchup. Because it was too hard. Suffering without Bengfei. The two men started fighting unarmed. To here. It is Hyaga's home court. From the actual combat for nearly half a year, there is also observation of other people's fighting. Hyaga Xiao came to a conclusion, fighting with bare hands, usually the Hyaga clan will have the upper hand. Soft fist. The index finger and of Hyaga Xiao stretched out. Move other fingers together. His right hand slammed Uchiha's Iron Fire fiercely. Boom. Uchiha Iron Fire raised his arm and blocked the first blow. A strong force passed from Hyokeo's fingertips to his arm. His arms numb for most of an instant. In theory, this is impossible. The soft fist of the Hyaga clan. Not known for muscle rigidity. Instead, it mainly relies on injecting chakra into the human body, causing internal injuries. Strictly speaking, it is an enchanting attack. But this Hyaga knight, with a finger poked out, his arm seemed to be run over by a wheel. Well, Uchiha Iron Fire couldn't help groaning in pain. He didn't know Haiga Xiao is strong and soft. And after obtaining the earth attribute, practice hardening to the fullest. The whole body is as hard as steel. Even with bare hands. No less than holding an iron rod to stab someone. Gossip and 2 palms. Haiga Knight bowed left and right. Quickly clicked 2 fingers. Boom. Boom. Uchiha Iron Fire tried his best to resist. The left arm is also numb. Gossip and 4 palms. Haiga Xiao pointed out 4 fingers. Penetrated the opponent's defense. Hit the opponent's chest and abdomen. Gossip and gossip. The successive fingerings formed an afterimage. It was as if Haiga had grown 8 arms in an instant. Boom boom boom. 8 consecutive explosions. Wow! Uchiha Tehuo trembled, screamed, and finally fell backward like a torn sack. Our Haiga clan, but Konoha's first clan. After hitting people, Haiga Xiao immediately put on a pose of soft fist on the spot. Here comes the traditional performance of the Haiga clan. This scene. Seeing Akai dumbfounded. With eyes wide open, I stared at Haiga Xiao in disbelief. As if seeing an alien. Haiga Xiao, he defeated that genius boy, Uchiha Iron Fire. The other side. Standing on the roof, Hinata Mo, who opened her eyes, could not see more clearly. Haiga's soft fist is a physical skill that releases chakra into the opponent's body and destroys it from the inside. Just now Haiga Xiao. Although he used soft fist moves, he defeated Uchiha Tetsuha without attaching chakra. The difficulty is as thrilling as taking millet from a fire or stepping on a steel wire. Haiga Xiao didn't use her soft fist to make a real attack. Because of the distance, Haiga Momi's exclamation did not reach Haiga's ears. Daihua degree, 14.6%. Seeing that the Daihua degree increased by 0.5% all at once, Haiga was very satisfied. In other words, Uchiha Iron Fire alone. The top Ebisu and Shiranui Genma and Yamashiro Aoba and Parallel Similarity and Matere Red Bean and Asma. A dozen people have more experience points. As expected of the genius boy of the Uchiha clan. Haiga Xiao sincerely praised the experience he had gained from his opponent. Haigami. Uchiha Iron Fire lying on the ground, grinning, his whole body pained to death. If you win, you will win. Even so mocking. Oh, sorry. Haiga Xiao put away the posture of the soft fist, and said with a simple face. No. Uchiha yelled in pain. I don't need your mercy. He climbed up, turned and left. This time, it really looked like a beast licking its wounds. Please stay. Haiga Knight reached out and greeted. There are still important things I haven't asked. I would like to ask, is it I who defeated you, or Kakashi? Uchiha's Iron Fire stopped. Turned around abruptly. His fierce gaze was almost trying to swallow Haiga. Actually, my purpose is the same as yours, both to defeat Kakashi. Haiga Xiao's face condensed and said immediately. Uchiha Dato is my good friend. Kakashi despises Dato very much. In order to give her breath and to gain enough confidence to defeat Kakashi, I came to you and tried to compare with you. Verify your own jins. Haiga Xiao looked ashamed. I feel regret for my inconsistency. Seeing Haiga's clenched fists. Uchiha Iron Fire, the anger on his face was slightly faded. Children in this world seem to be very cheating. Haiga Xiao maintained an expression of shame. Slandered inwardly like this. Uchiha Tetsuha came over and looked up and down Haiga. Take soil, the tail of the crane in my clan. Of course Uchiha Tetsuka knows Uchiha Belt soil. After all. Similar age. Chapter 48. It's still an ethnic group. See you every day when you look up and bow your head. He had indeed heard of the fact that Haiga became a friend in anger and grimaced at Shikanhuo Genma. It seems. This kid is telling the truth. Thought of this. Uchiha Tetsuka's expression eased again. Your physical skills should be on par with Kakashi, but your strength is greater than him. This is an advantage. But if Kakashi chooses to use the Kunao ninja, you may not be his opponent. What's more, Heiji Kakashi can still use ninjutsu. On the whole, unless Kakashi gives up other means and fights with your bare hands, otherwise you don't want to beat him. Uchiha Tetsuo said a few words like this, then turned and walked away. This also allows Hyaga Xiao to roughly get the strength of Kakashi from his population. Actually, I can pretend to be illusionist and seize this opportunity to defeat Kakashi. Hyagaya took a deep look at Uchiha Tehuo, then turned around likewise, and went to look for Hyaga Momi. Inside the small alley, Kai stared at the back of Hyaga's departure, still shocked by the scene when he defeated Uchiha Iron Fire. Effort, can hard work really defeat genius? End of this chapter. 10 minutes later. The gathering place of the Uchiha clan. Hey, bring soil. Uchiha Tetsuo saw the Uchiha belt soil that also came back. What's the matter? Iron Fire. This morning, I saw Uchiha Iron Fire being beaten by Kakashi miserably. Uchiha feels like it's better not to talk to him. But unexpectedly, the other party took the initiative to find him. That Hyaga Xiao. Uchiha's Iron Fire expression eased a little. Is he your friend? Of course Hyaga Xiao is my good friend of Uchiha with soil. Uchiha opened his mouth with soil to say this sentence. But then I thought. Wouldn't it be too ordinary and not persuasive? Then, after thinking about it for a second, Uchiha Dado naturally shouted, Hyuga Xiao is my half-brother of Uchiha Dado. Uchiha Iron Fire. Afternoon. Hyaga Xiao just arrived at school. There are new melons. Extra. Extraordinary. Kakashi defeated a ninja at noon today. Kakashi defeated a ninja. The protagonist of the story, Kakashi Heiji, is surrounded by everyone. He looked disdainful, as if he had just done a humble little thing. Through the gossip of others, Hyaga Xiao learned what had happened. Original. There is a shinobu, it's okay to pester Nohara Lin. Kakashi saw that the girl who admired herself was harassed, of course it was incumbent to do it. As a result, he accidentally defeated that named Jin Shinobu. Although the other party is only 10 years old, he graduated only half a year. But it's amazing enough. Because Kakashi was only 5 years old. Uchiha took the soil and stared at Rin Nohara. The girl he likes is looking at Kakashi with admiration. Uchiha was very depressed with the soil. Just when Hyaga was about to enter the school gate, a shout came from the campus. Kakashi! I want to challenge you. It was not someone else who yelled. It was Metkai who lost to Kakashi last week. Seeing that Hyaga defeated Uchiha's Iron Fire, Ake was inspired. He is determined. Challenge Kakashi again. Not interested in. Kakashi only glanced at Akai, then walked away. You must be scared. In a hurry, Ake yelled. This is a radical approach. But Kakashi did stop. Yes, I'm scared. Kakashi responded to Akai with a cold tone. Next moment, everyone roared with laughter. Akai's expression has also changed from tense courage to embarrassment of loss. Staring at the mocked Akai. There are also people who are laughing. Hyaga Xiao had a quick thought. Although I am constantly improving, but Kakashi seems to be growing rapidly, because someone jumps out to give him experience every other time, it's better. After school through this morning, defeat Uchiha Tetsuo. Hyaga Xiao temporarily revised the overall arrangement of the plan. In this way, it should be able to beat Kakashi perfectly. Just as the crowd fell and the atmosphere of Akai became more and more enthusiastic, a loud bang rang out. Everyone couldn't help turning their heads and looking in that direction. I saw the gate at the school gate. He was kicked aside by Haiga Xiao. After kicking it casually, Haiga Xiao glanced at everyone like this. Akai is our companion. The teacher said that the classmates should love each other. If you do this, you will not have the will to fire. You will not be worthy of becoming a ninja in the future. Haiga's voice deliberately shouted loudly. Almost the entire ninja school was spread. Everyone blinked. It seemed that I didn't expect, Haiga Xiao dared to make a group of mockery. What are you looking for? This kid is crazy. Who does he think he is? Messenger of justice. In an instant, the entire campus was caught in a tumult. Most of the Shinin school students looked here, looking at Haiga Xiao, like a rag doll. Oh, not now. But it will be done later. Isn't this the Haigaya in class 1 of the first grade? I heard that Uchiha was unearthed last time. How dare he say that we don't deserve to be called ninjas? All children enter the ninja school for the purpose of being a Konoha ninja. Haiga Xiao said they were unworthy. It is tantamount to denying that they still have dreams over the past 6 months. Of course they can't accept it. I'll teach this kid. While talking, a student stood up. Hey! There is a good show to watch. With band-aid on his face, Uchiha Tetsuho narrowed his eyes. He felt, Haiga was doing big things. At the same moment, Ebisu, Shiranui Genma, Ganzutong, Yamashiro Aoba, and other children also condensed murderous aura. There are grudges and grievances. This day, Miami is really crazy. It provokes everyone. Chapter 49. Ake, who only wanted to challenge Kakashi, was even more frightened. Hi, Haiga Xiao classmate. Akai's legs trembled and trembled. Is that handsome cheek of classmate Xiao Haiga, will it be okay later? Even Haiga Momi squeezed a sweat for Haiga Xiao. She thought to herself, could it be too impulsive? Although Haiga has had several cases first. But she did not expect to provoke the entire ninja school today. I come. No, I am coming. The crowd is so exciting, everyone can't wait to do it themselves. Come to Angerbian Hyokya. Trouble now. Asma, Yurihong, and Marino Ibuxi took a breath. Please everyone, give me a face of Asma. Cold sweat oozes from Asma's forehead. I was about to mobilize face and blood to continue the boundary and settle this matter. I heard Haiga Xiao's roar, don't be so troublesome. Let's get on together. I'm going to knock you all down. Good guys. Asma called the good guy. This is over. But no way, Haiga Xiao is me. Haigaya is a good pot of soil for my Uchiha. Boom. Uchiha, who just screamed, brought dirt, and was solved with a punch by passers-by. Asma. Punish him. In chaos. Someone has done it first. Then, others rushed towards Haiga. The situation has obviously reached a point where it cannot be stopped at all. Don't fight, you guys don't fight anymore. No, Harolyn shouted not to fight anymore. Why did she shout like this, obviously before the fight? Because she found out. Many people fished in troubled waters, and rushed up to press Uchiha with soil to give a fat beating. Haiga Xiao has not been beaten yet. Uchiha, who usually has a big mouth, was beaten up by others. End of this chapter. All the crane tails are optimistic. Haiga Xiao shouted. Faced with the encirclement of the crowd, he didn't instigate at all. Efforts can determine our own lower limit. This moment, Haiga's words reached Akai, Uchiha, and other poor students, and even spread throughout the campus. Then, Haiga Xiao slapped the front fiercely. When everyone thought this trick was unremarkable, the palm that hits the human body banged. The ninja school student who rushed to the front was shot off. He flew out and hit other people. In just one click, 7 or 8 children fell to the ground together. Haiga's shot. It was like igniting a gunpowder keg. The whole scene was in chaos. Regardless of the lower grades. Still in senior year. The students who thought they were better than the tail of the crane rushed forward. Only Akai and others were left, watching this scene stupidly. They may be upset because of Hyaga's previous remarks. Some want to hurry up and vent the darkness in their hearts. And Hyagaya is like a mountain standing on the plain. No matter how they attacked, they couldn't shake anything. With hardening technique. That's how Hyaga Xiao stood here. Forcibly eat other people's fists and feet. A ninja school student raised his fist. It struck towards Hyaga's head. However, Hyaga Xiao directly squeezed his fist, twisted fiercely, and fell to the ground screaming. Another person came from behind. A Konoha whirlwind swept directly towards Hyaga's waist. Hyagayo moved her body horizontally, clamped his right leg under the armpit, and then turned. He spun like a weapon. Bang bang bang. The swinging human body turned 360 degrees, and I don't know how many people were hit. The ninja school student who was used as a weapon had white eyes, foaming, and passed out into a coma. Finally, Hyaga threw him into the crowd without knowing how many people fell. Hey! Xiangxia really has a problem with her head this day, she is a naive one. Kakashi stared at the scene where Hyaga was fighting against everyone alone. He shook his head, his face full of disdain. I really thought he was shrewd. Kakashi was upset by his lapse of judgment. Half a year. Repeated observation and speculation. In my mind, I was thinking about the possibility that Kyoki might be a shrewd person. But at the end did I find out? This Hyaga Xiao is really not good. The Sarutobi people have done it too, just like Asma, the Sarutobi people generally have stupid strength, and Xiangxiao wants to defeat them this day. Kakashi didn't finish speaking. Because the young man of Sarutobi clan who he described as powerful was beaten to the ground by Hyaga Xiao. People from the Uchiha clan are also there. Even if they get the worst of the crane tail, they get the middle and upper reaches of the class. What's more, they are better than Uchiha by many times. Next moment, the boy Uchiha, whom Kakashi liked, was kicked to the head by Hyaga Xiao and fell to the ground instantly. Kakashi. With Hyaga's continuous shots. One by one ninja school students, no matter it is a child of ordinary people. It doesn't matter whether the surname is single-passed. Even belongs to the rich family of Konoha. All were overthrown by Hyaga. With the eyes of the Hyaga clan. Even if it is lack of perspective. It doesn't prevent Hyaga from using her insight to the extreme. All the rigid boxing techniques, in the eyes of Hyaga Xiao, there is no way to hide. It would be nice to say if there is a Hyaga clan who knows how to fist in the opponent. Hyaga may not be able to see through its power. The key is, no one from the Hyaga clan came up to help. Although Hyaga Xiao usually doesn't talk to other people very much, the division of the family of the Hyaga clan has not yet reached the point of harming each other. After all, everyone has the mark of a bird in a cage on their foreheads. It's not easy to divide the family. Others move their hands and lift their feet. Hyaga Xiao already knew what the other party was going to do. Then, Hyaga Knight sees the tricks, and the tricks are abundant and vigorous. Fight back. While using the hardening technique to force it down, by the way, it counter-shocked the opponent's blow. Chapter 50. So many people jumped on it. No one can make Hyaga Knight fall again. This Hyaga mi. Kakashi's eyes widened slightly, somewhat surprised. Can hard work really achieve this level? Kakashi worked hard. In particular, his father is known as the Shining Ninja World, and even the ninjas of other countries must be shaken with Konoha White Fang Sakumo Hagaki. But even if he has been educated by the elite since childhood, Heiji Kakashi's efforts also stopped at the level of ordinary people. It is absolutely impossible to be like Hyaga. Just like hanging up, one practices a whole day. Not at all discouraged, not complaining at all. Practice Qigong when you open your eyes. Close your eyes and go to sleep. Do everything possible to get strength improvement. This is a ruthless exercise machine that no one can imagine. This is Hyaga's efforts. Aside. Momi Hyaga's eyes shone with brilliance. It seemed to refresh the three views, and once again recognize Hyaga Xiao. Perhaps, I can too. Hyaga Mo did not think of the illusion skills she had previously learned. Practice soft boxing while practicing other skills. Just like Hyaga. Daoism 14.7%, 14.8%, 14.9%. The movement of flowing clouds and flowing water. Hyaga Xiao looked at the beating numbers in front of her, as she fought and fought bravely. This is another plan for his victory over Kakashi. Take this opportunity. Provoked the ninja students of the entire ninja school. Knock them down one by one. So as to obtain the progress of Taoism. Even though none of them are opponents of Kakashi and Momi Hyaga. Can't get a lot of experience points. But the accumulation of little will make more. Hyaga Xiao felt herself getting stronger bit by bit. The blood in my heart became warm. Just a few minutes. Dozens of people were already lying on the ground, wailing constantly. The so-called trash killer. It was witnessed by Hyaga Xiao. Although the rest of the people are still surrounded by Hyaga Xiao, the circle is obviously much larger. No one dared to go for a while. This series of fierce fights. Not only the top students such as Asma and Xirihong were surprised. Akai and Uchiha bring soil. There are other classes and grades of crane tails who are also shocked and inexplicable and can't believe it. Hyaga Xiao actually knocked down the top students. Not only that, even the geniuses in the class were killed. Try hard, I want to work hard like Hyaga Xiao. Hyaga's behavior cheered them up. An indescribable enthusiasm and emotion rose in their hearts. End of this chapter. It's different from the feelings of the crane tails. Other people have another idea. What's going on with Xiang Xiao this day? He seems to know all of us well. Isn't he the tail of the Hyaga clan crane? Is it true that the Hyaga clan, the best dishes are so good? Of course. Is impossible. In the upper grades, children of the Hyaga clan. Staring at this scene, the eyes are almost staring out. This Hyaga Xiao practiced every day, except for showing up in the cafeteria every day when he was eating. Basically the dragon would never see the end. The whole person is a practicing machine. At this meeting, it turned out to be really fruitful for him. Next moment, Hyaga Xiao looked around at everyone. At a glance, they looked back at them. After seeing that no one dared to come up again, Hyaga Xiao walked towards Heiji Kakashi. Heiji Kakashi, I heard you are a genius. Dea what agree, 15%. Hyagaya, whose basic qualities were close to those of Shimonen's elite, stared at the silver-haired boy in front of her. The surging murderous intent rushed toward his face, rubbing Kakashi's bluish-black cheek. Kakashi, who only showed the upper half of his face, twitched his cheek. Feel the great pressure. So strong momentum. Momentum. It can also be called murderous intent or murderous intent. Certainly. Kakashi doesn't think Hyaga has killed anyone. He only felt that Xiang Xiao's inner potential was about to overflow this day. Boom. It's like being hit by a giant beast. Heiji Kakashi didn't do anything, so he was hit in the head by Hyaga, and flew out irresistibly. Well. Next second. Kakashi was sober. He suddenly realized that what was just now was just an illusion. I actually saw the illusion of being beaten up. Ninja World. There are 4 ways to achieve the illusion. 1. Yurihong's illusionist skills. 2. The pupil technique such as writing round eyes of the Uchiha clan. 3. Special drugs. 4. A strong murderous spirit released like Hyaga. Unbelievable, you have such a potential. If I'm not mistaken, your aura comes from your confidence in yourself, but you are neither a genius nor a child prodigy. Why can you be confident? To this point? Kakashi frowned and asked a question almost everyone wanted to ask. Why? Hyuga Xiao can walk from the tail of a crane step by step to today. What is it? It gave him great confidence and allowed him to beat other outstanding students. I am indeed not a genius, nor a child prodigy, said Hyuga Xiao. With the opening of this sentence, almost everyone held their breath and listened quietly to what Hyuga Xiao said. On campus, it was very quiet for a while. The only thing I can praise is to work hard, work hard, work hard. It is precisely because I am not a genius that I cannot walk the path of your geniuses. Every step I take is the achievement of my own hard work. Every footprint represents the countless sweat and hardships I have paid. If you don't accumulate steps, you can't reach 1,000 miles. Freezing 3 feet is not a day's cold. It accumulates over time and never slackens. Every bit of improvement in strength is a testimony to myself. I have worked hard to this day and have affirmed myself countless times. Are these enough to have such confidence? Every time she said a word, Hyuga's tone of voice became higher. To the end. That shocking aura rushed in all directions, making everyone in awe. Very good. Kakashi nodded slowly. Divine light flickered in his eyes. Hyuga, Kakashi, I have recognized you. Among all my peers, nobody works harder than you. Kakashi, I would like to call you the strongest. Chapter 51. Heiki Kakashi, who has always been a lazy look, finally got serious today. Fighting spirit burned in his eyes. It was just like when I saw Momi Hyuga's grades surpassed him when he was enrolled in school. Now, except for Hyuga Momi, he has added another opponent to Kakashi. Isn't this a good thing? Boom! Hyuga Xiao stepped on the ground with one foot, shaking the ground to dust. With Hyuga Hyuna, put on a soft fist posture. A battle that almost represents the highest level of ninja students this year, began. Hard work vs genius. Which of the two will win? This is not just a contest that attracted the ninja students. Even the ninja teachers who came one after another and stayed in the school building to observe the scene were all attracted by this battle. Whether it is to learn in private or to compete in public. Ninjas are all good martial artists. The teachers looked at Hyuga and Kakashi with interest. Some people even couldn't help but sigh. Ms. Funino, your class finally can't bear it this day. Inside the office of the teaching building, the teachers looked down the window. In fact, they just saw it when Hyuga Xiao made his debut for Akai. The reason is not prevented. It is because most of the teachers are interested in Hyuga Xiao in Funino Daikoku class. From the beginning of school to now. Legends again and again, deeds again and again. Let Hyuga Xiao early become a very famous student. Have you finally reached this point? Funino Daikoku has a faint smile on his face. Since Hyuga Xiao recently defeated Sarutobi Asuma, he already knew that the ultimate goal of Hyuga Xiao would be Kakashi. But I didn't expect. It took only half a year to reach this level of strength. If I was right, Hyuga Xiao already has the level of Shinin. It's really awesome. But Heiji Kakashi is not an ordinary kid. The other teachers laughed. Don't forget, Heiji Kakashi's father, but Sakumo Senpai. Known as Konoha White Tooth, Sakumo Heiji, who stunned the nations with a shining white knife, is Kakashi's father. Kakashi inherited his father's silver hair and handsome face. Also inherited the qualifications of his parents. This is why he was called a genius boy and obtained the qualifications for graduation early. The tiger father has no dogs, and Hyuga is just a part of the Hyuga clan, so I think Kakashi is more powerful. On the spot, there is a stamp from the teacher, indicating that he is optimistic about Kakashi. Then, let's make a bet. Funino Daikoku proposed. At the same time, on campus, Momi Hyaga, who was watching this scene, whispered that name. Hyaga Xiao. End of this chapter. Ruquin, enlighten me. Suddenly, the sound of bells and drums struck. Hyaga's words sounded rolling and mighty, and the words were clear. Although the hardening technique attached to the second star point and soil attribute can operate on its own, Hyaga can also take the initiative. When he exerted his full power, not only the muscles and bones produced counter-shock, but even the words he spoke seemed to be boosted by the shock. So, a low drink, it spread directly to the campus. Then, Hyaga Xiao punched out. With this blow, Hyaga Xiao took a step. In Kakashi's eyes, the opponent's punch directly filled the entire field of vision. It seemed as if it was suddenly dark in front of me. Before the fist arrived, the strong wind blowing against the face had already hit. This violent power, shockingly drank. Kakashi, who was directly irritated, was engrossed, and his eyes flashed with unprecedented seriousness. Drink! Kakashi also drew in a low voice, but it was almost inaudible compared to Hyaga's shout. He squeezed almost every force in his body and poured it on his arm. Boom! The two played against each other. This moment, Kakashi only felt an unimaginable force coming from the face of the fist, and then into the arm. The whole body was shaken back by this force. He is stronger than me. Kakashi judged this in an instant. While thinking, Kakashi gave a sharp kick. Hoped to use the strength of the legs to bring down the defeat in the first fight. His response was not unpleasant. Even Hyaga was amazed at him. Sure enough, there is a reason to defeat Uchiha's Iron Fire. No doubt. Kakashi's strength is greater than Uchiha's Iron Fire, and his reaction speed and brain strategy are higher than the former. But just when Kakashi used Konoha Whirlwind and was about to succeed, Hyaga Xiao stuck out. At first glance, this gesture is a soft fist of the Hyaga clan. Hey! Soft fist is not used like that. Kakashi sneered at this scene. The reason why Ruquin is called Rousey. It is because it mainly relies on the characteristics of Chakra's enchanting attack to win with skill. If you fight hard, soft fist is not as good as rigid fist. In Kakashi's imagination, with just one kick, he could kick off Hyaga's 2 fingers. Boom! But at this moment, a muffled noise came out. Kakashi only felt a strong pain coming from his calf. The next moment, he staggered back. And Hyaga, who maintained the gesture of pointing out, had no sorrow or joy on her face, only the fighting spirit in her eyes. His fingers. Kakashi's eyes widened. It didn't seem to have hit the human body just now, but it seemed to have encountered 2 iron rods. This Hyaga Xiao is not an ordinary Hyaga at all. He has practiced the Gangchuan that other members of the Hyaga clan disdain to practice to the extreme. My physical skills, not as good as him. Actual combat. Kakashi had to admit this. 3 ninja skills, physique, ninjutsu, and illusion. Now that you can't fight with physique, then use ninjutsu and illusion. Thought of this. Kakashi backed away quickly. A few jumps separated from Hyaga Xiao. Fire escape. Kakashi not seal. Although it will not be the signature fireball technique dedicated to the Uchiha clan. But there are many other types of fire ninjutsu in the ninja world. The art of haunting flame. Boom! Flames gushed from the front of Kakashi's mask. The essence is the flame transformed by chakra, which instantly turned into a wave of flames. Although not as huge as the Hao fireball. But the advantage lies in the long distance and stronger maneuverability. In terms of power, both are the sea-level blazing fire art, and the blazing fireball is in the middle of each other. Chapter 52. Substitute Technique. Hyaga Xiao's unhurried Yuan, using double wood, easily resisted the flame. Hateful! Kakashi frowned wildly. If you can't fight with physical skill, if you use ninjutsu, it will be avoided if its power is too small. The greater the power, it will be offset by the other party using a simple E-level substitute technique. Kakashi, how many times can you use the arrogant art based on your chakra amount? Asked Hyaga Xiao. Except for some special individuals. The amount of chakras, that is, the amount of blue, for each child is limited. Kakashi probably won't take a few shots, and it will run out of energy. Humph! Kakashi snorted coldly, and pulled out Kumo. Then, he rushed towards Hyaga Xiao. Hyaga Xiao also responded with misery. The two played against each other, and there was a jingle, and sparks burst out between the two. After a few seconds, click! The Kyo in the hands of the two of them collapsed because of the vigor. Kakashi rolled back, half kneeling on the ground, his face was already shocked. In just a few seconds, the two used all their strength, just like desperately. Kakashi, whose right hand was still trembling, opened his eyes wide and watched Hyaga Xiao rushing towards him. He seized the time to seal the seal. In the next second, I saw Hyaga's fist, Mount Tai, covering him. Magic, Naruto's art of seeing. Exhausting his strength, Kakashi instigated Chakra to face Hyagaya who was close to him. And took advantage of the trend to use the visual system D-class illusion, Magic Nanara sees the art. In Kakashi's cognition, the opponent's fist should stop at this moment. But Hyaga's fist did not change, as if there was no illusion, a fist blasted towards Kakashi's handsome cheek. Nani! Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief. At such a close distance, it is too late to change his tricks. I can only watch the darkness envelop in front of my eyes. Boom! Hyaga hits. Kakashi rolled upside down and fell out. Kakashi! The girl's cry resounded through the quiet campus. Nohara Lin stared at Kakashi who fell on the ground with a worried look. The latter. The body was still twitching. The overwhelming force exploded on Kakashi's face. The concussion caused by hitting the bridge of the nose and passing it into the skull was enough for him. Especially. Hyaga Xiao was still in the punch just now, adding the power of the soft fist. Because it is not fingering, but boxing. Therefore, the spread of the power of the fist and face did not cause internal injuries. But it intensified the concussion of the mind. It can be said. Kakashi was attacked by the dual powers of rigid fist and soft fist at the same time inside and outside. Our Hyaga clan, but Konoha's first clan. Hyaga Xiao made a soft fist and shouted vigorously. Dehwa degree, 16%. End of this chapter. The battle is over. Kakashi, who was hit by the two forces of soft fist and strong fist at the same time, never got up again. The ninja school students and teachers who were watching this scene all looked at Kakashi, who was still twitching on the ground, with a stunned expression. From beginning to end. To Hyagaya singles out everyone. Challenge Kakashi again. Not even 15 minutes. All the teachers in ninja school were optimistic, and countless students looked up. Hagaki Kakashi was defeated just like that. If you want to lose, you lose. No matter how many people there are. It doesn't matter whether the wheel warfare. After picking everyone, I can continue to pick you. The boundless aura was shown heartily by Hyaga. It's not just teachers who lost the bet. Even Funino Daikoku, who had been optimistic about Hyaga from the past, has a somewhat sluggish expression on his face. The mouths of Ebisu, Shiranui Genma, and others have not closed even at this moment. Some of their brains can't even accept what happened. What's the matter? How is it possible? How could Hyaga Xiao be so strong? Thinking of the self before, several provocations against Hyaga. Thinking back now, the clown is just me. Needless to say, Sarutobi Asuma, Yuri Hong and others were surprised. These top students, they knew from the beginning that Hyaga Xiao was very strong. especially Yuri Hong, who has done a full set of illusion skills for Haiga Xiao. But never thought that Haiga Xiao could be so powerful. And in the crowd, the mood is the most complicated, the most excited, the most surprised, the most passionate. It may be that Akai and Uchiha brought these crane tales to them. It turns out that hard work can really defeat genius. An unprecedented light ignited in Akai's heart. Finally, it is Haiga Momi. The thought in her mind is the most special kind. Haiga defeated Kakashi, really, did it? Soon, Rin Nohara, who called Kakashi's name, ran over to investigate Kakashi's injuries. Lin Nohara, who had always had the ambition of medical ninja, was heartbroken when she saw Kakashi twitching on the ground. And it worries her even more. It was Kakashi who was hit by the soft fist attack. If because of the soft fist, an internal injury that can never be recovered. After a while, she breathed a sigh of relief. Kakashi is okay, it's just a brain concussion, and I need to rest for a few days. When Lin Nohara said the result, the teachers in the school also rushed here. In the infirmary, the teacher in charge of the treatment instructed the students to lift Kakashi away. Congratulations, classmate Haiga Xiao. Watching Kakashi being sent away, Funano Daikoku patted Haiga on the shoulder, with a complex expression on his face, but at the same time his tone was very pleased. Later, the teacher has something to tell you. Funano Daikoku and other teachers immediately dismissed the students. Although everyone walked towards the teaching building. However, the gaze that looked back at Haigaya frequently, and the whispers of discussion, were still heard by Funano Daikoku and other teachers. And Haiga, who defeated Kakashi, let out a long sigh of relief. So far, it can be regarded as one of the many goals set. Next step. It is time to consider graduation and officially become a ninja. A&D. The things that survived the battle and the ninja war. Chapter 53. Back in the classroom, I was greeted by the gazes of other students. Haiga accepted these exclamations in awe with peace of mind. Start now. The name of Crane Tail has been completely erased. From now on, his Haiga defeated Kakashi's hard-working counter-attack Thai. And become a role model for everyone to learn from. After class, Haiga Xiao went to the office. Class teacher Funano Daikoku was waiting for him there. Haiga, you defeated Kakashi, very good. Funano Daikoku nodded with a kind face. If the teacher guessed correctly, your ultimate goal is to be the same as Kakashi and Haiga Momi, and get an early graduation place. Yes, teacher. Haiga Xiao did not hide her thoughts at all. Because if you just think about it for a moment, most people will guess that Haiga's actions in the past 6 months are possible. As for other reasons, people only believe in what they want to believe. I will nominate with Master Naruto. Funano Daikoku said. He will specifically go to the third generation of Naruto and Sarutobi, who is also the principal of the ninja school. Haiga defeated Kakashi in this matter. It is bound to cause a sensation. It is only natural to strike while the iron is hot and give Haiga Xiao a nomination. Don't relax in the remaining month or so, because in the end there will be a special assessment waiting for you, keep working hard. Special assessment? That is, early graduation exam? Yes. Thank you, teacher. Haiga Xiao bowed to the conscientious head teacher, then turned and left the office. Night. The patriarch of the Haiga clan, Haiga Hizu, summoned Haiga. He first praised Haiga's achievements. Then he asked, if you can graduate and become a Syoren in a month, do you want to join other teams, or continue to guard the clan? The candle light flickered. The patriarch Hinata Hizu is not the only one present. There are also Haiga Momi, and the elders of the Haiga clan. Ninja student graduated. 2 Syoren teammates will be assigned, and 1 Shangren will lead the team. 4 people formed a team. Generally speaking, This allocation is determined by the upper level. And because of the special inheritance of the Hyuga clan, in this place, you can make a slight change and transfer Hyugami to the team of Hyuga Mami. Upon hearing this question, Hyuga thought to herself, this is a proposition. Leaving the Zone family's sight, all rapid growth will be considered abrupt. On the contrary, in the Zone family's vision, any progress can be explained for appropriate reasons. In addition, choosing a team alone, presumably guiding Shangren will be the kind of crooked melons, or maybe it's the goalkeeper level in all Shangren. And the one allocated to Hyuga Momi is bound to be the best resource. Without any hesitation, Hyuga Xia replied, "My patriarch, I am willing to protect the young lady to the death." The firm words were affirmed by Hyuga Nissa. Lolita has grown up and can continue. At the same moment, on the edge of Konoha, in a barren little house. Dad. Hyuga defeated Kakashi today, sure enough. Hard work can defeat genius. Akai, full of blood, told his father what happened today with a look of excitement. "Ah," Dad said, "hard work will not betray oneself." Matt Dai, with his arms around his chest, closed his eyes and kept nodding. But actually, his heart was sweating for today's affairs. Subsequently, Matt Dai sighed in his heart, that kid Hyuga Xiao is really amazing. End of this chapter. First of all, thank you readers for their recommended tickets, monthly tickets, blades, and rewards. Update aspect. 2 changes a day, indeed less. Cover your face. As a cute new book, the books that have been killed by the big guys will not be kept. So that exiled to the free zone recommendation. But the author of Mensin is already very happy to see so many people. The state is being adjusted these days. The update speed at that time will surely satisfy all readers. Today, 3 shifts are here. End of this chapter. There are 37 days before the early graduation assessment. The fermentation of public opinion. Like the wind, it spread throughout the houses of the Hyuga clan. Also spread throughout Konoha. The branch family closest to Hyuga. Especially Hyuga Hinakito, when he heard the news, his eyes almost popped out. He hasn't gone to ninja school yet. Has Xiang Xiao already beaten Kakashi, the strongest genius boy, on this day? Thinking of his past cynicism towards Hyuga Xiao. And because I entered the ninja school late, I can go to school with Natsumi Hyuga. There is even the arrogance that his talent is above Hyuga Xiao, who casually slaps him. All were crushed into at this moment. Zai-jun, congratulations! In stark contrast to Sejingto is Hinata Xia. Xia Hyuga stared at Hyuga, the happiness in her eyes was almost overflowing. For Hyuga Natsu. If Hyuga is good, she is good. She is sincerely proud of Hyuga. The villagers are talking about your affairs these days. There are so many students and teachers in the ninja school. Each of them said something to their relatives and friends, and Konoha almost knew everything about it. Hyuga Xiao accepted the congratulations from Hyuga Natsumi. But I didn't relax at all in my heart. What will happen to 100% Daoism? How to get rid of the shackles of birds in separate cages? The death threat of the ninja world war that may be launched at any time. All these thoughts made Hyuga Xiao think about what he should do next. Now, inside the ninja school, except for Momi Hyuga, I have beaten the school invincible. What we have to do now is to wait for the graduation assessment. Pick up the congratulations that Hyuga prepared for defeating Kakashi's love bento. Hyuga Xiao nodded at her and left the branch house. Early in the morning, Kakashi came to the ninja school. Before entering the school gate, a green kappa jumped out. Kakashi! Let's duel with my Metkai. Compared with the previous few days. Chapter 54. Akai's spirit today can be compared with a scary analogy. Not interested in. After several days of training, Kakashi repaired the concussion, sighed, and walked toward the campus. As usual, Akai should have retreated. But today, he seems to be a little bit too persistent. Kakashi! Don't run away! Give me a kick! Konoha Cyclone! Seeing Kakashi ignored himself, Akai yelled and flew towards Kakashi. Hear the strong wind and hello behind my head. Kakashi didn't even think about it, turned around and spilled his anger on Akai. It's really mad at me. The loss to Hyuga was a big blow to Kakashi. His self-esteem was damaged. I even feel that I will not be able to look up in front of everyone. From childhood to big, Kakashi, who has never lost, how can he bear such humiliation? Boom! Pong! Kakashi gave a mess and knocked Akai to the ground. Akai with a blue nose and swollen face lay on the ground, not only did not lose, but showed a smug smile. As expected of Heiji Kakashi. I have decided. I will treat you as my opponent for life. I will fight you for the rest of my life. Kakashi. It's not enough to be wrapped around the head of this kappa, you have to pester yourself for a lifetime? Kakashi shuddered when he thought about that scene carefully. Just listen to Kai, who was lying on the ground, continue to howl, Hyuga can beat you. So can I. Hard work can defeat genius. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Hyuga Mami and Hyuga Xiao came right here. Hyuga me. Kakashi let out an angry roar. Blame this day tonight. Not only did he lose face, he was also entangled by a strange kappa. And it's a lifetime. Kakashi. Hyuga Xiao blinked and tried to respond, calling the other person's name. Don't know what to do. Kakashi shouted his name, and he couldn't help but want to call it back. Blame you. Kakashi, with 2 tears of noodles in his eyes, repeatedly punched at Hyuga. Brain was broken by me. Hyuga Xiao avoided it easily and looked at him with a puzzled expression on her face. Sure enough, Hyuga Xiao-san is a nice person. Watching the interaction between the grieving Kakashi and the innocent-looking Hyuga, Nohara Lin smiled like a flower. The sun is warm. The others also watched them with warm eyes at this moment. After school in the afternoon. On the way back, Hyuga Xiao met Mat Dai. Under Ninja, you will receive various D-level missions. Most tasks of this difficulty are carried out in or around the village. Mat Dai, who returned from the task, greeted Hyuga. Hyuga Yo-san, how are you? Actually, I watched the duel between you and Kakashi that day. Mat Dai whispered. It seems that Akai doesn't know about this yet. You're good. Mat Dai said sincerely. However, allow me to make some small comments. In Mat Dai's view, Hyuga's physical skills are a bit problematic. He pointed out on the spot. There are several weaknesses in Hyuga's physique. If you don't dislike it, please accept my training experience on physical skills. Mat Dai said so, took out a package, and handed it to Hyuga. Then, this man with a heart of innocence waved goodbye to Hyuga Xiao. Said it was an opinion, but in fact, it's a thank you. Hyuga Momi stared at the figure from behind and muttered. After all, Metkai can rekindle confidence and pave the way for a lifetime without your influence. Momi Hyuga has always been a very transparent girl. She saw it clearly. Mat Dai is sincerely grateful for the role model set by Akai for Akai. Thanks. And Hyuga? More interested in thanking gifts. In front of Mommy Hyuga, Hyuga opened the object wrapped in canvas. A scroll. The above records Mat Dai's experience in practicing physical skills. The whole scroll was filled with eloquence. This one is worth seeing. After all, Mat Dai has shown a speed of physique that completely surpasses that of Zongnan. As for the other, Hyuga shook it. Is the same green kappa tights for Mat Dai and Matak. There are also small labels written by Mat Dai carefully. Student Hyuga, wearing this warm, breathable, comfortable, and pleasant sports tights can double the speed of training. Is it really possible to double the speed of cultivation? Mo Deking's exercise machine, Haiga Xiao, looked at this dress seriously. No, absolutely not. Haiga Mo, whose mouth twitched, did not agree. End of this chapter. It took 2 days. Haiga Xiao read this handwritten scroll completely. Ma Day's training experience is no less than giving charcoal in the snow. There are 35 days before the graduation exam. The progress of spiritual practice stagnated. Haiga Hyuna fully thought that this more than 1 month's time would be wasted in vain. But with this practice guide, you can make full use of this time. Haiga, who has no yin attribute for the time being, cannot practice illusion. In terms of ninjutsu, he couldn't rush. At present, the only thing that can be practiced is the physical skills with small achievements. Exactly. Mat Dai knows neither ninjutsu nor illusion. He is also proficient in physical skills. The cultivation method recorded on the scroll. From ordinary to hellish self-abuse, everything. What repeated horizontal jumping, walking upside down, climbing with one hand. Some of them are amazed even by Haiga. Either practice the balance of the human body, or challenge the limit in extreme danger. Maybe in the eyes of others, Mat Dai is whimsical, self-harm and delusion. But in the eyes of Haiga Xiao, this is a useful practice method. Mat Dai has gone through more than 10 years of spiritual practice. Putting all his energy on physical skills, it can be said that he is the expert of physical skills in Konoha Hidden Village. He went to the dross, worked hard, and gathered his experience, gains, and practice methods in this cheat book. Its name is Mat Dai's Youth Ninja Post. According to the gossip revealed by Mr. Funino Daikoku, according to the previous early graduation exam, there may be political examination questions. In addition, graduates and becomes a ninja. When doing missions outside, there is a small chance of encountering a ninja from an enemy country. This period of time can be used for training, and it can also increase the chance of survival at that time. So the next more than a month. Chapter 55. Haiga Xiao put all her heart and energy into the training method handwritten by Mat Dai. Again and again. Challenge various extreme projects. Although very bitter. But just watch the Daihua degree increase at a slow rate. Feeling my strength and body, surpassing the limit time and time again. Haiga Xiao will be able to persevere. Because this is the superior power he has dreamed of since his last life, transcending wealth and power. Time passed day by day. Haiga's overall strength, physical endurance, coordination degree, etc., are even better. In the black and white vision of other Haiga tribesmen, the blue chakra flame on Haiga's body became more and more dazzling and luxuriant. It was like a burning torch. This world is still in a backward feudal system. Compared with the previous life, the various systems are darker and more cruel. Civilians are like weeds and human lives are worthless. The ninja who masters the practice of ninja and can breathe fire and water has actually evolved into a race completely different from ordinary people. There is no morality in this world, some are just the weak eating the strong. The strong live, the weak die. This is a distorted world. So, in this world, I want to become the strongest ninja and completely control my own destiny. Boom! There was a bang. Haiga Xiao slapped it with a palm, and the tiger was alive. Although it was only a short moment. However, in the martial arts movie, the special effects of the knights are the same. On the other hand, Hinata Sujito, who learns from the front of Hinagaya, the whole person flew upside down like a cannonball, and then fell to the floor severely. What happened? The movement here has attracted the attention of other members of the family. Sui Jingta wants to discuss with Zaijun, who is cultivating. Hinata Xia, standing docilely, watched the whole process. As a result, I was beaten up casually. Haiga Xia blinked. She read it right. It's just casually hitting the air. Actually this time, Not only is Hyaga Xiao who is cultivating painstakingly alone, but the stimulated Suajito is also cultivating. However, he grinds his spear before the battle, and his practice time is short. It's not as good as Hyaga Xiao's practice for a whole day. The result is very obvious. Sui Jingtu, are you okay? The people of the tribe shouted to Sui Jingtu, who was lying on the ground. Sui Jingtu did not speak. He got up, blushed, gritted his teeth, and ran away quickly. It seems that this defeat has dealt him too much. He thought with all his heart that he would be able to fight against Hyaga for at least 300 rounds, but he was easily dropped by others. Call. The person involved, Hyaga Xiao long breathed a sigh of relief, and slowly closed his fist. Dehua degree, 17%. If 10% is the watershed between Shinin school students and Xia Shinobi. So 17% is the informal and verbal term elite forbearance. It is an elite monster that is worthy of praise. Body enhancement, increased response, increased endurance, physical coordination. All kinds of benefits and progress. All were perceived by Hyaga Xiao. Glancing at the rising sun. It's school time. Today is a more special day. Axia, I should go now. Hyaga Xiao didn't take a lunchbox. Because today is the early graduation exam with only half a day. Zai Jun, a good journey. Hyaga Xiao gave a quiet smile. Just like the unrestrained flowers in the wild. She stared at Hyaga's back until it disappeared at the entrance of the house. Hyaga, are you ready? In the vicinity of the Zong family mansion. Hyaga Momi looked directly at Hyaga Xiao, and asked like this. Certainly. Hyaga Xiao gave a strong answer. Graduation exam early. What kind of assessment items are waiting for me? After 20 minutes. Hyaga Xiao and Hyaga Mo did not arrive at the ninja school. Today is a rest day, and the campus is empty. Other students don't know yet. Hyaga Xiao waited for a few special students to be assessed for graduation in advance. When they play carefree, Hyaga Xiao and others are ready to become an official ninja. And in the Com campus this weekend, the ninja teachers are nervously preparing for the assessment. The gentle cheeks showed a seriousness different from when teaching. The banner is pulled up. The tables and chairs are arranged, the lower seat and the upper seat. The assessment project process was reviewed again. Finally, it is to greet and wait. That's right. Such a tense and serious atmosphere is not for Hyaga Xiao, but to welcome a big man. The leader of Konoha Hidden Village stands at the apex of Konoha's thousands of ninjas. Even if you look at the entire ninja world, it can exist at the top among 100,000 ninjas. He is the father of Sarutobi Asuma. 3 generations of Naruto and Sarutobi, known as ninjutsu, doctor of ninjutsu, and professor. End of this chapter. Master Naruto is here. It's Hokage-sama. 3 generations. As the teachers shouted excitedly. Hyaga Xiao and Hyaga Mo did not clearly see who came. A white imperial robe and a Hokage hat with the word fire on his head. The 3rd generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hisaki, under the respectful gaze of the ninja teachers, slowly walked from the entrance of the campus to the front of the teaching building. In Konoha, Hokage is undoubtedly the highest and most respected existence. Although Sarutobi Hizen was not tall, no one dared to show any disrespect to this shinobi. It's different from Asuma, who looks immature and awkward. His father Sarutobi Hisaki has a face that coexists with gentleness and perseverance. He looked kind, just like the big leaders that Hyaga had seen before. A man and a woman following Sarutobi. It is Sarutobi Hizen's comrade, and his right arm, and at the same time Konoha's high level. It is the elder Mito Minyan and the elder Zanfa Xiaochun who are trusted by the Shinin people. The 3 are less than 50 years old, and they are at the peak of ninjas. There are many ninjas who can keep their best condition until they are 55 or even 56 years old. Sarutobi slashed his hand, and the audience instantly became quiet. Everyone, you have worked hard. Sarutobi nodded and took the seat. The two advisory elders are around. Chapter 56. Later. Sarutobi Hitachi said a few words. The main theme of Konoha's Will of Fire is promoted. Not only the test takers today, but even the ninja teachers listened with enthusiasm. Naturally, Hyaga Xiao stood here too, feeling deeply moved. Naruto, and the other 4 leaders of the 4 ninja villages, and they are called 5 shadows. It is the object that all residents look up to, including ordinary people in Konoha Hidden Village. Hyaga shook her fist, and a trace of firmness flashed from the bottom of her heart. One day, I will also reach the position of Hokage. The seated Sarutobi Hisaki first looked at the 4 ninja school students standing in front of him. They are Hyaga Mami, Hyaga Xiao, Heiji Kakashi, Uchiha Tetsuhu. A total of 4 people. The first 3 are all 5 years old. Only Uchiha Tetsuo was 6 years old. The new semester has started for half a year. These 4 people, especially Hyaga's name, resounded throughout the school in the next 3 months. There is no doubt that these 4 students are the best young talents of this generation. The teachers agreed. These 4 are eligible to graduate early. Needless to say, Kakashi Heiji, the son of Konoha White Fang. Uchiha Iron Fire is also the most promising of Uchiha's generation. Hyaga Momi, as a member of the traditional family, can be regarded as a facelift for Hyaga. Only Hyaga Xiao. Sarutobi Hizen looked around at the 4 of them, and secretly looked forward to Hyaga Xiao in his heart. Because he is different from the other 3 geniuses. This made Sarutobi Hizumi couldn't help but think of his disciple, with Osamaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, also known as Sunin. Like Hyaga, Jiraiya was not as dazzling as the other 2 geniuses. Sarutobi Hisaki is very interested in the report written by Funino Daikoku, the hard work talent plus battle talent mentioned above. Regardless of whether it is a time of peace or a time of war, Konoha urgently needs excellent talents. Therefore, these 4 people can make an exception to accept the special graduation assessment in advance. If you pass, you will complete the course and become a Xiaren, and follow the guidance of Shangren to perform tasks. Even children have to go to the battlefield. This world is really cruel. The sense of crisis in Hyaga's heart has expanded again. These people, whether it is Hokage 3 or the 2 consultants, seem to be accustomed to this matter. If you graduate successfully, it means that you will have a probability to fight the enemy ninja in a few days. Matt Dai's practice experience mentioned related things. And Konoha is not the country breaking the family, but standing on the top of the ninja world. In the last life, this situation is simply unimaginable. Okay, everyone, let's get started. Following the command of Sarutobi Hitachi, the assessment for these 4 people began. So, what kind of assessment will it look like? Hyaga Xiao looked forward to it. After a while, there is an answer. It's not about the 3-body technique, nor is it about ninjutsu throwing. The test paper was issued. Wait for 4 people to answer the question. Hyaga Xiao just glanced at it and knew the purpose of this assessment. The meaning of a drunkard is not in wine. On the surface, it is an answer to the question, but it is actually considering the tendency of the 4. That is what Funino Daikoku said, political trial. Staring at these questions, Hyaga, who has 2 lives as a human being, is not afraid of making mistakes. But the problem is, I'm afraid I will answer, even Hyaga Momi surpassed. Aside, Uchiha Tetsuka and Heiji Kakashi frowned slightly, staring at the examination paper. For them, the correct answer may be the only solution. But for Hyaga Xiao, how to surpass these 2 people, the performance is even lower than Hinata Momi. This is difficult. Look at Hyuga Momi. Her expression remained the same, and she wrote like a god. Written on it without any hassle. Assuming that the assessment results eventually surpass Momi Hyuga, it will inevitably attract the suspicion of the Zong family. Assuming not to exceed. But behind Uchiha Tetsuho and Kakashi, they may be eliminated. Hyuga Xiao did not write for the time being, but fell into deep thinking. Turning to bed, the two consultant elders, Xiao Chun and Mito Minyan, looked around and nodded secretly. When he saw Hyuga Xiao's side, his brows frowned again. This kid. I heard he has a talent for fighting. The expressions of the two consultants couldn't help tightening, and they looked unusually serious. In fact, these questions were written by the third generation of Hokage Sarutobi and the two of them. There are questions. It concerns the interests between Konoha, individuals, and families. This is the real purpose of the exam. Is it paying more attention to the ideas and interests of private individuals and families? Or can you devote everything to Konoha wholeheartedly? Funano Daikoku stared at the four people present. 3 of them are students in their own class. It stands to reason very long face. But the problem is the difficulty of the topic. Funano Daikoku standing aside silently squeezed his sweat. Before posting the specific content of the topic, even the ninja school teachers like them didn't know it. Seeing that Hyuga hadn't started writing for a long time, he was even more worried. It is clear. These questions seemed to test the child of the Hyuga branch. After a while, Hyuga Xiao let go of her frowning brows, took a deep breath, picked up the pen, and quickly wrote down the answer she thought. End of this chapter. 10 minutes later. Hyuga Knight puts a pen. Almost at the same time, Hyuga Mo did not write. The two are acting in sync. The faces of the Hyuga people are generally delicate. The probability of appearance of handsome men and beauties is higher than that of Uchiha's clan. The two are side by side, looking like a pair of golden boys and girls. Whispering sound. Kakashi then lowered his arm. He seemed to be unwilling to do so, staring at Hyuga Xiao, not Hyuga Momi. No way. In the days when I was waiting for the assessment for more than a month, Metkai confronts Kakashi every day. Even on the rest day, Kakashi went to his house to harass. Sometimes, even before dawn, Akai went to Kakashi excitedly and invited him to practice together. In short, rain or shine, no matter what the weather is, can't stop Akai from challenging his opponents for life. The culprit of all this is obviously Hyuga. Kakashi stared at the innocent passerby Hyuga, and he exploded in place. Chapter 57. So. Since then, he has been looking at Hyuga Xiao with grief and indignation. As the person involved, Hyuga Xiao directly ignored Kakashi's past experience. Baby. No experience, useless, don't bother me. This scene. Kakashi almost died of anger. Momi Hyuga was the first to write. Elder Mito Minyan helped his glasses and said. Even if he sat there quietly, Hyuga Momi, who had an ethereal temperament, would still be the focus. Hyuga Xiao was actually a little bit earlier, but I am afraid that the answer written in a hurry will not make people happy. Elder Xiao Chun shook his head, not optimistic. Finally, with sweat oozing on his forehead, Uchiha Tetsuho put down his pen. The 4 test papers were collected by the ninja teacher and delivered to the front desk. The answer will be reviewed on the spot, so there is no need to leave. When the third generation of Hokage Sarutobi Risen was discussing and reviewing matters with 2 consultants, the ninja teachers who were attending each other looked at each other, waiting for the result. Uchiha Tetsuo and Kakashi were slightly nervous. The time to review the test papers. It's much longer than imagined. The crowd waited for a long time before the 3 high-level officials discussed the result. Finally, a ninja teacher stepped forward and announced the result. Uchiha Iron Fire, 4th place. The first name announced was Uchiha Tetsuho. When he heard the news, that proud cheek instantly turned pale. I turned out to be the last one. Yes. Hyuga Mami, Hyuga Xiao and Heiji Kakashi are better than me. I pass. The ninja teacher came up with 2 more words. Uchiha Iron Fire. After experiencing the roller coaster in the mood, he almost didn't catch his breath. You said that you passed early. Beside. The corners of Kakashi's mouth twitched. What the hell? Just when Kakashi thought about it, the ninja teacher announced again, Heiji Kakashi, 3rd place, pass. Hateful. Kakashi, with a cool expression on his face, immediately gritted his teeth, full of discomfort. Why, this Hyuga Xiao, once again surpassed herself. Even considering his loyalty to the will of fire, he actually lost. Not reconciled. Graduated early and ranked 3rd in the first assessment. Perhaps in the eyes of others, it is an extremely remarkable thing. For Kakashi, however, it was a failure. The ninja teachers present also looked at each other and couldn't believe the result. After all, that's the son of Kainoha White Fang. Hinata Momi, 2nd place, passing. The ninja teacher who announced the ranking said the name. It's not just Uchiha Iron Fire and Heiji Kakashi. When the ranking was announced, the other ninja school teachers were also stunned. Even Hyuga Oya frowned, and suddenly something went wrong. Obviously, his goal is to surpass Kakashi and Uchiha Tetsuho, but below Hinata Momi. How? Hyuga Xiao, 1st place. The ninja teacher announced the result. After that, he spit out 2 words again. Full score. With the fall of his voice, for an instant, the campus became silent and silent. The expressions on everyone's faces are extremely exciting. They thought about all the possibilities, but they didn't expect this result. The 1st place turned out to be Hyuga, who divides the family. Or full marks. Are you kidding me? But it is the 3 most trusted senior executives who approve the examination papers. One of them is still Hokage-sama. This. I must be dreaming. Some ninja teachers think they have heard it wrong. Yes, I was dreaming too. A ninja teacher squeezed his cheek. Illusion. What is evaluated is actually not a written test, but an illusion. Solution. On the spot, there was also a ninja teacher who immediately sealed the seal, trying to get rid of the non-existent illusion. Otherwise, how could such an absurd thing happen? Uchiha, who was originally grateful, had a dull expression at this moment. Heiji Kakashi opened his mouth, and didn't know what expression to use. Hyuga Xiao frowned secretly and looked at Hyuga Momi. The latter, still sitting there quietly. The ethereal expression was the same as usual, without any change. It looks clear and breezy. As if all of this seemed to her to be taken for granted. Yes, of course, Hyuga should be the first. Hyuga raised her hand. As Hyuga Momi's follower, he vowed to protect the loyal branch of the clan to the death. Raising your hand at this time is reasonable and in line with the personality. Hyuga, what questions do you have? Elder Xiao Chun spoke slowly. Hyuga Xiao also stood up like an excited young man, and asked loudly, the 2 elders, Hokage-sama, I don't understand, why is me the first? Shout out. Everyone looked at Hyuga Xiao. This is what they are also wondering about. 2 elders, I don't understand either. Heiji Kakashi stood up and stared at the 2. There is a breath in his heart. That day, he did capsize in the gutter and was knocked down by Hyuga. But ninjas have not only physical duels, but also mental duels. This day Xiang Xiao is a foolish man, why does he understand the will of fire better than himself? Hey! Heiji Kakashi! Do you think the 3 of us are confused? Turning to bed, Zio-kun's cold words came over with a strong aura. Uchiha's iron fire was silenced immediately, overwhelmed by this terrifying aura. Kakashi stands tall and straight, neither humble nor overbearing. Don't dare! Master Xiao Chun! It's just that I don't understand. This obviously subverts the assessment system that I usually come into contact with in the ninja school. Kakashi seemed to be greatly stimulated. Resolutely want to break the casserole and ask to the end. He can't admit it. Hyaga Xiao is stronger than herself in terms of ideology, intelligence, and consciousness. End of this chapter. Turning to bed, Xiao Chun nodded, okay, Heiji Kakashi, if you doubt it, then it will fulfill you. Temporarily. The surroundings became quiet. Chapter 58. Everyone except Kakashi was also waiting for this answer. Turning to bed, Xiao Chun gestured towards Mito Minion. The latter picked up the test paper and laid it out. Then, look around everyone. Question 1. Suppose you are Konoha Shimonen, and when you are on a D-class mission in the suburbs, you suddenly encounter an enemy Shimonen, what would you do? Ninja missions, in accordance with the difficulty, and the relationship between employment and money. It can be divided into D, C, B, A, S. 5 levels. During the non-special period, Xianin's authority can only receive D-level and C-level tasks. In these 2-level missions, at most, they will only encounter enemies such as bandits, and beasts. Only from the beginning of the B-level mission, there will be ninjas fighting each other. In other words, this is a relatively occasional accident in the task. Will forcibly turn D-level and C-level difficulty tasks into B-level difficulty. Heiji Kakashi, you are here to answer this question. Minion Mito ordered. Yes. Kakashi's eyes flashed and he replied confidently, if it is a person, I will fight with him. If there are too many people, I will retreat and seek support. Many ninja teachers nodded one after another. Kakashi's answer, in their opinion, is very correct. Hyaga, how about you? Mito Minion looked towards Hyaga. Elder Huiyan, I will try to find out the purpose of the opponent in the first place. To figure out whether he is a pioneer in charge of investigation or an individual acting alone. If there is a large army behind the opponent, then not only will I die for nothing, but also it will delay the fighter. The voice of Hyaga Xiao, who had interrogated Iwane Ninshinobu, just fell. Heiji Kakashi's face suddenly paled. Because Hyaga's answer was impeccable. The ninja teachers also nodded. After the comparison, the decision was made. So, everyone was puzzled. How did Hyaga Momi answer the second place? Minion Mito looked at her. If I can't find out what the enemy is coming from, I will go back to the village and check it out to see if there is a ghost in the enemy. Hyaga Maoi's empty words came out. The audience was silent. Even Hyaga Xiao was surprised. In fact, Hyaga Momi's answer is completely okay, and Hyaga Xiao thinks so too. But Hyaga Xiao pinched this paragraph out. Because they question their own organization, they often appear disloyal. Some things, the enemy is in the Ininj temple or something, you can only think about it by yourself, and can't talk to others. Not to mention it in public. This is not a question of right or wrong. It's a political issue. The reason why Hyaga Maoi is second, not first. I am afraid it is because she is telling the truth. Question 2. Mito Minion glanced at the test paper. Assume that our 50-man troop is at war with an enemy force, and the opponent has 100 people. And the average aptitude of each of our enemy is equal. At this time, the enemy said that as long as we hand over a key member, it will retreat. Otherwise, annihilate our 50 people. Heiji Kakashi, what will you do? If the important person were me, I would sacrifice my life. Save the remaining 49 people. Kakashi obligedly said. The ninja teachers nodded. Sigh, Kakashi has a spirit of self-sacrifice and a will to fire. Humph. They didn't know that Hyuga was very disdainful of Kakashi's answer in her heart. Because of the last life. The great man once said, if you seek peace through struggle, you will survive in peace. If you seek peace through compromise, peace will perish. The enemy will never stop the killing and persecution just because it shows weakness. This is also something that Hyuga Isa, who has spent a lifetime fighting experience to prove it. Hyuga, how about you? Mito Minion looked over here. Elder Huiyan. If I were an enemy commander, this statement is obviously a trick. Because since I have 100 troops, I can just run over it. Why should I negotiate with the opponent who only has a team of 50? So, in turn, as a Konoha ninja, I will fight to the death. When the ninja teachers thought about it, they felt that Hyuga's words were more reasonable than Kakashi's words. Kakashi was taken aback, his face paled again. Being crushed by Hyuga's consciousness, Kakashi felt the ultimate pain. If it was me. Momi Hyuga, who was in second place, took over the motion of Elder Zio-kun's gaze. It may be me who was handed over, because the blood inheritance of the Hyuga clan is very precious. I can't think about it or not, it can't affect the result. Kakashi. Hyuga Xiao. It may also be me who was handed over. On the side, Uchiha Iron Fire, who listened to Momi Hyuga's words, muttered in confusion. Right round eyes. The blood of the Uchiha clan continues to limit itself. And the Hyuga clan with a blank eye. Even if the ninjas of the Uchiha clan did not open their eyes, it would be of great research value to catch them back. The language is not surprising and endless. This is Hyuga Momi's answer. Too realistic, too cruel. And many assessments. In fact, the point is not to face reality, but go up to heaven. Hyuga Xiao shook his head secretly. Following Hinata's words fell. The faces on the faces of ninja teachers are generally not pretty. Because Hyuga Mo did not directly tore through the hypocrisy, revealing a wound. Perhaps. When that kind of thing really happened. The family members of the Hyuga clan with precious blood inheritance boundaries will be pushed out and become surrogates. It is not surprising that a child said this. After all, Tong Yanwuji, she is only a 5-year-old child. But does not match the statement on the table. The writer, Hyuga Momi. You did this question wrong. There are other questions. After regaining consciousness, Kakashi's face changed a lot, as if he had grasped the straw. 2 elders, A&D. Kakashi, who didn't dare to question the third generation of Naruto Tobihiro, said so. And me. 2 elders. Uchiha Tetsuka also joined the questioning ranks. He glanced at Hyuga Xiao, and finally decided to stick to this matter with Kakashi. Seeing that 2 of the 4 candidates were so persistent, the 2 elders were not angry. Instead, he paused, and then, gave them 2 final blows. End of this chapter. 20 people are on one ship, and 30 people are on the other. You don't know these 50 people. 2 ships are leaking at the same time. You can only repair one. If you choose to repair a 30-person ship, your 20-person ship will trap you and will not allow you to leave before their boat is repaired. The reverse is also true. What will you do? Turning to bed, Xiao Chun asked. I will choose to repair a ship with a lot of people, that is, a 30-person ship. Kakashi made a painful choice. No way. Since it is impossible to save 50 people at the same time, we have to abandon the one with fewer people. Mito Minion, Hinageo. Yes. I will repair the ship I'm on, and wait until it won't sink immediately, then go to another ship to repair it, back and forth, and save everyone. Chapter 59. Hyuga Xiao replied. Wrong. Kakashi frowned. You can only repair one boat, how can you run back and forth, repair it here and repair it over there? It's not just Kakashi wondering. Others are equally puzzled. Haiga Xiao, tell him. Zhuan Xiaochun shouted. Kakashi. If I'm on a 20-person boat, and these 20 people don't allow me to leave, I will knock them all down. Then I can get on the 30-person boat. Can you beat 20 people? Kakashi's eyes widened, thinking that Haiga was just talking nonsense. Of course. Haiga Xiao replied very confidently. If I can't beat it, I can only explain one problem. Haiga Xiao believes. The strength of these 20 people must be stronger than me. Since they are stronger than me, do I still need to save them? Kakashi staggered back a few steps and nearly fell. Next second, the whispers spread among the ninja teacher group. Funino Daikoko looked at Haiga's gaze, and was very pleased. Just listen to Haiga Xiao continue to say, even if only 3 or 2 of these 20 people are stronger than me, even slightly weaker than me, they can guarantee that they can join hands with me, to rescue these 2 ships. Kakashi was silent. He drooped his head and finally got his feet on the ground. Yes, you are right. Kakashi said this sentence with difficulty. The world where Haiga Xiao is. After all, it is a world with extraordinary power. Flying over the wall, there is no trace on the water. These things can be achieved. There is a kind of cultivation method written on the scroll of the cultivation experience that Motte gave Haiga Xiao. Every ninja. Or what every ninja has to do. Tread water. That is, put your feet on the water and release the chakra. Keep the human body standing. In this way, the ninja can walk and run on the water, and even jump and fight. In other words, he can run on the sea between 2 ships without worrying about sinking. If it was me. Haiga Mo did not raise her head, her tone still ethereal. In addition to choosing the same way as Haiga Xiao, I also think about another thing. Another thing? Everyone looked at her. Is this question implying something, for example, solving the person who raised the problem? Just like the mark of the bird in the cage of the Zong family. The Haiga clan, according to clan history records, has a history of 1,000 years. During these 1,000 years, there must have been many divisions and resistance. Their fate, of course, is. If the problem cannot be solved, the person who raised the problem is solved, and the problem will naturally disappear. Haiga Xiao. I feel you are alluding to the top of Konoha. Haiga, I admit that I am inferior to you, I lost. Although Heiji Kakashi was not reconciled, he had to admit defeat. Nowadays, Haiga's answer crushed him almost in all directions. For a while, Kakashi even felt that he was mentally retarded. But Kakashi did not know that Haiga had the experience of being a human for 2 generations, and he was a man of the old society. Uchiha's answer is naturally not good. Haiga Momi always tells the truth. So, next, it should be. Haiga Xiao glanced at the 3rd generation of Hokage and Sarutobi Hisaki who had not spoken. I heard the man standing at the top asking, Haiga, now, what do you think? Sarutobi Hizen was asking about the result of this assessment. I obey the judgment of Master Naruto and the 2 elders. Haiga Xiao nodded, but shook her head again. The answer is available in a short time. It's just, I still won't graduate. Haiga Xiaoxin said, this answer of his own is also to retreat. Why do you say that? Sarutobi Hizen asked. His eyes are burning, as if expecting something. I'm splitting the family. My mission is to protect the clan. It's not that I am proud. In the ninja school, no one can get past the trouble of Miss Mao Ei. Haiga Xiao immediately held up her chest, showing a loyal appearance. Kakashi doesn't work either. Haiga Xiao added another sentence. You are so disgusting. Kakashi said frantically. I am not so good at all. But the division of the family cannot be superior to the clan family. Haiga Xiao said again. Because it will be persecuted. Sarutobi nodded, showing an appreciative smile. But, you are a Konoha ninja, you are a ninja, you have to abide by the village's arrangements. Konoha's high-level drunkard doesn't mean wine. Hyaga Xiao guessed right. What he was waiting for finally arrived. The ninja of the Hyaga clan. When faced with a choice between the village and the family, what will happen? Naruto-sama, I am not a ninja now. Hyaga Xiao replied with a simple face. If you are a ninja, you have to accept the arrangement. But if it is not yet a ninja, then naturally there is no need to accept it. Sarutobi hit the silence. Just when the atmosphere became more solemn, so that everyone was tense. Sarutobi Risen suddenly laughed heartily. After a while, he said to Hyaga Xiao, Hyaga, the old man has heard about you a long time ago, and sure enough, it's very special, and the old man is very satisfied. The two consultants also nodded. The tense expression softened. As the saying goes, life is like a play, it's all acting. Sarutobi Hizen is more optimistic about Hyaga-yo, so, only to target him more specifically. Individual, family, or village, which one is more important? This is not the point. The point is whether you can handle these three things. Obviously, Hyaga could distinguish clearly. End of this chapter. All these reversals were expected by Hyaga Xiao. The old man announced. Sarutobi Hizen turned around and walked back to his seat. The assessment is over. Hyaga I was corrected to the second place, and Hyaga Emo was not corrected to the first place. The four people, all passed. Although Sarutobi Hizen said it was bold and formal. But his eyes seemed to say, Hyaga Xiao, in the eyes of the old man, you are the first. Then the old man is looking forward to your performance during the endurance period. 10 minutes later. Sarutobi Hizen and others have already left the spot. The end of the assessment indicates that Hyaga has successfully obtained the qualification to become a ninja. The three high-level officials have to go back and discuss some things. Chapter 60. 3 days later. Who on earth will speak as the graduate representative at the graduation ceremony? Congratulations, Kakashi, Hyaga Mumi, Hyaga, oh. The sweaty Funino Daikoku walked over and congratulated the three students. Just. He really squeezed a sweat. Teacher, I thought something bad would happen. Facing the sincere worries and concerns of the head teacher, Hyaga Xiao naturally responded with etiquette. Teacher Dehei, thank you for your care over the past 6 months. Well, from now on, the three of you will become official ninjas. Funino nodded vigorously. Even if you are not under the supervision of the teacher, you must work hard, because, maybe, I will team up with the teacher to perform tasks in the future. Ninja school teachers, the lowest rank is Zongnan. In addition to teaching tasks, every year, a certain amount of ninja missions must be completed. Therefore, this time the separation is not forever, and there will be many opportunities to work together in the future. Hyagaya, Heiji Kakashi, you two wait and see. At this time, after receiving congratulations from the class next door, Uchiha Tetsuho shouted toward this side. Becoming a Shinobu, I will soon be able to open the sharing eyes of my Uchiha clan, when the time comes. Hang the three of you. Good. Hyaga nodded immediately. Is there such a good thing? He was eager to see the legendary Shaolin pupil technique. By the time, if Uchiha Iron Fire can be upgraded to an elite monster, maybe he can get a second experience point. Hey! Hyaga, I will beat you soon. Kakashi turned around, leaving Hyaga Xiao with a look full of fighting spirit. What I learned in the ninja school is just fur, let's see you on the Central Ninja exam. The so-called Zongnan exam refers to the assessment of Xiaoren's promotion. If you pass it successfully, you can become Zhongren. That is, a ninja of the same level as Funino Daikoku. On the road back to the Hokage building. Turning to sleep, Koharu, Mito Minion, and 3 generations of Hokage and Sarutobi walked together. Sarutobi, is that kid Hyuga Xiao really worth your troubles? Turning to bed, Xiao Chun shook his head, not understanding Sarutobi's decision. After all, he's just a parting family. Minion Mito still had a straight face. Dividing one's family, giving birth, is dividing one's family. Even if you die, you can't get rid of the shackles of the clan family. According to the normal view, separated families are just vassals of the clan. At the critical moment, it must also be towards the Zone family. This also led to the separation of the Hyuga clan, never being able to enter the core of the village. Although the clan of the Hyuga clan has always been operating its own 1 acre 3/4 land, it has never intended to participate in politics. This kind of thing, Sarutobi Hizaki naturally knows. I saw him shook his head. The problem of the Hyuga clan is a problem left over from history. Konoha has many families. Only the Hyuga clan still maintains a caged bird near slavery. This system prevents them from being completely loyal to the village. As Naruto, the first thing to consider is the whole village. Sarutobi hopes that everyone can love each other and contribute to the village at the same time, rather than being confined to a range. The clan division system is an obstacle, and so is the seal of the bird in the cage. Certainly, family is also a hindrance. At the beginning of the establishment of the village, perhaps it is a combination of large and small families. But after a long time of evolution, among the number of Konoha ninjas, ninjas of civilian origin accounted for the majority. Family ninjas have become a minority instead. The times are different. Sarutobi Hizen thought silently. It's the trend of the future to downplay the family and support the ninjas of commoner origin. That's why Sarutobi Hizen received among the 3 disciples. Dashimaru and Gillette are also the cause of the common people. This is why the disciple that Jiraiya also collects, that is, the disciple of Sarutobi Hizaki, and the recently famous Golden Glitter Hafamizuman in the ninja world, is also the reason why he was born as a commoner. Sarutobi, are you planning to put Heiki Kakashi in the Baofeng Water Gate class? Turning to sleep, Koharu thought through Sarutobi Hisaki. I know. Hyuga Mami and Hyuga Xiao, I'm afraid they won't be able to get into the class where Heifeng Mizuman is. Yes. Sarutobi nodded. Hyuga Momi and Hyuga Xiao, the old man has another choice. That's good, it's better. A smile appeared on Sarutobi's face. Let Kakashi's father, Sakumo Hagiki, guide these 2 children. Turning to bed, Xiao Chun and Mito Minion looked at each other, and they both saw the shock in each other's eyes. Then, the 2 turned to think. It makes sense again. Although the reputation of Sakumo Heiji has been overshadowed by the 3 ninjas. But there is no political position in the body. Neither stand on the family side, nor stand on the one line of thousands of hands. It's in a state of being alone. It is indeed appropriate for him to be a free man to teach the Hyuga clan, who are also self-conscious. On the way back. Small river, flowing water. The scenery hasn't changed much from the past. Hyuga and Momi walked forward lightly. Nowadays, Hyuga Momi's nonsense assessment of the truth really made it difficult for Hyuga to understand. Separated family members are bound by the separate family members, and the clansmen are also bound by the clansmen. Until Hyuga Mo did not say this. In the assessment, no matter how she answered, she couldn't change certain things. Simply just said what I really thought in my heart. It feels good to be willful once in a while. Hyuga Mo did not walk in front, leaving Hyuga Xiao a brisk back. End of this chapter. It's been half a year since school started. The graduation ceremony was intensively prepared. Early in the morning, Hyuga arrived at the ninja school and was mysteriously called by Funino Daikoku God. Stage, props, banners. On campus, the ninja teachers are busy. Hyuga and Funino came to the teaching downstairs alone. Funino Daikoku took out a roll of paper and handed it to Hyuga. Then, he patted Hyuga Xiao on the shoulder, and said earnestly, "Hyuga Xiao, the graduate representative of the graduation ceremony is you. Hurry up and write a speech." Hyuga held the roll of paper, very speechless. "You said, I am second, how come I become the representative of all graduates?"